ask you to imagine something. However, the opponents who say that the Earth is a globe, they're going to continually ask you to imagine over and over and over again. And that's why it is that you can't have these things, is that they only exist, like fiction, they only exist in the mind of a science fiction writer.
Yeah, you'll notice that when we have this conversation, the flat Earth side will rely entirely on empirical evidence, meaning evidence that can be observed, detected, tested in reality. Whereas the globe side will talk about theoretical models, theoretical math, ideas, concepts, thought experiments, pure imagination. And yet they say we're the crazy ones for relying on empirical evidence, which is what science is based on. You understand that?
Yeah, well, science is based on the process of elimination.
No. Well, you could look at it that way, but it's more based on empirical observation and experimentation. Like, you have to be able to observe something and manipulate something to cause an effect.
Even if you have a bunch of theories, say like you have three theories.
It's the process of elimination, because science, tools of measurement and science can change over years. It's like,
well, no.
Like, you know, you go back fucking 300 or 400 years, they couldn't measure certain things, but now we can measure it. So it's the process of elimination through time.
But see, this is where they get you. This is where they get you, because they tell you that behind closed doors, we have this machine that can tell you what the sun is, for example. But they don't. That's just pseudoscience, Star Wars, sci-fi nonsense. But because you've been told it, you've internalized that as a truth. So you think, even though where you live, the government can't build a road, you think somewhere else there's a government that has scientists that are building the Death Star, flying to Tatooine, doing all this mad shit, going to Mars. You think that's occurring at the same time as all the ineptitude of the government that you actually see everywhere. But that's just a story.
You know, and I do take umbrage with the idea that science is the process of elimination, because it's clearly not the process of elimination. Because the very first key basic of science is to come up with a null hypothesis. So in the case of the shape of the Earth, because we go outside and we see a Earth that is flat, stationary, motionless, that's the null hypothesis. Now then there's H1, which would be that the Earth is a big spinny ball with a radius of 3,959 miles, and then there's other hypotheses. But the first thing you have to do, because the scientists are saying that the Earth is a ball, the first thing you have to do is reject that null hypothesis. So you're not really eliminating something. We're not eliminating the ball. You're rejecting the null hypothesis of the Earth is flat. Now, when I look through science and I look through the standards of rejecting a null hypothesis, I don't see any clear and convincing evidence, i.e., measurable curvature of the Earth, a measurable axial rotation, measurable gas pressure without containment. Since there are none of those, there is no clear and convincing evidence to reject the null hypothesis. So
let's just check that.
Have you noticed that this show doesn't have any commercials? I'm not selling you diapers or vitamins or smoothies or gasoline. That's because I don't want any corporate sponsors telling me what I can invest in.
Who's that? So, right. What was your name? Protestant guy? You still here?
Yeah.
You ever heard them say the Earth's too big to see the curve?
Yeah.
So they're saying that you experience a flat Earth, yeah?
Yeah.
And you experience a motionless Earth, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, so you really need to cement into your mind that that is your starting point. No matter anything else anyone says to you, that you know to be true. What you experience is a flat, motionless Earth, and then you go from there. Right, you don't start with the imagination of a ball and work backwards.
Well, how do
Understand
you
that?
how do you why does the moon and sun move if we're not moving? Are they moving?
Well, what do you observe? Let's
I
try to.
observe the moon move from side to side.
Yeah.
Depending on what time of the day it is.
Mm-hmm.
And the
So
same
we
with
see
the sun goes up and down.
Yeah. So we observe the sun and the moon moving.
So if we're not moving, are they moving?
That's what it seems like. I don't know how you'd show otherwise.
I don't know what evidence that there possibly could be to reject that null hypothesis that the sun and the moon are moving overhead.
Yeah, this is what every human being has known since
But they
time
are.
began.
They are. If you go outside and stand for a fucking 10 hours straight and look at the moon, it's going to move from side to side.
Yeah, we agree with you. They are moving, observably. But you've got people saying, hey, it just looks like that, but it's not what it seems. Right? When it comes to the sun. So yeah, you see the sun moving east to west through the sky every day. But that's not actually what's occurring. What do they tell you is occurring?
They say the sun is stationary and we're moving around the sun and the moon is moving around us. Thus, we are a sphere.
Well, not quite. They don't say the sun is stationary. They do also claim the sun is moving. But
it's stationary
as it comes to the movement that we see, they say that motion that we observe is caused primarily by our motion of the floor. Right? But not going around the sun, spinning axially. Right? So when you see the sun going down, you're actually spinning backwards at 700 miles an hour. That's what they're telling you. You understand that?
No.
So you don't. Well, so why do you believe it then? Because this is what they're telling you. They're telling you that when you see the sun going down, it's not the sun moving, it's your floor, the ground, spinning, and you're like falling backwards, making the sun look like it's going down. You understand that?
Yeah.
Right. So what evidence have they shown you for that wild claim?
I don't know. Sunset.
Yeah, that's the phenomena that they claim is occurring due to you spinning backwards at 1,000 miles an hour. I'm asking, what evidence have they given you that it's not just the sun moving like you observe, it's actually you falling backwards at 1,000 miles an hour? Did they give you any evidence, or did they just tell you that?
You believe we're falling backwards on a flat Earth?
No. The sun is moving, like you observe. Do you believe that you're falling backwards at 1,000 miles an hour?
I don't
That's
know.
why the sun's beginning to move? Well, why would you believe it? What evidence did they give you? That's why I'm asking.
And for me to interject again, my friend, just real quick, that's where, where I said earlier about the importance of rejecting the null hypothesis before you consider any other alternative hypotheses. The first thing is that you go outside, you look and you see the moon and the sun moving. So what has somebody that's given you that's clear and convincing that it's not the sun and the earth moving?
There's no clear evidence, bro. Let's be honest.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's zero evidence for that fantasy story. That's the whole point. It's what we're letting people know. Think about this as well. Have you noticed that the sun and moon appear to be the same size in the sky?
Yeah. Yeah.
So, are they the same size?
Well, according to science and space and what we're told, no.
Oh, according to science. So, what science was this? What did they measure?
No science like we're supposed to be taught. Maybe not your science.
Well, what science? Like, how would they know? So they're seeing the sun and moon appear to be the same size, and they're saying they're not the same size based
They're
on
not
what?
the same size from Earth. No, they are the same size if you're looking from Earth, but they're not the same size
Yeah.
in general.
Well, people are only looking from Earth. That's the only human experience. So they're basically telling us everyone experiences them to be the same size, but they're not. Okay? Where's the evidence for that? How do you know that? Why are they claiming that?
'Cause that's the story that they run with space, bro.
Right. And is it based in
They say
evidence,
the sun's
or is it just a wild
massive, but it's
fantasy claim?
further away than the moon is.
Yeah, yeah. And they say it's perfectly distanced so that it just appears to be the same size. You know what the odds of that would be in a random explosion of matter forming together across the universe?
Well, that's why they say we're unique to the universe, and we're probably the
Yeah.
only beings living in it. That's
Very
why they say it's a
convenient.
miracle, and that's why people believe in God.
It's a miracle. It's a miracle. No, this is... Well, okay, so there you go. You're stumbling on it. You're stumbling across why. This is the story created to make you doubt that you are in some special situation. That something that you're calling a miracle now, which is a religious term. So I don't know if you're religious. Well, you're Protestant, actually, so you are. But this is how they convince people that they're not in a creation with this story. You just stumbled across it there, because otherwise people understand how special their situation is, and they understand that there must be a creator of it. But with this story, they can get rid of a creator, which leaves the elite of mankind to be the elite of everyone. So,
So what do you believe the creator then?
yeah, this whole place is created. We're in a created environment.
From a higher power, or from man?
Oh yeah. No, not from man. No, we're part of the creation. We're put here for whatever reason. And you're a Protestant, so I mean, I don't know why you're asking me these questions. The Bible is pretty clear about how this all got here and what it is. Maybe you need to read Genesis again.
So you believe in the Bible, but you believe in flat Earth as well.
No, the Bible is a flat earth book. Same as the Quran, same as the Torah, same as every religious scripture that exists. Anything pre a few hundred years ago max, people pretty much
But do you
understood.
believe in space then?
We've just spoken about space.
All right, but in the Bible it talks about stars, yeah.
Yeah, not space.
But some
They're
people
not-
don't
it
believe in
doesn't say-
space if they're a flat earther. So where does
It
that?
doesn't.
how does it-
It doesn't say that stars are burning balls of gas in a vacuum, does it?
No, but it clearly says stars exist.
Yeah, stars do exist.
But some flat earthers don't believe in space at all.
Yeah. They're not in space. They're not burning balls of gas in a vacuum. That's not what stars are. This is how deeply ingrained this story is into you.
So what did the three
you've
what did the three
conflated-
kings follow? What was
You've
it the three kings were
conflated
following?
stars with space, but you don't know that the stars are in space. You don't know what a star is, right? So yeah, stars exist, but space does not. Remember, we're in a contained system.
Oh, okay. Well, if the stars are they contained in the same thing we're contained in?
Good question. How would you figure that out?
Because if you believe in stars but you don't believe in space, that means they have to be
It's not
contained.
a belief.
In the thing that
It's an
we're contained in.
observation. I observe stars. They don't require belief. I'm not making a claim as to what they are or what medium they're in, because how would you verify that?
All right. Well, how far up are they from us then?
How would you measure that?
I don't know. Same way you measure a flat Earth.
No, you're on the Earth. So you can measure it. You're not on a star. You can't go to a star.
But why can't we measure it from our flat surface to how high the star is?
Well, how would you do that?
Laser.
A laser isn't a long-range device that's going to tell you the distance to a star. How would it tell you the
Well-
distance to a star?
Why can't we build a laser and measure it?
Well, because you're not going to be able to measure it using a laser. You'd be shooting a light at another light. You can't receive it at the other end on the star. So yeah, these are the questions you need to ask yourself. You're like, why? How far away is the star? Welcome to the human experience. You can't know that. No one knows that. You understand?
Okay, yeah, that's true. But would you consider it to be closer?
Yeah. I'd say the whole system of the luminaries is more like just a giant clock. They're not places to go to. They're just a guide for us on Earth. So the sun tells us the days, and the moon tells us the months, and the stars tell us the time of year, seasons, so people can
So all the
plant,
stuff
harvest.
we see in the night sky, yeah, is
For the sun, moon, and stars.
yeah.
Yeah.
Do you consider them to be closer than what we're taught?
Yeah, I would say so. Not that I could measure a distance, but certainly don't expect the sun is 93 million miles away. Yeah, it's a much more localized system. It's a sky clock. It's a guide for signs and seasons. Right? And that's what the scripture says, the same thing. They're not places to go to and hang out, play golf on, ride a little moon buggy around on. You won't find any of that in the Bible.
Yeah, well, the Bible is a load of shit, so.
All right, some Protestant you are.
I didn't say that.
Is that not your name?
No, that wasn't me talking though.
That wasn't him talking.
Oh, is that a different guy? Sorry, I thought you were this
Yeah.
Protestant guy.
No.
Okay.
But I thought this was like a flat earth talk anyway.
Yeah, it's a
Biblical.
flat earth talk.
I don't
I'm
know,
just-
guys. It's
I'm
just
just
so
letting him know.
fucking hard to get my head around the concept.
It is because you've only ever been told that you live on a giant spinning ball. So that's all the framework that you have. But it's not because you've been given evidence, it's because that's the only story you've been exposed to. But the actual human experience for all of recorded history has been what we're talking about until a few hundred years ago. It's very simple. I should just say we can observe and measure that the surface of the Earth is flat, not curved. Go to a lake,
Yeah,
go to
well-
a shoreline, it measures flat, not curved, so it can't be a ball.
I think scientists that would, like, The believed the Earth is a globe would disagree on the math
What was that?
or whatever you're using. Yeah. You know why
What's
they would
that?
disagree?
Well,
Yeah,
you can
they'll
disagree all you
because they
want.
think it's a
It's
globe.
about it's about what you can prove.
Yeah, it's about what you can prove. And I just
Commensurate to this.
Well, I was just gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say, I
Well, that's
oh,
what's in the
really?
training
But,
manuals
like,
and
is that true
simulators.
for every
Well,
pilot?
they
Wait, I have a question.
well, you just said yeah. When I said show us the scientist that measured that curve, you said okay, yeah.
Yeah, but hold on. But I said yeah as a filler word, not as like an actual word.
Okay, so you don't think any scientists ever measured the curvature?
Well, maybe. Again, I'm not well informed.
Well,
I'd have to
maybe.
be
Well, what is
that
it? Do you think
question
they have or
requires
they
me to be
haven't?
informed.
Well, you're going to need that curvature for the whole ball fantasy that you believe in to be true. So
According to
start
who?
with that, and then you can move on from there. But anyway, good luck. There's no curvature.
According
No
to
one's
who?
ever measured it. So that's
Okay.
the end of that.
Yeah.
But good luck. Try and look into it yourself.
Oh, I definitely will, because I'm not really that informed. Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, most people aren't. So that's why you need to research and you should ask questions here. But
Most
like I
people
said, I
being
have to
who?
go. So good luck.
Okay, good luck.
Later, Cyclone.
You said most people aren't informed. Does that include the scientists that also say
Yes.
Earth is a globe?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, because I was gonna say that's the logical entailment that it's
Well,
gonna be
apparently the
proved there.
scientists aren't lying deliberately. It's just what they've been taught through the years, and they just keep telling the same story. Apparently,
What?
Yeah, the
I'm
story
confused
passes on by
about that.
tradition. They learned it in the same grades you learned it in and never learned about it again. And that's the end of that. You know how I know
Same
this?
grades that I learned
Because
it
I've
in.
talked to the scientists
okay,
that you're
that's what he
talking
means.
about. So in this server, I debated a PhD in mathematical physics who debates this topic.
Wait, how do you know he has a PhD? I'm just curious.
why? What's questioning
he's-
the flat
Wait,
Earth
can
in
you
like
quickly let him
okay.
answer?
40s or the 30s?
Yeah,
Why
can
is it
you,
only in recent years, like the last 50
Okay,
years?
you just go on fucking mute, dude. So really simple.
Yeah.
We're not getting into the drama. How I know he has a PhD is he's pretty famous well, internet famous on TikTok. He's got like 4 million subs. He's PhD in mathematical physics. We know his name. We know he's published. He's published, like, so you can read his publications. He's a published. He used to teach at, I think, Caltech, maybe. He's definitely a PhD. So no doubt about it.
Do you need a PhD to teach? I was just wondering.
In university? No. Sometimes, I mean, no, it's not required. University doesn't have standards for teaching. It's whatever
Oh,
the
'cause he teaches in a
university. There's no
university
universal
then.
standards. Typically, the way academia works is, as you the professors that are sponsoring grad students and PhD candidates have their grad students, while they're working to get their PhD, teach their classes. It's common practice in academia.
Really?
Yeah,
Let me verify that.
because they get a stipend, they get money for doing it. They don't do it for free, because it's very because when your PhD requires a lot of work, dude, and you're not working, you don't even have time to work.
Mhm.
So anyway, you know what he ended up doing? It ended
did
up
he end up-
being,
Yeah.
he ended up saying, well, you can't prove that, you can't even prove that I have hands.
No, you're
That's where
referring
he
to
went.
Blitz. That's who.
He went, yeah, Blitz.
Yeah, Blitz
Yeah.
doesn't have a PhD.
Yeah, he does.
No, he doesn't.
You want to bet money?
We can bet a lot of money that he doesn't.
Yeah. He has a PhD in mathematical physics.
Wow. What's his?
So you
government
are
name?
aware of scientists that don't know anything about this shit.
Well, I never said he was a scientist. I never made the claim that he was.
Well, we also have
But what's
Professor
his
Phil Bell
government name?
coming
real
here.
quick?
We also have a dude named Minos who's showed us his published papers on frickin' direct detection of frickin' dark matter, in direct and indirect detection on dark matter. So I've talked to plenty of PhDs. Talked to a PhD in cosmology a few years back. Talked to Franco, who's a PhD in physics that not only worked at CERN but teaches at university in Germany. And do you know what all of them have in common? All of them? They've never done a single test of whether the Earth is a globe or not. Not a single one of them.
Dr. Blitz, real name. Who is Dr. Blitz? Yeah, it doesn't say anything about a PhD.
I'll post this published paper.
But again, so
Right on his Twitter, it says a PhD in mathematical physics.
yeah, that's just him claiming. That's not really proof. Just sounds like a
His
bland
name is Matthew
proposition.
J. Blitz, an MFM Fellowship Program Director and Assistant Professor of Obstet. Oh, no, that's a
happened?
different one. Hold on, Neil Blitz.
Ah,
Blitz PhD, mathematical physicist, positional researcher with a PhD in physics. Hold on, dude. We already backgrounded this dude. So I'm gonna post in the chat. This is who he is. His name is Samuel Blitz.
Oh, you posted it in the chat.
Here's a screenshot of his photograph at a conference.
What is this?
What is what?
Yeah, like what is what you posted in the chat?
It's Samuel Blitz, dude.
Okay, Samuel Blitz, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Dr.
where's-
Blitz or Professor Blitz, whatever his name is, Blitz PhD. That's who this is.
Yeah, so
Samuel Blitz.
Where's,
That's his real name.
where's the papers?
God, dude, did you not see the link I posted?
Oh,
I didn't
those are
post it in here.
okay. All right, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, because you didn't really clarify.
Yeah,
right,
yeah, the
let's-
ResearchGate link. I posted 2
Let's
links.
see.
Not that you'd understand the papers anyway, but like we can play pretend. Conformal hypersurface invariance in box type boundary problems. Asymptotia of Kerr de Sitter black holes.
Mm-mm-mm-mm. Mm. Okay. Oh,
You know what your problem is?
I
You have
looked. And
everything a flat earther says is wrong syndrome.
well, I was gonna say I looked.
I bring receipts,
I'm
motherfucker,
lagging.
every time, dude.
Oh, that's a new link. Okay, let me click that one as well.
Yeah, here's
see if it
another
does
one.
anything for me. Isn't it the same thing?
No, research. Are they the same link, bro? Are they the same
Something
link?
Could be a different. Hold on, wait. No.
ResearchGate is not scour.google.com, bro. They're not the same company.
Well, I was gonna say something can have a different link and lead to the same thing. You understand that as well, right?
Dude, it's not 2 URLs going to the same web page.
That was a
Do you
close
want me to
question.
do a trace route and get the different IP addresses too? And
no,
then
it's
dump
not
the
relevant.
HTML and show you that they're both different in HTML? You're going to get banned for being an obtuse fucking idiot, okay? Stop being
Well,
a
hey,
fool.
man, it sounds like I'm gripping your balls, but I didn't mean to do that.
Dude, you know what chin nuts are?
Um,
What do you know what that means?
elaborate.
That means my dick's
Elaborate.
in your mouth, bro.
Really? Is it in alignment with press?
Dude, listen, I don't have
Press
time
these
for this,
balls
dude.
across-
Just bye-bye. Oh, you're back for more? You lit up, but I don't hear you talking for some reason.
Is
Let me
unmuted.
see. No, you weren't muted.
Well, you were talking to me.
You ready to
just
act normal
confirm.
now? Or are you going to keep being a douche?
Act normal.
Let's get back on.
Analyze what
Yeah,
that
good
means.
question. You wouldn't know.
That wasn't a question.
So really simply, show us
It was a
the
proposition.
scientists that know the Earth is a globe by actual experimentation, observation, or measurements. Which ones?
Like kind of elaborate. I don't know what.
Yeah,
that
we
means.
want the scientists that you think, one of them or a group of them, that actually proved the Earth as a globe, and that actually did some sort of test or experiment or measurement which proved the Earth as a globe.
Okay, but how is that relevant to Dr. Blitz having a PhD?
I already proved the other PhD. That's over.
No, I need
Yeah,
the
it's over,
university
dude.
paper itself.
In those links are all his published papers. Okay.
Yeah, and I couldn't find a university.
And all the
published
citations to
paper.
all his published papers. What do you mean you couldn't find them? Tetraquark
so
custom
I went-
effects from diquark pair production, generalized Walmart energies, Q curves, extrinsic Panitz operators, and extrinsic Laplacian powers. So you didn't see all those papers.
No, I saw those papers, but they just didn't meet my criteria. So
Yeah. Well, what is that exactly?
yeah, so my criteria is just the standard, right?
Yeah, and what is
I've already
that?
defined the
I'm
standard.
trying to figure out.
Yeah.
No, you haven't defined. I'm asking you to define
The
it now.
standard is going to be university published papers.
Physical Review D. You realize that the Physical Review is one of the top journals. There's Nature, Science, and Physical Review.
Wait, can you just elaborate what that means?
Physical Review is a journal. It's a scientific journal.
Okay, great. This has any relevance? Or
Yeah, universities don't publish papers. Scientific journals publish papers, and he's published in one of the top journals.
again, like, how does this have any relevance with the PhD paper?
I just told you, you said your criteria was they published, their university published. Universities don't publish. Your criteria is stupid.
As in the university on paper saying that yes, he has graduated, etc. That's what I meant.
Well, you could have just clicked the link, right?
Well, that's what I did.
No, you could have clicked the link to the university, right?
That's what I did.
That he belongs to.
Doesn't say it. That he
Oh, you
belongs
did?
to. So they claimed him. He didn't submit.
You see where it says Marsak University?
It was a closed question. One more
It
time.
gives you a verified email. That means
What does that
Google
do?
Scholar verified his email.
That doesn't mean at all.
Math.muni.cz. So it's a university in Czechoslovakia.
Yeah. It says nothing about.
I don't care.
having
I literally do not care what you think at all. So
Okay,
this is
great.
called the Frustrator Sea Lion Troll. You're not clever. It's quite boring. You're not fooling anybody except
Okay.
yourself.
Okay.
Oh, you're
Can I
not.
just ask?
You're really not.
Can I just?
Your
ask
criteria that you initially set up was Dunning-Kruger because universities don't publish. And then you tried to say you didn't say that and meant something else.
Yeah, I meant something.
That the
else.
university don't claim them, but he's a verified email. So they do claim him.
Hold on. Well, can you just affirm the semantics when it comes to common usage?
Okay,
words,
don't do
like
word
I, for
salad.
example?
No word salad. You don't know what
Wait,
semantics
What do you
even
mean word
means.
salad? What does that mean?
Yeah, word salad does not mean anything in this context. Semantics has no meaning in this context.
It has meaning in a lot of contexts.
Not in this
What are you
one.
talking about? Wait, according
Has no
to who?
meaning in this context.
According to who?
According to what semantics means, according to definitions of words.
Yeah, semantics, the study of meaning, right?
Yeah. What?
Okay, great.
Okay, but we're not
on,
worried about meaning in this context because
on,
we're
wait.
talking about the criteria for which you evaluated whether this guy's a PhD. We're not
but we're-
confused about the meaning of any of the words being
Hold on.
used, are we? What word are you confused about?
Again, it's not about me.
What word are
being
you confused about? What word are you
Hold on.
confused about?
Yeah, that's an open question, right? You said
Yeah,
what word?
I'm asking you. That's right. I'm asking you. What word are you confused
an
about?
open
I'm not
question,
confused
and I
about
can-
any words.
I never said you was confused about any
No,
words.
you said semantic was about the meaning of words. So which
Yeah.
word are you confused
And you
about the
said it has no
meaning?
context in this discussion, correct?
Yeah, it doesn't until you tell
So-
me what the word
Yeah,
you're
yeah,
confused
I did.
about. No,
Yeah,
no,
so
you
we're
didn't. You
talking
didn't
about
tell me what
papers.
word you're confused about, buddy. What word are you
It's
confused
not
about?
that I'm confused about any word. It's that you
only
understand
way-
what I meant.
The only way for semantics to be relevant to this conversation that we're having is if that's one of the words that were
Can I talk
spoken.
and then you can
We're
respond?
confused. Why are you over talking me? Is that one of the words that were
'cause you're not
spoken
understanding what
was
I'm
a
saying, that's why.
confused meaning? None of them were. Okay, you haven't told me which one had a confused meaning, so semantics is inapplicable in this context. You're
Again, you're
not
responding to
clever.
the wrong
You
thing.
will never.
Never said I was clever. Never claimed I was clever.
You're clearly not.
Oh wow. Okay, great. Yeah. So as I was saying, right? It's
Can you
not
tell
that
me how
I'm
semantics has any meaning in this
It's
conversation?
not that I was just talking. Now you're being a hypocrite.
Dude, what
can you
meaning?
just
No, you're
concede that
trying to
you're being a
change the
hypocrite real
subject. All you're doing is jumping around, running
The
one
subject has
corner.
never been changed. You were the one that was saying that I meant another thing when I was talking about the papers. You brought that up actually.
No,
so.
you said bro.
Yeah.
Good try. You keep trying to recharacterize this conversation. It isn't
So
going
is
to
that
work.
not
Number
what
one,
happened?
it's
Yes or no?
recorded. Number one, it's recorded, and you keep trying to reframe it that you meant something else over and over again.
Yeah,
It's never going to work
semantics
because
which
I
we agreed
remember
upon the
what you
definition of
say,
semantics.
and I'm not going to let you.
You're not going to let me. So you just have.
That's right. I
like
am
that?
not going to let you.
So hypothetically speaking, if somebody was to, let's say, talk about what's
So
possible
when you
when
said-
it comes to logic, you're just not going to let.
You don't
somebody
have
do
any
that
logic,
because you're the
dude.
ultimate
You just have
authority.
gish galloping sea lion and sophistry. That's
you know what
all
logic
you're
is?
doing. No, what you're doing is just
What's
sophistry.
logic?
The logos. Do you want me to define logic?
Yeah, define logic real quick.
Oh, you got one of these guys. He wants everything defined,
He's the
every
lot. He's
fucking
the
word
lot.
The
defined.
reasoning
He's the-
conducted or
come on.
assessed according to the strict principles of validity. A set of principles underlying the arrangements of elements in a computer or electronic device so as to perform a
What?
specific
That's not
task.
logic.
Well, that's from the Oxford Dictionary.
Well, that's not the logic. Oh, wait, so you're just appealing to. An
So you
Oxford
don't know what
dictionary?
Boolean logic is?
Wait, can you just affirm the?
So you don't know what
definitions are
Boolean
subjective?
logic is?
Oh,
Stop being
Indio,
that
that's
fake.
just semantics.
So you don't know what Boolean logic is?
Again, I was talking about the philosophical kind of logic, the reasoning that we get.
Oh, like Aristotelian logic?
No, that's gonna be syllogistic logic. No, that's not what I'm
No,
talking about.
Aristotelian logic.
Yeah, which falls
That's
into
the logic with formal logic with syllogisms and if-then statements.
as I just said. Yeah, but
Two
that's
premises,
Not,
and
that's not the only
therefore-
formal logic, right?
Well, it's the only valid formal logic. There's a bunch of informal logic.
Are you actually
There's inductive
retarded?
reasoning, but that contains
deductive reasoning.
affirming the consequent. So that's
deductive reasoning.
illogical.
Deductive reasoning is used to just see if the argument itself is valid, right?
Inductive reasoning only tells you that somebody likes to
Not
affirm the
inductive,
consequent.
deductive.
Inductive
Yeah,
reasoning,
deductive
all
reasoning.
inductive reasoning arguments contain the logical fallacy of affirming the consequent. Calling it reasoning is stupid. It's not reasoning.
Okay, this guy must be retarded. So you're saying I'm not talking about inductive, I'm talking about deductive. Inductive don't even have inference.
Okay,
Rule
you
of
just
inference.
contradicted what
like
you
modus
just
ponens.
said. I'm banning you because I'm done. Not doing it, dude. But you try to restate what you already said. I'm glad you came back so I can get your user ID.
Again, inductive reasoning doesn't have any rules of inference. That's only
Goodbye.
deductive reasoning. Categorical error there. Yeah, go back on mute.
What's the ban command? I forgot it.
I don't remember it. We got so many different ones, I can't remember them anymore.
Let's just stay down that.
F-ban. F-ban.
No, it's FE ban. I thought. Hold on, let's look in the frickin' our chat. That's from. Where the hell is RBC? Oh. No.
Oh, I see. It's okay. Yeah, it's more than that.
I guess I'm going to have to scroll up or something.
I reckon it's that one.
Yeah, India. What was it like in the politics server an hour and a half ago? It looked very busy in there. I couldn't get in, but everybody was busy there. All right.
Oh, it was all right in there.
Yeah, it looked like everybody was in the swing of it. I couldn't understand why I couldn't join now. Wait, we'll check it another time.
AI and Heretic run that, so ask one of those two.
Yeah,
I
did message. Yeah, that's all right. Yeah,
let me
I actually messaged AI anyway. Yeah, I did that. So just wait now.
Oh shit, dude! I was looking at my DMs. I asked the kid. I ended up banning him from the politics because he was a minor, had the minor tag. So I tossed him. But I before I tossed him, before I noticed he was a minor, I said, he said, now it says images that the Earth is round. I said, find the one that you believe in the most and post it. But I banned him before that. So this is what he sent me. This is the one This is the one he believes in the most.
Okay, let me have a look.
That's a good one. I like that one. We have the layering images for that one. I don't have it on this phone, but I have the layering images. You can put it together and make that same one.
Isn't that the one? Look at it upside down, Indio. Isn't that the one with sex and clouds?
Oh yeah, yeah,
yeah. The original one. The original one. Oh no. The original CGI one. Sex in the clouds. Honestly, man.
Hang on. It looks like soy now.
Sex in the clouds.
SOY.
Oh, they've changed it, have they? Soy.
Well,
soy joy.
I just seen the S and something that looked like. It's more like soy. Okay. Yeah, that's definitely Earth, not really. Why is one side, why is the bottom right hand corner blue? What's going on there?
Yeah, that is the original, not the Earth CGI image that I first saw. Only it said sex on it. Upside down.
It looks like Heretic banned you. That's what it looks like on 10/25/2025. I don't know.
When? When did he do that?
10/25.
When?
That's when the. What time?
No. 10.
October 25th, 2025.
Ah, that's it. Okay, yeah. But for how long and why?
Says on ban time. Permanent.
Huh? Why?
But I think it just says that. I think the bot says that. Or no, sometimes it says 2 days. I don't know. Look, Heretic runs that shit. I don't run that. I don't ask questions. I have enough problems. I don't need freaking to take on 3 servers.
Yeah, but I don't understand why I got banned.
I don't understand either. I don't know.
Permanently banned for what though? I don't understand.
Whatever Heretic does, he doesn't talk to me about it. Okay.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah,
we're not in freaking contact about that. He doesn't like go. By the way, I banned Jim. Like it doesn't work like that.
Yeah. I wonder why he banned me. I don't even know what I did. Unless it was about the minor, but then okay, never mind. But it was a mistake. It wasn't anything deliberate on my part. And I did. I thought we had an interview on that. Oh, well,
Maybe.
never mind.
I don't know.
Yeah, never mind.
AI. I know AI also has the keys to the channel. I believe that was my understanding. I don't know if that was ever formalized, but I don't know.
Heretic, yeah. I'm quite surprised that he banned me. I mean,
Okay, so
I didn't even get a
I have a
message.
public service announcement though. The next time a Glober says that you're in an echo chamber, correct them. Say it's echo chambers because we're in 3 places.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Wise guy.
Like, no, it's not an echo chamber. It's echo chambers. Thank you very much.
No, just tell them, no, you're here with us. It can't be.
Well, I mean, imagine believing the Earth's a globe and accusing somebody else of being an echo chamber. That's crazy. Yeah, go tell your mom right now you're a flat earther. Check out your own echo chamber. I used to love Sacred freaking crushing that shit when they would come and say it was an echo chamber. Dude, we had, were you there when that dude was like, y'all are echo chamber? This is after. Sacred muted everybody. Let this dude freaking monologue for 5 minutes, right? I offered to give him co-host. And then after all that, dude says, what the fuck? And then Sacred was like, whoa. So he read the definition, and he was like, it says an environment where opposing opinions are not considered. Did I let you talk? Was your opinion considered? Yes. Well, this ain't an echo chamber, dude. Frickin' Sacred roasted him so bad, dude. So calmly. You know how he does it, right, dude? It's frickin' great. It was a work of art.
He's one of the best active listeners I've ever come across on social media. He has the ability to like listen and interject while understanding what the person's saying while interrupting him at the same time. Like, it's the craziest thing ever. and he'll remember shit like 25 minutes ago. And I'm like, bro, how did you fucking remember that, man? I don't even remember that.
Because he's paying attention. That's what I tell everybody, man.
Yep.
Listen.
I think he takes
Listen
notes.
to what they're saying, because the longer they talk, the more rope they're putting, dude. They're just like stringing out more rope for the noose. There's going to be a lot more twists in the freaking, in that shit. That's all. Just let them talk. Just listen to what they say. They give you all the ammunition.
I used to, I haven't done it in a while, but like if I ever get a chance to sit down again and be a part of the conversations, for anybody out there listening, the best thing you can do while in a conversation is sit down with a pen and paper and just take notes while the other person's talking. And formulate your questions, get them all in order. That's the best way to crush. Excuse me, sorry. So how did that end last night, by the way? In that conversation. I left with like 30 minutes left. But I had to go.
You heard the whole part about frickin'
Like, I heard the part at the end where Kevin was basically saying, like, when are we going to dissect y'all's conversation or y'all's arguments? They're like, no, we're going to perform the experiments. All they wanted to do was, like, rip the experiment apart so that way, like, it would demoralize our side from going out and making the observation. And like you said, the whole thing was about making fun of the flat earther, like, oh, you really don't know what you're talking about. You're not an expert in anything. That was pretty much it. Like, they were talking about what was that guy, the radio operator guy? He's like, If you're going to use the equipment, you have to be rated for the equipment. Like, okay, dude.
Well, no. Remember, he was saying it was their argument was that it wasn't precise enough. Didn't you hear all that part? Me ripping that apart?
I did. It was like 0.6 miles was the tolerance or something like that.
No, it was 6 kilometers. No, you didn't hear me ripping that shit apart? Sheepdog. Oh, dude, you must have. No, you left way before a half an hour was left. So let me read this shit to you, dude.
Okay.
I sent this to Kevin. So check it out. This is the part where he said to him, you have to have a citation. And then dude comes in, he's like, oh, I'll go find that paper. He put the paper, he's like, share the screen. He put the paper up on the screen and he highlighted a part. Right?
I had
and
Man of Stone's name on it.
Now listen, this is important. The part he highlighted said this. Today's DME is specified to provide position accuracy around 0.6 nautical miles. This is seen in the DME overall range accuracy specification presented in Table 1. Now it's a specification. And that's what they were railing at about him for the entire time. About this device, according to the specification, is not accurate enough to measure, to use. And that lasted an hour. But check this out. The paper he posted, I'm going to read you the very first paragraph. This paper examines DME accuracy starting with its performance today. Accuracy values from several data collection efforts are presented. A top-level examination of range accuracy is done using FAA flight inspection data. The results show that the measured DME ranging accuracy is generally much better than that listed in the current specification. Want to know how much better? You want to know how much better, Sheepdog?
Yeah, let's go.
Now, this is the paper that they used as evidence against him. Remember that. And railed on him for over an hour, saying you're a dumb flat earther. You don't understand margin of error. The very paper was against what their claim was, the one that they cited. So I'm going to read it to you. In all cases, the range uncertainty was within 40 meters. 0.01 nautical miles at 1 sigma.
Okay.
At power levels greater than 80 dB, which represents the edge of coverage, meaning the signal's so low that they can barely do a range. The mean range error, the raw data for all units was 90 meters. So when you have the worst possible fucking signal,
right,
it's 90 meters is the uncertainty, which is 0.06 nautical miles, 10 times better. The maximum variation in the bias for power levels greater than minus 80 dm was approximately 43 meters at 136 nautical miles distance for a single test, and as much as 56 meters for the same interrogator over multiple tests. So, at 136 miles away, nautical miles now, which is like 150 regular miles, the accuracy was 43 meters. This is what the paper that they showed the site that this is what aggravates me, Sheepdog, is that he said, Kevin, you're supposed to have citations, and talked down to him and lectured him. He never said anything to the dude when the dude said that it was 0.6 was the accuracy. But the dude went and got a paper anyway. Then he brings back a paper and he says it. He highlights that part, reads the specification, and she was just like, see, this guy's an expert. You don't know what you're talking about. When the very first paragraph of it says that specification isn't the actual precision of the actual instruments. That the precision of the instruments is fucking like 10 times better than fucking that. At the worst. In the worst fucking condition, it's 10 times better. But Shiva took him at face value that everything he said was accurate, when on the fucking screen itself, it's contradicting what he's saying on the very screen. And all Shiva had to do was stop looking at Kevin and talking down to him and look down at the screen and read the first fucking paragraph, and he would have known that the Glober was full of shit. But he didn't do that because he wrote this little segment, and then the most important part is for over an hour, they lectured Kevin about it.
Oh, I know.
And Kevin was like, no, dude, that's not right. But he said, I'll read the paper. And they kept trying to convince him, oh, no, do the Globe-Earther experiment. Don't do yours. Do the Globe-Earther one.
Yeah.
So I DM'd Kevin Samuels because we've DM'd back and forth a couple times.
Yeah.
So I want to let... Have you talked to Stone lately?
No, I haven't. Do you need me to reach out to him?
I want to talk to Alan and those guys just so I'm sure they watch the stream, right? The Shiva stream.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I don't know specifically. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
All right. Yeah, I don't know if they watched it, but I can almost guarantee they watched it. They were probably watching the stream while in a Discord with Kevin, trying to help him through it a little bit. The same thing that fucking McToon and all them do when they go to live streams. McToon's got like fucking 5 chats open. And he's taking advice from everybody and getting instant feedback. So he
Dude,
can correct his
Globers have been
arguments.
caught debating and being fucking coached. They've been caught. Famous one was GeoStreamer. He was fucking debating, and the audio accidentally came through of his Skype of somebody coaching him. Say this, say that. And there was another one that got caught. Dude, do you think they got any fucking moral character? What bothers me is that McToon's idea was not scrutinized when at the end, Kevin did bring up the fact that it's nothing about it's actually measuring the earth, and fucking Shiva just ham-wade dismissed it. And then when he comes up with one, they hyper-analyze it, and then that radio guy's making all these claims about UHF, which are every single one he made was wrong, factually. Yes, there is miraging in UHF. Yes, there is scintillation in UHF. Yes, there is all the same problems in the optics all happen in the UHF band. They just don't happen in the same way. Meaning they don't happen at the same distance and they don't look like something, but they cause other effects at the receiver when you're trying to transmit a signal. Right?
No, for sure. And then Shiva, like when he asked Shiva, like, are we going to question their side now? Like, no, you're going to do your experiment and we're going to do our experiment. But like, and they're like, oh, but you didn't even do an experiment. You took somebody else's experiment. It's like, what the fuck do you think McToon is doing? He's taking Eratosthenes.
He's not even doing Eratosthenes. He's just doing timeanddate.com. That's what he's doing.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Timeanddate.com, dude. That's what he's doing, dude.
Yeah. The sun's in a specific location at a specific time.
Yeah, has an azimuth and elevation. We can just use a webcam. Well, how are you going to measure it? How are you going to measure the azimuth and elevation angle from a fucking webcam?
You know which one I think he's going to do, though? I don't think he's going to do a standard one. I think he's going to use his TFE. I think that's the surprise.
Well, the thing is, the initial thing was that everybody was going to collaborate to come up with one experiment. 6 Globers, 6 flat earthers, they all get together. They all come present an experiment, and then they go, okay, we're going to agree on this one. We're going to do this one because this is the best one. And that they were all going to do that one experiment on their own. And that doofus here was supposed to fund it all.
No, I agree, man.
Window. Everything he said, everything he said on Dave's interview, he didn't do. He didn't do any of it. None of it. The whole thing was a made up lie. The only thing that's accurate is he's having something he's calling a Earth Summit. Right? Science Summit. Applying the scientific method to the shape of the Earth. Yeah, he's doing something called that, but all the details of it, all of them got thrown out the window.
Yeah, no, it was a complete horrible. I kudos to Kevin, right? Like the dude stood in there, and every time they interrupted, and then he tried to regain his ground, and they're like, "Excuse me, I'm talking." Like, man, dude, like I would have been like Elijah. I'd be like, "No, fuck you." And then that would have been the end of the show because they would have been like, "See, flat earthers are unhinged." I don't know. I think that's what McToon's going to do, though. He's going to use the TFE. He's going to take his 360-degree camera observation, and he's going to ascribe times to that because he probably documented some times. And then he's going to say, "How do you explain that on a flat Earth?" Guarantee it. If he doesn't, if he just does some stupid time and date stuff, which I see that happening in a way, then he's stupid, obviously. Can you still hear me? Still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're fine. I'm just making sure. Like I'm driving, so I don't know if I'm losing signal sometimes or not. Did you see what I put in the locker room? I think that's another thing that's possible too. I don't know if you saw that.
Where'd you post it?
In the locker room, I tagged you.
Oh yeah. I saw that. Oh, I can't remember what you said. Hold on, let me look at it again.
It was about the tolerance and what you said about it being better than expected, and then comparing that with another observation that Glovers like to use.
Oh yeah. Well, but the difference between that is that Glovers have never theodolites are not tested against the specification. You understand?
I thought about
that's
that
the
too.
difference, right? They're testing it specifically to see if the instrument's better than the specification. They've never done that with a theodolite.
Right.
You know what I mean? They kind of can't say that. I mean, they can say it, and I wouldn't doubt they would say it. They'll say anything. You know that.
Oh yeah. I did like what Kevin said though. He's like, anybody who was good at math, he kicked them out. That's so spot on, dude. You used Man of Stone's paper. He was banned from this argument. Like, why'd you ban him? Because he knows math? Why'd you ban Shane? Because he knows math? He banned you just because you understood contracts.
Just because I understand, I listened to what he said. He said everybody's going to sign an ethics agreement. He made all these claims, right? He made all these claims about what he was going to do, including saying everybody's going to sign an ethics because, like I said, everybody's supposed to collaborate, come up with one experiment, and each side was going to do the experiment on their each party was going to do the experiment on their own, and then they were going to come back and collate the data and then come to a conclusion, right? But they had to sign an ethics statement that they weren't going to lie or fudge data and all that stuff. So I just asked him, I said, is he going to sign the same ethics statement? Wouldn't that make sense? Shouldn't the person in charge have to sign the same ethics statement as the participants?
Yeah. Like
How
that
do we
would
know
be
someone's going to come back with data he don't like and he's going to get rid of those people? You know what I mean?
yeah, that'd be a sign of trust, right? Like, hey, I'm asking you to do this. I'm going to do it also. I want this to be fair. Because he won't sign that, it's like, what are you afraid to lose, man? Like, if the earth is flat, what are you afraid to lose? You think Shiva's gatekeeping it all? Or do you think he's just being an ass? Or is the answer yes?
She was a giant ass.
I think that he doesn't like flat Earth because that's his target audience, and they're not paying attention to him. His whole shtick is building up a ground up movement, right? That's his whole thing. Grassroots, the salt of the earth, all that stuff, right? To change the political system, right? Not top down grassroots, and he thinks that there's real problems in the world, and flat Earth is just a psyop distraction. I don't know. He's never said psyop, but I imagine that's what he thinks, and he's trying to end it just the same way. Will Duffy, I'm going to end flat Earth. Now, Shiva's taking up the mantle of that. He's going to end flat Earth.
He says his target audience, like you think the people that listen to him, a lot of them are probably flat earthers also. They probably put stuff in his threads all the time.
Deep Dog, can you see any Aurora Borealis?
No, not down in Dallas.
I was in Dallas once. You guys got the most polite fucking panhandling homeless people in the world. I'm serious, man. Dude, fucking, I got panhandled down there in downtown, and I was like, man, these dudes are polite. Boston, just like, give me $1. Fucking, they're not even asking. They're like telling you.
Because they know it's going to get cold soon.
Give me $1. They say, can I get $20?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so freaking 2016. Sorry, Jemsy.
Yeah, get up to date with the inflation and
Like, can I
everything.
get $1 and you buy me something to eat? And hey, do you got any cigarettes? I'll take some of them too. Oh, I also need a lighter. Oh, and by the way, man, I got holy shoes. Can you take me over into the fucking shoe store? Some of the people are crazy, dude. They do these crazy asks.
Can I get a lighter and a cigarette? Shit, you want me to smoke it for you too?
Exactly. They freaking want you to hold your hand out and be the ashtray.
Yeah. You want to know a funny fact about Dallas? You ever see that movie RoboCop? Of course. Goes without saying. That city
Freeze creep.
in RoboCop, huh?
I said freeze creep from RoboCop, dude.
Freeze creep. Yeah, freeze creep. That city in RoboCop was Dallas, Texas. Everybody knew what the landscape looked like in New York.
Wasn't it supposed to be Detroit in the movie?
Yeah, but they filmed it in Dallas. It was a Dallas skyline.
Yeah, Detroit
So
was too
everybody,
trash.
it was.
They wanted to make it look apocalyptic, but Detroit was too bad. Like, but like the future
No,
can't
they
be
want-
that bad.
So everybody knew what New York's landscape looked like, and everybody knew what Los Angeles landscape looked like, because all the movies were always filmed there. And they needed a city that was kind of futuristic looking, so they used Dallas.
Bro, man, Lubbock, Texas is getting a freaking aurora. I just went on X,
Shit.
dude.
I got
That's
clouds
actually
overhead, I
Aurora.
think.
That just could be the fucking sunset. They're capping, dude.
What about here in Massachusetts?
I
They're
don't
saying
know.
we're
The
gonna
sun
get it
set
here.
like an hour ago. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Can you actually
I'm
see the
saying-
sun where you... Holy fucking shit, bro. It's crazy looking in Colorado, man. This can't be real.
Hey, you want to know a funny fact and deal? Just outside of Dallas, Texas, there's a town called Plano, Texas. And Plano, which is plano in Spanish, that's what plano means.
Plain.
Plain, flat.
Plano also can mean the, you know, this paperwork that you get for a structure or a building. How do you call it? The plans for the plans.
Blueprints.
The blueprints, yeah, the blueprints. It's called planos.
Now, how can you see the Aurora Borealis from fucking Florida?
'Cause you have eyes.
There's a picture from Mariana, Florida. Let me see.
I don't believe you.
Yeah, I guess that's close to the Georgia border. Let's see.
Still Florida.
30 degrees south, or 30 degrees north. How much curvature is that? Although the states happen fucking gazillion miles in the air, so. I did get there's a crazy picture from Colorado, though. I gotta post in the chat. It's that freaking nuts. Not usually fascinated by this shit, but this picture's pretty cuckoo for.
Yeah, we ain't getting that shit.
Now, he's in Colorado, so he's probably at elevation. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah,
It's
so I
pretty flat.
looked at one from Utah. The deepest red ones are at elevation. This seems to be, Idaho. Salmon, Idaho.
We're in Massachusetts. Can we see it, India?
You should be able to see it everywhere, dude. You should just be able to go. They're seeing it in Florida, Gemsy. Just go outside. You'll never see it, though, because of freaking light pollution, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we got clouds. Hey, Indio, how much do you think it costs to get a professional that's rated in the radio equipment that the Globe Earthers want Kevin to use?
A lot. But that doesn't mean anything, dude. Look, bro. All this shit now is idiot proof. Okay? Everything is done in software. Literally, anybody in this chat could do what that guy claims he does. Making a data link between John Hancock and Cambridge. Okay? Between John Hancock and Boston and Cambridge. Now, all this is like a 5 gigahertz, maybe 2.4 gigahertz dish that points toward Cambridge. And on top of another building, there's another one. So what they have wireless internet in Boston. So one's called like Starry Net, another one, there's a couple other names to them, right? So what they do is these high-rise apartment buildings, they shoot the internet from the top of one high-rise apartment building to the other. So what they do is they get two of them, two people. You get someone at the receiver, you get someone at the transmitter. You fucking point it at each other and you measure the signal strength. When the signal strength is strongest, you're pointed in the right direction. His software calculates for the curvature of the earth, but that doesn't mean that he wouldn't establish a link if he ignored the software. In fact, I know for a fact that you can establish links that are prohibited by the curvature of the Earth using the technology he's talking about. You know how I know this? Because I have a published paper on it, given at a conference. Something like a 348 kilometer Wi-Fi link, where the curve of the Earth would be in the way. Point is that him getting a quote-unquote professional isn't going to mean anything because they're just going to use software. Now, if he got an old head, dude, if he got someone that was like from like fucking 70 or 80 years old and did radio telecommunications back then, that would be an actual expert. But someone learning it now, all that shit is idiot proof. Everything's been done. It's already been engineered. It's already been made. Any freaking moron monkey can do this shit now. So getting a so-called expert, it doesn't mean anything at this point in time. Unless that expert is actually developing new hardware. It's the same as with the surveyors, right? They have a theodolite. They know how to use it. They have no idea how it operates. Same with this guy, right? He knows to a degree, as far as in a practical way, of how to use the equipment. And they've given him a bunch of theory of operation on, oh, when you see this, this is the reason this is happening, and this is what you do to compensate for it. They don't. So, in radio tech, I mean, you don't need a fucking expert. Because all you're going to do is get the narrative, right? But what are you actually getting? So let's say I have a transmitter and a receiver some distance away. And I set it up and I shoot toward the target. Right? And I go, okay, I didn't hit the target. Why not? Oh, there was subrefraction. Well, I did hit the target. Well, there was no refraction. Or there was 4.3R refraction. Oh, I was picked up like 10 times further than it should be. Oh, there was super refraction. Oh, it got picked up 1,000 times further. Oh, there was ducting. Right? So they have explanations on how the radio signal defies the geometry. You understand? And you're not going to... You can't... I actually had an argument with... I actually used Gemini and like tossed it, ping-ponging this back and forth. And even eventually Gemini admitted you can't differentiate whether your limitation is based upon meteorological conditions or geometry. There's no way to tell.
Yeah, interference is interference.
It's not just interference, dude. I mean, there's more factors. Okay, it's not like, as far as an expert, there's a lot of factors that go into. Look, it's really simple, right? So what'll happen is someone wants to set up an antenna. You go there, you do a site survey, or have somebody that does it, and that's their only job. Then you have the techs to actually go and install the equipment. Okay, these are two separate processes. The people that do the site survey evaluate the equipment setup and then purchase the equipment based upon that. Typically, they'll buy more than what's needed, depending on what their guaranteed uptime is. So if your transmitter's powerful enough to transmit 10 nautical miles, you buy one that transmits 50. You install that. You're not paying for it anyway. You're just charging the customer. You know what I mean? And it's only probably 50 to 75% more. So this is how it's done in practice. This dude is like kind of pretending like they're doing some precision thing, and that if they don't do it exactly the way it's prescribed, that it won't work. There's all sorts of reasons why it won't work. Fresnel zones. You don't have enough power at the antenna. There's not enough gain at the receiver. There's an impedance mismatch somewhere in the antenna receiver system. A lot of that stuff is already dealt with. But if you're setting up something ab initio without off-the-shelf stuff that is impedance matched, right, then you don't have those problems. When I say impedance matches, the antenna and the cable that feeds the antenna have to have an impedance match, meaning when it goes through the connector, what can happen is because the reflector, it's a metal freaking connector, it can reflect back along the line. It gets to the end of the terminal and then reflects because you got the antenna, right? So you got a jack, right? Female plug, male plug. Even though you connect them, they're still not touching. They're still, even if they're touching each other, there's a break, there's a short.
Right.
And the thing is that if your impedance is matched, it'll basically jump that what would be a short and go into the antenna without reflection. There's an impedance mismatch that'll reflect, right? And then you have problems. So, like, when you design the antenna and shit, you have to take this into consideration. But if you buy shit off the shelf, they already took it into consideration, right? They already thought of this when they freaking engineered the equipment. He's buying it. And this is what he's at the end where he's just setting up the equipment. Don't let this dude fool you. He isn't doing anything. He has a laptop. He's going on site. The equipment's already there when he gets there. He's just a fucking tech, dude.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's what I feel
I know,
like
because
with
I've done this
Josh.
shit, bro. I've done this shit. He's just a tech. That's all he is.
That's what I feel like with Josh. I feel like it's the same situation.
He was a radar tech in the Navy. He's a tech. They teach him a bunch of theory, but none of that has any application for their job. If their equipment fails, they complain and get new equipment. They don't fix it. Okay? If he had any knowledge of electronics and engineering or any of that stuff, if the equipment failed, he would fix it.
Yeah.
Right? Do you think he sets up a microwave fucking link? Right? Oh, the fucking microwave link's down. Oh, go up. And then he's opening the fucking equipment and soldering shit? No, he ain't doing any of that. They go, oh, we're going to test this box. Oh, we're getting a fucking error code. Box failed. Buy a new one. And they have to adjust these things all the time. Because I actually had one of these microwave link internets. I don't have that right now. So, in Cambridge, and he might have set up the fucking line the link I was using, for all I know. So, the point is that the shit goes down, they just go up and they install new equipment. And when they first install it, it isn't like they calculate all the equations, set it up, and then like, oh, it works. It works, dude, but like, it won't work right. So they have to do trial and error to fine-tune the throughput, the data link. Because you could actually have a strong signal, but your data link shit because you have packet loss. Or any number of things. Because they're correlated, but they're not directly related. So I can fucking measure, I got a super strong RF link between fucking transmitter and receiver. Let's do a speed test. Well, why is my throughput so low? Why, when I have less fucking power connection, I have a better throughput? They're optimizing for throughput, not for the fucking RF connection. You understand? And that is tweaking, right? You're just fine-tuning the connection. And then when it rains, that connection will be shit, right? And that throughput will go down.
Yeah.
And so what they'll do, they'll go back and they'll tune it some more and then see what the throughput is with the new frickin' with adjusting the antenna in some way. Okay? And then wait for it to rain again. Oh, it's a little better. But the total throughput, like, they're going for kind of like a medium throughput, right? The throughput that works best in all weather conditions. Because you'll have a throughput that works best in rain, but it won't work best in dry air. And then you'll have one that works best in dry air that won't work best in rain. And this includes pointing the antenna, the azimuth and elevation angle, right? How much power gets to the antenna, which they might not be able to control. Even the capacitance of the antenna, they might be able to control with like some sort of fucking pigtail. The elevation of the antenna, just moving it up and down. Because you gotta remember, dude, you could put an antenna, right? And if you're, say it's 1 meter wave, right? So 1 meter wave, right? So you'll have a peak every meter. Well, in between those meters is a freaking trough. If you happen to place the antenna in the fucking trough, you could be pointed fucking directly at the goddamn. You could be pointed directly at the transmitter, and you'll get no signal because you're in a trough. You're in a standing fucking node, dude. You're in a trough. Right?
And you're
So
not
what
saying
do you have to do? You have to move the antenna fucking half a meter.
that kind of sounds like the 70s, India, when we had a UHF, VHF 12-volt TV, and we used to have to flip between signals and try and retune every time the weather changed. You would pick up
Yeah.
Ireland from like up in the west coast of Scotland. You would pick up
Yes,
Ireland.
it's
you would
the
pick
same
up a
thing.
local broadcast, bro. Yep,
Yeah, oh, dude, it's all the same thing. It's all electromagnetic waves, dude.
yep.
That's why, like you remember the bunny ears, right? You'd be watching it for
Yeah.
fucking. You'd be watching TV for 3 hours, and all of a sudden it would fuck up, right? And then like, why do
Yeah.
like you don't? Why to screw up? Then you get up and you move the bunny ears, like change their orientation a little bit, and boom, back. Then you have a signal for another 3 hours, and then because there's a standing wave between you and the transmitter, but that wave, those wave peaks can shift back and forth depending on the weather, right? And so you just move the antenna back into like. You gotta imagine there's like a bunch of freaking oscillating waves, little peaks that go between you and the antenna. Now, I know you have to imagine them, right? So everybody's seeing pictures of fucking waves, side view diagrams of waves. Your antenna wants to be in the peak of those waves for the best reception. If it's in the trough, you get bad reception. Okay, if you're in the trough, it's zero. It's called a null. So, but those wave peaks move back and forth, so that standing wave can adjust. So it could turn. So if it terminates a foot short of your antenna, you're not going to have a fucking signal. And then you're going to have to adjust the antenna. So part of the metal of that antenna is picking up the electromagnetic wave. This is super simple shit. It's not even complicated. I don't even know why anybody would need an expert. They just teach you shitty. That's what I think. I just think
Everything's digital now, so they don't go into the depths of it. They don't understand about the wavelengths, changes in the densities of the atmosphere, even temperature differentials. And like a warm day over water, with the amount of water rising into the air, you can lose a signal quite easily. The same as CB radios or VHF radios. They're too young; they don't get it. They don't know about signal lag or what causes delays or breaks or skips and packets, where you hear the end of a conversation before you hear the start of the conversation. It used to be a radio frequency delay thing, but now it's a digital packet. They just don't get it, man.
Well, I mean, because they get shit like when when people are roboting in here, right? That's because you're getting loss of a digital signal, right?
Yeah.
But that digital signal is being turned into a voice, which is analog, right? So right now you're hearing my voice that's going into your computer, takes a digital signal and turns it into analog freaking sound waves so you can hear what I'm saying. But when the signal loss is in the digital signal, what you're going to hear is freaking roboting, because that's what a chopped up freaking signal looks like when it's turned into analog. But the Zoomers, man, they're just like, I got packet loss. Nah, bro. You took an analog signal, turned it into a digital signal, and then when you convert it back to an analog signal, the digitization of that analog waveform is broken. You can't reconstruct the waveform from the digital information that is present because you lost some. I remember when CDs came out and they're like, this is 128-bit. The human ear can't hear greater than 128-bit because that was the thing. How many songs can you put on a CD, right? So what was the fidelity of making the analog, sound into a digital signal and then recreating it in what could the human, how could you preserve the fidelity of the music? And they told us that we would never be able to tell the difference God damn it, play a record. Okay, you can tell the difference. I used to comb the internet for people that recorded from a record, from an actual album, into an MP3, into a 328-bit fucking MP3 file. Because then you'd actually hear the same level. That is a level which you can't determine the difference. But 128-bit, that's not even close, dude. That's like a telephone call. That's like playing your record player over the phone and having somebody listen to it.
I think CDs only really kicked off because the size thing and the fact you could put, well, more than an album on eventually. But like if you heard it in quadraphonic, you were sold straight away. But the thing is, most people didn't have quadraphonic. It was like they were buying up. And if you originally had a quadraphonic or even more, like on vinyl or for vinyl or tape, nah, you weren't interested in CDs other than it's like digital, like capacity thing. But the market,
you do have a point.
Fancy sound systems that were like people could hear sounds jumping around the room, and it was like, oh my, yeah, we'll have to have that, yeah.
Yeah, you could encode in more than stereo, so that was a benefit. Like you couldn't really. Because so you had a record player, right? And then you'd have a stereo, right? So it's only two channels. But quadraphonic is what, 4 channels, right?
Yeah.
4 audio channels, front, back, front, left, front, right, rear, back, rear, right.
Yep. And then they went one step further with 5.1, so you've got a bass, the big projector unit, and you're thinking you're feeling it, and it's not like. You put on a like even an old gramophone player, a big old speaker on a gramophone player. You put on a record and you turn it up, and you feel the bass out of that. It's a different thing.
Have you seen any of the binaural shit? Have you seen any of that?
Yeah.
It's pretty trippy, bro. That is really weird, man. I used to have a VR headset that had binaural fucking sound.
Wow.
So when you turn your head, it was just like so in the VR environment, something would make a sound, right? And you could locate it based upon the sound. You know what I mean? It's freaking really weird, dude. VR, like, I'm not really into it anymore. I think it's kind of ass now. They blew it. It's another thing that they blew. They had a good opportunity, but they didn't know. They just tried to do the same thing that already exists on VR instead of inventing something new. Like, oh, watch movies on VR. Oh, play video games on VR. When they could have done something completely different. Someone needed to like invent a basically a new form of media that was specifically made with VR in mind, and they just never did it. That's why VR flopped.
Didn't they go down the learning route where you can put on your VR goggles and learn how to strip an engine as you're stripping an engine?
Yeah, they could do that.
I've seen adverts showing stuff like that. Like you get stuff from IKEA. The instructions are in like Portuguese or something. Sorry, Portugal, no offence, but you can't read it, or the cat eats it or something, or the dog or whatever. And like you put on your VR glasses, and you can build a bed or a cupboard from IKEA because you know what screws fit in what holes.
Yeah, they could use it as a learning environment. I mean, but there's probably more to it. It's uncomfortable. It's heavy. The resolution's shit. I mean, they're better now. The field of view isn't the same as human vision. That's another problem. Because they actually did. A company did come out and make. I don't know whatever happened to them, but they probably might still exist. They made like a gigantic field of view VR headset, so that like it was like actually like 160 degrees. So you could actually see shit out of the corner of your eye. So typically the screens, right, they're right in front of your face, but they're small screens. So you have like a 60 to 90 degree field of view. In real life, we have like a 160 degree field of view, right? So there's always this thing where it's like not right? Distances are just, you can tell. It can be immersive, right? And like in reflexive situations, like I used to have kids that would come over and put on the VR and they would ride a roller coaster game and they would sway right? They would sway with the direction of the car was going in the roller coaster. But still, there's still a level where it's like, not immersive because of the field of view and the sound and a bunch of different things. I mean, maybe it's better now, but when they can make it like in contact lenses, that'll be badass.
Yeah. I think that, what was the deal with the Google Glasses thing? Did Congress step in and say, no, this is too dangerous? And then it's sort of been militarized and we don't know it's out there? Or what's the deal with that?
Well, I think people took those Google Glasses and were using like the video record feature, and there was a website called name.com. So they were doing facial recognition and then looking these people up on name.com and like getting their information, people were doing weird shit with it.
Yeah. There's always been an issue with Joe 90 glasses with video recorders in them and that kind of nonsense. But yeah, if you can do it online live with augmented reality as well, if you've got somebody running a program for what you're seeing, you could mess with reality in somebody's head very, very easily. I get the reality of it, but yeah, I kind of got the feeling that it was like, oh no, this is too much, right, off the market, militarized. That's it. We won't see that for another 40 or 50 years, if at all.
I'm sure the CIA has glasses which fucking record everything, and you can't even tell they're recording. I guarantee they have some form of electronics that's.
Well, I mean, like the politicians and stuff like that, Indio, the people in the media, the so-called leaders, they've been wearing earpieces and been getting fed, like told what to say live for long enough. And I reckon that the glasses are also doing stuff like that now as well. It would be the ideal thing for a security operative to have all the info he needed just as he scanned around the room wearing a pair of glasses. That kind of thing. I see it's not been removed, it's just been sideswiped. Because the size of the VR headset just killed the thing completely. Who wants to wear that? Kids end up with neck problems and stuff. But I think this other stuff's still out there.
The only reason why VR contacts don't exist is because you have to be able to get the image in focus. And you're too close for the focal length of the eye if it's right on top of your eye. Now, the only way to really remedy that is there is a way to remedy it. There was a company that was making it. I remember back when I was originally, got into flat earth. Remember people were saying that, they're using augmented reality on the ISS. Remember people were saying that?
Yeah.
But those contact lenses were in development. They did exist in what form? In the form of a prototype. They did exist as a prototype. So there's something called a spatial light modulator where you can reshape the waveform of emitted light. And then, so you can make it so that the apparent image is actually further away than what it actually is on your eye so that it will actually be in focus. So it's actually like taking a blurry image, but you'll actually see a clear image. They're pre-blurring it, right? So if you have a clear image, right, and if it's too close, it's out of focus, it's a blurry image from a clear image. They can create a blurry image that you're going to perceive as a clear image.
That's mad. That means that they can mess with the depth of the background and stuff for focus.
Exactly.
Levels. And
they can make it appear fucking 10 times farther away. All depth perception.
Yeah. Yep. The whole it's a digital version of what's the Hitchcock effect, where you pan out and you zoom in at the same time. You can put depth in digitally by doing stuff like that very easily, like if things are out of focus and stuff. But the actual wearer can see where he needs to be, or where the spot is that he needs to touch.
God, dude, if someone gave me if I was properly motivated, if I had evil intent, and someone was like, "Hey, you have an infinite fucking budget, make some spy devices, make some mind control shit," man, y'all would be doomed. You'll be done.
Yeah. That's why I live somewhere where nothing but reality. There's no way that like any of my existence can be fooled, unless something starts appearing out of my reach in the skies that I can't touch. Well, I won't know. But other than that, nah, you're not getting any of that stuff around me, mate. No danger.
You know-
And that's what I think's wrong with the general part of society. There's a lot of it now is capable of projecting things and displaying stuff. And I think we're going to see an awful onset of stuff appearing with tech that we don't realise.
Well, dude, I've been thinking about this for fucking 30, 40 years. There has to be augmented humans, dude. There has to be. Now think about LASIK surgery, right? You know what LASIK is?
Yeah.
Laser your eye. You're correct.
Yeah.
Well, why not just give you like fucking supervision? Why stop at regular human vision?
Well, we know that the military have been working with like super soldier ideas for.
That's
as
what I'm
long
talking
as-
about.
as
Like, why?
long
Like,
as
if you can augment all these senses, why not just freaking go? They must have went ham on somebody.
Yeah.
The dude's got the vision of a freaking eagle, the freaking hearing of a rabbit. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
The
absolutely,
freaking
mate.
reflexes of a cobra.
Yeah, the strength of a wolf that stands on two legs, and do.
Yeah, you can do that too. You could do that with fucking. You could do that with stem cells. So there's a particular freaking gene. There's a particular gene that's in animals, but it's not really prevalent in humans that much, except for people that are professional athletes. There's a higher occurrence of this gene. It's in like 70% of professional athletes. So it's like it helps you build fast twitch muscle fiber, more of it than a regular person.
Yeah, yeah.
So one of the people that have this is that frickin' who is it? Bjornsson, the fucking mountain guy. You know what I'm talking about? The fucking strongman guy.
Sorensen?
Bjornsson? What I think is that?
Yeah, the guy that like lifts everything like twice as much as everybody else.
Yeah, he has
He's setting
two
records right now.
Yeah, he has two genetic anomalies. One which there's a gene which kind of limits people's
He's
muscle
like
mass.
6'6"
They only
or
put on
something
too
like
much.
that, isn't he?
Yeah. So he has two genetic anomalies, meaning they don't occur in a lot. They're not defects or anything. But he happens to have both of them. One that builds a lot of fast twitch muscle fiber comparatively, because we have slow twitch, fast twitch. He'll build more fast twitch, which animals tend to have, right? That's why a fucking goddamn 90-pound chimpanzee will frickin' throw you over a house. You know what I mean? Like they'll throw you over a house once, but they can't do it for a long time, right? We have a lot of slow twitch muscle fiber to make up for the fast twitch, right? So, but he also has a gene which limits the amount of muscle mass, because your body will go into what's called a ketosis if you put on too much muscle mass, because your body doesn't want to be a fucking gigantic meathead, right? Your body just doesn't want that. It doesn't want fucking 180 pounds of muscle on your frame. It's not good for you. It's bad for your heart. It's bad for your metabolism. It's bad in a whole shitloads of ways. But he's got two genes which don't limit that, right? So that's why he's the fucking world's strongest man, because he's just lucky. Now, you could use gene therapy to knock these out in a regular human. Right? You could use CRISPR, knock out these genes, change the gene expression. All you do is change two fucking genes. You fucking do the gene therapy, boom, stem cells, blah, 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 blah. Fucking now you got a super strong human that's fucking jacked. You do the LASIKs on their eyes, now they fucking see like an eagle. You do some fucking crazy hearing shit, now they fucking hear like a goddamn rabbit. Right? Like, there's gotta be superhumans, dude.
I got one for you.
There has to be.
I got one for you, Indio. Leo Messi, the soccer player.
Yeah, absolutely.
So here's the story.
Absolutely.
Here's the story of Leo Messi. When he was 12 years old, he was undersized for his age, and he was shown to be gifted in soccer and what he was showing at that age. So Real Madrid offered to, as long as he agreed to play for them, or FC Barcelona, I can't remember which one it was.
Yeah, they broke his
leg. As long as he, so they gave him gene therapy and growth hormones to help him develop into, a more natural man. But he's the smallest guy. But yeah, he's out there defeating guys that are like 6'6", 6'8", and just running circles around him. So I mean, yeah, dude's been on steroids his entire life and HGH his entire life. So perfect example is right there.
Yeah, his nuts are the size of fucking peas, though.
Maybe, but he's dating Mia Khalifa, so.
Well, there might be
He's
good
playing with herself because he ain't doing the job.
Yeah. Well, see, the other thing is, look, we talk often enough about Operation Paperclip. Now, it wasn't just rocket scientists that were taken at the time. It wasn't just mechanical information or, the things of war that they were playing with. Information was gathered on. There was a whole other load of stuff that the Nazi Party or whoever was messing with. All the gene therapy stuff that we know for a fact that they were messing with. So we know that they've been messing with this for long enough. And if you take two healthy parents, you get healthy offspring. You carry that on, they get healthier, sports from young, they get bigger, fitter, stronger. There is sort of adaptation. It's not quite evolution, but you can grow bigger, stronger people from big, stronger people. But you add a little bit to that, and oh my God, yeah, mate. And I'm not joking about the wolves, Indio. I've got a catalogue of stuff going on about that, like from militarised to other side, to the wild side. There's something in the human genome that's liable to make us go very big, very easily. And anybody that trains heavily with weights knows about that. So, yeah, quite.
There's a genetic anomaly of people that lift weights and actually get smaller. It must suck to be that.
Well, yeah, I've seen tall guys get shorter over time. It's kind of happened to me a little bit.
Dude, I think I'm an inch shorter than when I was like 18 years old.
Yep. The spine does, like, everything settles in and there's wear and tear and whatnot. When you're young and all the joints between the bones and the muscles are all, fully swollen. You're a lot bigger. I remember, there's photographs of me twice the size I am now. And it's just, oh my God, I'm a little old man now. I'm not really. It's just, I don't stretch as much as I should. I certainly don't stand as tall as I used to. My spine's compressed.
I've always wondered about that. You ever wonder that, maybe you get old because you stop playing? Because everybody's like, stop playing around. You're too old for that.
Yeah.
And maybe if you just kept jumping around and doing cartwheels and somersaults and all that stupid shit you do when you're a little kid, you'd be able to do them your entire life, but they convince you that you shouldn't be doing that. And then you get old.
Absolutely.
And you can't do it anymore because you're out of practice.
Yep.
Okay, Peter Pan.
Fuck you, man. I'm still pretty jacked. When I was 18, I was a lot smaller, but I was fucking retarded level. I even stronger than when I was 18. Now I got man strength. There's a big difference. Took me a while to get it. Old dude knows what I'm talking about.
What's up, man's what? Men's
man strength. Man strength.
Oh, dude. Man strength. Yeah, dude. It comes with age, yeah.
Yeah, you have this little 16-year-old kid, right, running around all jacked muscle, but they can lift all these weights, dude. But I can just grab their wrist and they can't move, because man strength, bro. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, dude. I've got 2 snapped tendons in both forearms. I know exactly what I don't have anymore. I can still do it if I need to. Yeah.
You're actually the strongest, I guess, at 43 or something?
Yeah, I think, apparently we peak around then, allegedly. But, yeah, I know some old guys, some farmers, who can literally crush steel bars, the fence posts and the gate posts. I've seen people close their hand on them and leave it constricted. it's some strange strength that you get when you get older. As long as you keep doing what you're doing and you keep stretching properly. Yeah.
Yeah. The only advantage youth have is they have faster reflex a little bit.
Yeah, reaction times of young kids. You notice it on squash court. The old guys play what we call old man squash, so you play a lot smarter. Whereas the young kids, if you put a ball anywhere near them, they'll hit it before you can blink. It's crazy. But it is interesting with some people about just hand strength in general, India. Like we've got, where I work, one of those hand grip strength tester things. I can grab hold of that thing with my left hand and put down 107 pound. But I know other people that are strong enough to grab hold of me and crush me like a bug, like as if I'm some small child. And like 107 pound is not a weak grip by any means. And if anyone wants to test it, go and grab a grip strength tester and have a look and see how you go. It's an eye opener when you see an average looking person grab hold of that thing and they're hitting 130s, 140s, stuff like that, and it's just like, ooh, best not annoy you.
Grip strength is, this might sound weird. Grip strength has the highest correlation between longevity and any other factor that they've measured.
Oh, wow. There you go.
I've never forgot that since you first brought it up, Indio, and like losing your grip, dude. Yeah, like you were saying earlier on, getting older, getting less able, less doable. Aye, same thing. Man.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Losing your grip, that can mean two different things.
Well, aye.
So here's a study. I'm about to post it on grip strength. Just to tell you how crazy the study is. 25-year prospective cohort study, which began in 1965, just published in 1999. A total of 6,089 participants, 45 to 60 years old, who were healthy at baseline, whose maximum hand grip strength was measured in 1965 through 1970. Although 259 men died over the follow-up period, 329 survivors participated in disability assessment in 99 and 93. Main outcomes. Functional limitations include slow customary walking speed and inability to rise from a seated position while using the arms. After adjustments for confounders, among healthy 45 and 68-year-old men, hand grip strength was highly predictive of functional limitations and disability 25 years later. Good muscle strength in midlife may protect people from old age disability. It's weird how it's grip strength, though. It isn't like leg strength or fucking how far you can run or how far you can walk. It's just really weird that it's grip strength.
your cardio or anything like that. It's grip strength of all things.
My cousin had this philosophy that I used to be like, I mean, I'm a big guy now, but like I used to be a fat ass and I lost a bunch of weight, got down to like 157. But
how'd you do that?
My cousin used to
crack.
Oh, bro, the funniest story. I did the Subway diet, and I did cardio hour and a half a day.
Really, the Subway diet? That shit actually worked.
Subway, yeah. But back then, it was every day was a different 6-inch sub that was on sale for the Subway value price.
I mean,
back then it was like $3.25. It was like $3.25 for 6-inch subs, chips, and a drink.
$2, bro. You
Yeah, I
get like the
remember that,
meatball sub for like $1.99 forever.
Yeah. Anyway, that's what I did every day, and I would eat baked chips, and I would limit my calories. My calorie intake was like under 1,100 on average. But I lost 70 pounds in 6 months. So.
Damn. Gain it all back, of course.
Yeah, over time, because I went from doing cardio all the time to the idea was that if I got bigger, I could lift more, right? Because size equals right. So that was the idea. I cut back the cardio and started lifting heavier. I was trying to get to a goal. I'd never benched 225 before. I was really weak when I started benching, and then no, I made it to 205. But I'm pretty sure if I tried for like 3 to 6 months, I could probably put up 205 right now.
Yeah, you got to remember, bench pressing is a skill.
It is.
So, what I found out recently, I think that my heaviest bench like 285 or whatever.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
anything over 225. If you can do 225, 3 sets of 10, like that's legit.
Only 10% of people can do more than 225. So you're already in the top 10% just being able to do that once.
Well, I know pro athletes are. That's what they're tested on.
1% of 1%, man. Fucking.
I know, but
maybe
it's just a
smaller
personal
than
goal.
that.
My squat was pretty good though. My squat I got up to 425. That was pretty awesome. But my cousin had this rule: if you can lift the weight, or if you can hold the weight, you can lift it. So he preached forearm strength, like a madman. And so, my forearm strength right now is really, really good. I may not be able
to hold the weight, you can lift it. That's bullshit, bro.
Yeah, I mean, nonsense. I lifted heavier because I could hold the weight.
Bro, you could probably lock out 350, right, and hold it there. But you're not lifting 350. You're not benching 350, bro. You're like 3 times. It's called an isometric hold. You're like 3 times stronger just holding something in place.
Well, and then you got to think too, though, like when you're lifting, I don't even know if you've ever thought about this before, but like the tighter you hold your grip on the weight, it almost seems like you can actually like move the weight easier.
Yeah, it could be psychological though.
Could be, but it worked for me. And
that's all that matters, sheepdog. Whatever you get.
Because of that forearm strength, man, like I'm proud of it now, dude. I fucking I crunch people's hands if I wanted to. Forearm strength. Yeah, I think forearm strength's a good.
Well, what I found out, and this is crazy, is that all the Soviet Olympic lifters that broke all the records during the Soviet era, the way they lifted, and this was based upon them collecting data over a period of like 50 years. What they did, they lift half the amount of weight that they could lift.
Right.
And they worked out with that, half the amount of weight they could lift. And 2 or 3 times a week, they would try to lift a max weight. They tried their max weight 3 times. But during the week, they would lift all. So they never really burnt out because they're only lifting they're doing 3 sets of 10 of half the weight they can lift. So even at the last set, the third set, they're not burnt out.
Right.
But they're working out every day, right? So they're never really like getting muscle exhaustion.
Have you ever read Power to the People?
No.
I think you'd like that book. By Pavel Topsolani or something like that. Topsolani. It starts with a TTS something. Pretty good book, man. It basically, like, he goes about, like, he was in the Russian Special Forces, and he's like, you know, when we would work out, we didn't have any mirrors, right? So we didn't look at our own bodies. We just worked out, and we were functionally working out all the time. And like, that's where I was introduced to the one-arm bar lift. And that was one of the exercises that, like, in Russia, they would rate your manliness based off of how much you could lift with one arm from a deadlift straight up in the air over your head.
Yeah. Yeah, it's from old strongman competitions. They used to do that shit. It was a big deal back in the so like the circus strongman, that's like one of their lifts that they would do.
Yeah.
They'd lift the barbell from the floor to over their head and lock it out.
Yeah.
Yep. It's part of the old kind of Highland Games thing as well, where you lift the weight off the ground and then you throw it up over the bar. It's also been able to lift the thing clean up over your head, like a kettlebell, putting it like from the ground.
Yeah.
It's lifting it, literally, you're lifting a boulder.
But there's more balance in the bar versus the kettlebell.
Oh yeah.
Like, you have to balance better. But yeah. Well, forearm strength. All about forearm strength. Even in punching power, like, forearm strength is important. But the tighter you can squeeze your fist, the more rock solid your punch and heavier your punches. So if you're gonna punch somebody, don't fucking half-ass your fucking fist. Ball that motherfucker up as hard as you fucking can. And just like in the movie Back to the Future, when George McFly, hit Biff, he balled his fist up as tight as he could. That's why I knocked him out. Shit you never think about. And as far as old man strength, it was funny. Like, now that I have old man strength, I get it. But, like, when I was a paramedic and I was, like, in my early 30s, when you're getting your ass whooped by, like, 140-pound old man in the back of an ambulance because you don't want to lay there after he fell down and busted his head open, you're trying to, like, keep him calm. Does Matthew Learns have old man strength? No.
I've got no issues with the whole old man strength thing. There is nothing worse than shaking someone's hand and they hand you a wet fish Like, seriously, that limp-wristed handshake that you get every now and then, that does my head in, man. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
Oh shit.
Well, I used to be that guy, like when I was really young, because I didn't understand. Like I never had a man teach me how to be a man, right? So I ended up having to figure it all out. But right now, when kids shake my hand, they give me that limp-wristed handshake. Like I fucking
Just
like
crush it.
grab their hand and straighten their fucking arm up, and like I just lock them into a position. Bro, that's how you're supposed to shake hands.
Years ago, when my old man had his 50th, there was my best friend's younger brother is gay and had his boyfriend and all that there. And as they're walking in, it's like, guys, I'm going to warn you now. You are walking into a birthday party with a whole heap of old school boomers, hardcore. Do not hand them a wet fish for a handshake, please. And my mate's little brother cracked up laughing. The boyfriend didn't get it. But anyways, later on, one of my uncles, he will grab hold of your hand to shake your hand and nearly rip your arm off. He's just over the top. He's funny, but he's just way over the top. Anyways, the boyfriend, as they're going around, my uncle, how's it going, mate? I'm so-and-so. Grabs his hand to shake it, nearly ripped this poor kid's arm off. Oh, man, it was funny. And everyone's laughing because we knew what was coming. And it's like, I warned you. And then he'd come back to me afterwards and goes, I get it now. I didn't even have to do anything. I just warned him. Comedy Central it was. Has Ice JJ been back yet?
I don't know.
Yesterday over at Politics, he was thrashing around in the pain pit, and Vlad come in and let him out. I wasn't happy with that, but he was having a bit of a squirm yesterday, which was quite entertaining. And I had the sharp sticks and give him a little poke, which is excellent. But no, I thought he might have been back to try to sell the refraction a bit more. Anyways, I'm disappointed.
Yeah, refraction's like the hard R, man. We're taking it back. It's our word. No, but India, like you were mentioning, like on the bench press, like you can hold the weight, you can lift it, and that's not true because on the bench press, you can like hold 350 pounds up on your hands. But you're not really holding it up. You're more like balancing it, right? Like I'm talking about like actually holding it in like a dumbbell format, right? Like if you can hold 100, if you can pick up 100 pounds, hold it in one hand, and you're not getting tired with it, there's probably a good chance that you might be able to get one curl out of it, right? Not saying you will, but I mean, hell, I've surprised myself. I curled 70 pounds once, and in one hand, and that was all because I could hold it in my hand without getting tired. It didn't feel like it was going to fall out of my hand. I wasn't struggling with it. I was in full control of it. So that's what I mean about like if you can hold it, you can lift it. Like if you can have full control, and that's what Power to the People would teach in that book is the idea of mastering a weight, right? Like what can you do? Can you do everything with 145 pounds? If with one hand or with two hands, hold it in every single position, swing it around and master it all the way around your entire body. And then if you can, go to the next level, master that weight. And so that was a thing that I was doing for a little while before I got married the first time. When I got married, shit changed, but I was starting to master weights. While I was also trying to increase my bench, but yeah, best I ever got was 205, and I benched it 5 times on one set, and then 3 times with assistance on the second set. And the final set, I needed assistance getting it up, and that was the best I ever got. That I recorded. I don't know what I can probably do about 50 push-ups at 230 pounds, which isn't bad. Yeah, no. So what else happened with JJ? He was complaining about refraction.
He wasn't complaining about it. It's just his default go-to word. It's the best way to describe refraction for JJ, the way he uses it, it's a get-out-of-jail-free card. So every single time anyone mentions lasers or long-range observations or anything optic, for him, it's just refraction. Refraction saves everything. Refraction is what we use to make the curve look flat. That's how he sees it.
How did we measure the geometry of the Earth in the first instance? And if refraction is everywhere all the fucking time, then how did we ever find out?
If you can get that out of him, I'll give you 10 free credits at the Flat Earth merch store. He won't cough that up. He'll jump onto some other subject. He'll just dance you around and round and round, and then it'll get back to, well, how did you do this? Oh, but satellites. And it's like, hey, what's your favourite day of the week? Crayons. You'll just get a totally random answer. And yeah, he just looped the loop, man. Like I said,
how did they
as soon
measure
as you
to put the
mention long
satellites
range,
up there to begin with?
you get that out of him, you've done well. I'd be just happy for him to actually cite any of his claims, whether he gets a YouTube video that backs up any of his claims. The lasers, to him, lasers bend up and down. They do not go straight. And they were running him through the FE core. You know, the 7 long-range tests that FE core done, or the 14? There was a whole list of them all together. Like there's Lake Isle. There's a whole string of them that were done. They were going through those with him yesterday, and before he'd even watched any of it, he'd already said the word refraction 3 times, and AI was going through it with him. And about 3/4 of the way through, that's when Vlad dropped in and just messed it all up. But even in those tests on the PDF that comes with it, it says what their refractive claim was. So over the distances, they measured at the front, measured at the back, and some of them state that the range was negative, some state that it was positive, and even on the ones that bend the wrong way, he still didn't get it. It's like, dude, this is bending the same direction as your globetard requires, and you still can't comprehend that it's not enough. And over the 42 kilometer, the 25 mile one, he get an extra 0.005 something of an inch. So a tiny little amount over 25 miles, and he's just like, no, they didn't do it right. And it's like, well, can you give us how to do it correctly? And then he just backs away. And he won't back up any of his claims ever. So we're just going to have to start pegging him to the floor as soon as he opens his mouth and says anything. I don't care if he says what color underwear he wears. Make him back it up, because at the moment it's just him coming in going blah, blah, blah. You're flat earthers. Fuck you, refraction. I'm out. And he'll run away. And
I'll make him prove the color of his underwear. No.
Yeah, bro. He's pretty much
get
an
what you're saying,
incendiary back in the mud.
Sorry, old dude.
But yesterday he was squirming around in the pain pit. He was in there good and proper. So he was looking for excuses to get out, and Vlad dropping in. It's just shit timing, but yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I want to give them, I'll give them everything. So then, then it's like, okay, where's the geometry? I'll give them whatever they want. I want the geometry.
I'll give it to him too, as long as he can cite it or back it up. I've got no problem with that. But at the moment, he's not backing up anything that he says.
I'll even give them refraction, okay? Like, okay, they got refraction, so where did they get the geometry before the refraction?
I'm not even giving him that anymore. Stuff him. I want him to start backing his stuff up. I've had enough of him. Like, I can tell you something now. If I come in here making claims, I'd expect you lot to be all over me like white on rice. I know AI's got no problem with doing it. So why can't we do it to him? You make a claim, you back it up. It's not hard.
Yeah, that's just my new thing that I'm doing, though. Like, I'll give you everything you want. Let's go find the geometry. I can't do that. Okay, then you got no ball. Because the same observations happen on a flat Earth. The difference is the geometry is 0.
Yep.
Yeah. But anyways, that's my little whinge for the day. Till something else happens later on.
Isn't it great that the 4-dimensional manifold space-time requires 2 horizontal baselines? Complete non-sequitur.
I don't even know what that means.
X, Y, Z. Well, X and Y are on the ground. That they begin with a 0, 0, with no upward or downward curvature. So it's not just one horizontal baseline, it's 2.
I guess that's where they decide that Y and Z are interchangeable.
There you go. I posted what I'm talking about in the side
Z
chat.
is supposed to be depth. X is 1D is linear, 2D is aerial, 3D is luminous. I don't even like that they say that 4D is space-time. 4D is space-time. 4D,
Yeah,
the fourth dimension is like abstract. It's like your thoughts, your your inwardness. That's the fourth dimension, man.
What's funny though is that exact framework's used for all 3D video games.
What's that, space time?
Yeah. Well, Minecraft, for example, and you have height, width, depth, you know, your coordinates and all that. And then time, which would be registered in ticks.
Well, I don't know about space and time, but my time is up. So lunch is over. Have yourselves a great afternoon, everyone. Or if you're on the other side of the pond, great morning. And I'll catch us all later on. Peace, guys.
And then stay blessed and watch out for zombies.
Cheers, man.
Layers, dude. Work safe.
Matrix is a good dude. He's a cool guy.
Like, not to go off into the weeds, right? But like, you know how they say that the 4D is like a tesseract?
Kinda, yeah.
So my opinion, my speculation of the fourth dimension is the what's it called? It's consciousness. It's how you internalize everything, right? That's like why they seek to capture your mind and control your mind, because if they can control your mind and the way you think, then you know that leads to everything else. That leads to submission, right?
Yeah, well, they want your inner thoughts, your conscious of yourself thoughts, focused on the heliocentric possibilities of the infinite and nothing and what could possibly be out there. And at the moment, as you know, they're pushing pretty hard to try and make you think that there's little green men coming from out there. You know, or there's like stuff going on with the sun that's, you know, going to turn us all into zombies. It's like it's everything to just remove you from the self. And I don't mean the self as in selfish. It's about thinking about who you are and what you are and why you're meant to be here, instead of like what everyone's doing, or like focused on going to space and driving Ferraris. You know what I mean?
That's why I line all my hats with aluminum foil.
So look at this picture that I just posted, right? This is the fourth dimension, right? So X travels in both directions infinitely, right? And I know everybody hates that word infinite, but that's what the X dimension is. That's what the first dimension is. Infinite in both directions. Then you got the Y-axis, right? And now you got X and Y. That's aerial, right? Just like a square or a circle or any other 2D object. And circle is a different story, but X, not a triangle. Basically, it'd be a square, right? Or a rectangle. Just infinitely in all directions, which eventually would be a square if they were evenly distributed. And then, so that's aerial, A-R-E-A-L, like the area of. And then you got voluminous, which is the third dimension, X, Y, Z. You got the X going in both directions infinitely, Y going in both directions infinitely, and Z going in both directions infinitely. So that's voluminous. That's what gives you your volume. And then turn all three of those dimensions back inwardly on themselves and infinitely go inward back. That's what like consciousness is, right? Like to be stuck in your own mind and not be able to think outside of your own mind, things like that. Like that's its own dimension, man. Like you can't explain that. You can't get inside of that. All you can do is be inside your own consciousness. And then what I define the fifth dimension, again, my speculation, is energy. All energy is infinite, right? So the first three dimensions are volume, the physical world. The fourth dimension is your own internalization of the physical world. And then the fifth dimension is just pure energy. All energy. I don't know anything above that. I can't perceive it. If there are a sixth dimension, seventh dimension, 33rd dimension. But I can comprehend the first five, at least my version of the first five. And I think they're valid. They're all infinite, right? Time is finite. Time is just based off of like the limitation of the observer. Once the observer's aware and born and aware, now time begins, and when the person dies, time ends, right? So that's finite. That's not infinite. It doesn't go on forever. Let me see if I can find this old.
Greetings from the Man of Stone.
Was the Man of Stone here?
For the first time.
For the first time. What's up, man? I heard Kevin use your plane landing argument.
Yeah, the ILS experiment. I've fully equipped him, you might say, with.
I think he was fully equipped.
Well, he was. The problem is he didn't follow the plan. I actually sent 4 documents his way. You saw 2 of them on screen. And one of them included a full page of refutation to provide counter argument to measuring the sun. You know, right. Everybody knows what a farce that is, and the Globies will never admit it. Least of all MC Goon. So I don't know, man. We will continue to chop.
Measuring the angle to the sun is it's always the apparent location.
Precisely.
Wherever it is, it was there 8 minutes ago.
Yeah, well, that's all fine and dandy according to the heliosexual model. That's what happened, but it's more the logical problem that I've got overall with it. It's a logical problem that you cannot look at the sky and tell you anything about the ground. It's just one of those things. And furthermore, it's an observation. It's not an experiment, and that's what Shiva promised to bring to the table.
Well,
so
God,
currently,
don't get me started on that. We listened to it and critiqued it, dude. That was
excellent.
Disgusting.
I'm glad you did. Someone's paying attention, at least. You know what I mean? Because I mean, the way I score it right now, There's
We're
only
going to use
one.
the scientific method on math. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, for sure. That's exactly the premise right there. You have nailed it. No question there. Insane. And
It is extremely insane.
it's a mathematical setup, and it's Goon's
Sure.
favorite one. You guys are all aware of the $10,000 challenge that Goon put up on his own website regarding spherical Treg?
Yeah.
You remember that noise? That again was a total mathematical setup. Where in this case, it's hey guys, every map you're referring to was built on a spherical graticule, based on celestial sky observation. Hello, we do not see in Euclidean space. None of this is valid. And certainly not translatable as a system. So they're at a loss there. But what's really harsh here is the double standard, where they're demanding, hey man, what are the dependent variables? What are the independent variables? Okay, great. Have you considered margin of error? And what's the input? What's the output? What's going to be? Have you got any math for us? Okay, what about this? So what about that? Well, shit. All the things they're demanding of me, I see none of in their presentation about the sun.
Oh, no.
All I see is, I look out my window, I got an X and a Y, right? And then I'm going to hold up my iPhone and I'm going to get a measurement. And that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. No, it's even more wild than that. When he pulled up that paper and it had your name on there, Stone, or
yeah, I did that on purpose.
Well,
yeah,
they're like he was banned, and Kevin's like, yeah, you're right. You banned everybody who knew how to do any good math.
Yes. 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 Yes, Kevin did say that at least. Again, for anybody who's actually paying attention, it was an awesome point scored right about there in the meeting.
It was. I thought he did a really good job considering he was basically over. I didn't even hear the other guy talk.
Who, Ryan?
I guess, yeah.
Yeah,
Never even heard anything.
Ryan is a real estate agent, and he's a big-time Shiva fan, follower, promoter.
No, not Ryan on
Ryan Shea on the FE panel.
Oh, he was on the FE panel, but he's a Shiva fan?
Yeah. Yeah, and he's actually just been PMing me tonight, it turns out, and mentioning that he's in way over his head. He all of this is beyond his scientific grasp. Which is why you heard absolutely nothing from him during that meeting, and the one you guys didn't see on I think Tuesday or Wednesday night. They had another one, a pre-meeting, and he said nothing then too.
Next time he, when they go in there, maybe you should ask for his invitation. Say, hey,
just
send
jump
me your
in?
invitation, and then you jump in, bro.
Oh, I'll get kicked out immediately. That'd be fun, but no fruit. That's not really gonna accomplish.
Tell him to tell Shiva, like, go ahead and start. I'll be there in a couple minutes. And then, like, while he's in the middle of streaming, right? Because they'll be streaming, waiting for you to come in, and then you can just jump in, and like, if they kick you out, it'll be caught live on stream.
Man, we've already got it live on stream where he accuses me of attacking him. And to keep anybody from questioning him, he picks up his phone and waves it menacingly in front of the camera. I'm sure you guys caught that part.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's sitting there going, okay, well, I haven't seen any receipts, but I can't challenge the facilitator or I'll get booted. You know what I mean? Like, okay, awesome way to run a summit, boys.
Yeah, no, he's like, McToon's like, oh, I've received death threats. I mean, everybody knows his name, bro. It's like, it's no big deal. Everybody knows how to find him. Matter of fact, it's public record because he has to report everything.
I would love to see somebody try and convince me or anybody that there's no such thing as an unhinged, threatening Globie.
Well, it's not even that. Like he literally the whole purpose of this was to dox everybody.
Oh, well, to some degree, yes, sure. But I didn't even go that far. I mean, I sent them all the flying through the hoops, doxing stuff, but I didn't give them my real name. I just gave them Man of Stone or just Stone. You know what I mean? They can do what they want with that, and so be it. I'm not going to give them my real fucking name, nor my physical address in Uruguay. Like that's of any use to them at all. You know what I mean? For anything. So there's that. But let them try. That's fine. They can be assholes if they want. Everybody can see it. You know? Yeah. The comments on Twitter are fabulous. Really enjoying that.
And Shiva was like, "Oh, I decided not to monetize this video or whatever."
Oh, so magnanimous, buddy. Seriously.
Number one, that was a mistake, and number two, I'm sure there's probably a deal where like McToon's like, "Oh, I'll give you some of my thing." Guaranteed.
Some of my views money? Nah.
Because
Shiva,
like his views are going to grow because of this, just because it's Shiva.
Shiva is very wealthy. Don't kid yourself. He's running for Senate.
They don't care.
And
they always want more money.
No, the guy runs a pretty big supplements business. You know what I mean? If you check his Twitter feed, it is full of product that he's selling. He is literally a snake oil salesman.
Oh,
like exactly how you read about. That's who he is. It's amazing.
Indio said that he was an untouchable.
Well, he may be. He may be. Do you say something there, Daisy? No? Okay. Not to worry. But
You've never been in this server before?
No, I got an invite to come here tonight by Yoder, and Indio is here and said he wanted to talk to me about some stuff. So I figured I'd buzz by and see what's up.
So this server, believe it or not, is run by a gentleman named Vivek, and he's a flat earther.
Okay.
And he invited us to come over here so we could get a little bit of extra foot traffic and everything like that. And there's a lot of people in here learning English, so the conversation's pretty broken. But I mean, you being from Uruguay, you probably know enough Spanish that if you recognize the Spanish speaker, you probably could have like a little bit more dialogue with them and everything like that.
No, I don't think my Spanish is that good. I don't aspire to such things online right now. I have so much to do.
But you're in Uruguay, bro.
I know, but it's not like I'm leaving anytime soon, you know. But this week, nah, not gonna happen. So much going on. It's insane.
That's hilarious.
Just starting with Shiva, yeah, man.
But no, this is a great server. Just even if you might even ask Vivek for an Ether Cause room. I mean, we wouldn't mind you coming in here. I don't care, but I know you guys like to have other conversations sometimes.
I mean, if I actually pictured myself like having some actual free time, like on a Wednesday night or a Thursday night or something, I see a possibility where I could come in and maybe hit the advanced class and read to them.
Yeah.
But again, I would just as quickly invite those same people who would be in that room to review me reading at reading nights, because I blast through it pretty quick, and it can, in the same way that you learn to speed read, it could up their skill level pretty fast, regardless of how well they comprehend the subject. You know what I mean? It's just watching the words
repetition.
go by. Yeah.
Repetition, hearing the words. You may not know it, but like as you hear the words over and over again, they start to sink in a little bit.
Yeah, your subconscious gets to bite on them a few more times and piece it in. But sure, yeah. I mean, I see a possibility there. But again, immediately, not such good odds. Got way too much to do right now. And I should be doing it right now, actually. But I just stop by. It appears
thank
that
you.
Indio is not near the machine right now.
Not at the moment, but he may be back within the next 15, 20 minutes. He'll probably
All right.
have a little bit of a conversation. So hang out for a little while. Let's chit chat.
Yeah, sure. I'll leave you guys playing in the background here for a few. I got some documents to play with, PDFs and stuff to create for Kevin. Yeah.
No, hey,
Yeah.
and by the way, that making a right angle triangle when they start their landing approach is fucking genius, bro.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Have you guys seen my previous work on this subject?
No, I have not. Indio, I think, has, but I have not.
Okay. I'm on Rumble now. I took 50 of my videos from BitChute.
Okay.
And mirrored them over to Rumble and re-uploaded them there. So they're all dated.
Go ahead and
they're
drop the
all
link in the
uploaded
bubble.
by upload date. Pardon?
Go ahead and drop a link in this little chat bubble over here.
Yeah.
Or you know
can
what?
do.
What is it? What is it on Rumble? What's the?
Here, let me just give you my username. It's just easier
Yeah.
that way.
Because I know you don't have link perms. So the weird thing about this server, you get link perms as time goes on.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
you can put a link in, but you don't get the preview.
By the time you type the first 5 characters of my username, which I just threw into the chat there, by the time you type in, and it's case sensitive, so it's FEM and then AN lowercase. By the time you get that far, the autocomplete will show it to you in the field. Most of the time.
FEMAN.
Yeah, most of the time it'll just flash right up there.
Flat Earth Man of Stone.
That's
at
me.
the bottom of the list, bro.
Of course. That's so you don't have to move your mouse too far to get to it. I'll take that spot. So, yeah, man. Oh, let's see who's buzzing me on the PM thing. Oh, it showed.
Yeah, I forgot Rumble doesn't give preview.
Yeah, Yoda was out looking at the Aurora. That's where he was, playing with his smoke alarm.
Okay. Yeah, Indio was asking me if I could see it in Dallas. I can't see it in Dallas, so.
That's too bad.
But I think I have an overcast.
We got a rain going tonight, so it's pointless for me to even go outside. All right, Yoder's coming. You just got back in the door. Yeah, man. Shortly. That's the word he used.
Welcome.
Blockchain King. AV, what's up, dude? 20 cups.
Yo.
What's up, man?
What's happening, boys?
His Majesty.
Yeah, that one that Sheepdog just posted at 32 minutes after the hour, that ILS experiment, that's a brand new video, and it has some pretty cool animation right at the end, showing the two scenarios side by side in real time, as well as what you expect to see on the flight display in terms of the glide slope scope. That was a fun piece of work. A lot of work, but fun to make. Theodore is typing.
Yo, is Indio here?
He's not near his machine currently, as I've been told. Oh man, Yoder's bailing.
He bailed on you.
I'm appealing to him. I'm wheedling. I'm wheedling. It happens. That's hilarious. But once you find my channel, that's the ILS one. But the ones you should be looking for are much farther down the list. Part 2 is about Earth not being convex. And part 1 is about Dubé deconstructing or reconstructing him. That's part 1. You should definitely watch part 1 first. They're not that long, but there's a lot of detail. So I recommend use of the pause key quite frequently. There's a lot of shit there. I don't like
What
to
is
waste
this?
time.
Only 12 years later, internet kissing?
Yeah. It's referring to a Big Bang Theory episode where Wolowitz prototypes a kissing USB connectable transmit receive unit. And he and Raj are in the lab trying it out, kissing each other using the machine. It's a riot of a scene. And this is the actual product.
That's funny.
Yeah, I thought that was interesting enough to make a quick video about.
Bro, it's catchy, man. It makes you wonder what's going on.
Yeah, it works. It's not just clickbait either. It's what's actually going on. You know what I mean? It's just, that part's hilarious. Yep, those are the 2 tags, Sheep. You got them exactly right. Part 2, then part 1. Yeah, I kick his ass a little bit along with Derek because of the premise. You know.
Shifty Shiva's new BFF.
Yeah, that's another awesome track. Check the very beginning of the list and the very end of the list for all 4, I think, videos about Shiva now that have been going on since January. Wife would beat me if I went right now to smuggler.
Oh, is this the full interview with Shiva, or at least the part where he mentioned Flat Earth?
Oh, part 1? That's the whole thing with Dave condensed.
Okay.
The salient points when Shiva is just blah 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 the whole time, and let's do this instead of talk about anything Dave wants to talk about. You know what I mean?
Yeah, supposedly he asked Dave what the scientific method was.
Oh,
and
he raked him over the coals.
No, but it's like, I've talked to Dave, and he's talked about the scientific method several times.
Oh yeah, no, Dave knows all about it. Well, what's hilarious is that Shiva did not really, and does not really, I guess maybe he's educated himself more about it now, but at the time, he demonstrated how little he knew about it, to the effect that that's what Bruce McGuire spent 6 hours analyzing. And I recommend you watch that. It's hilarious. I mean, it's just Sartadian levels of goofery. It's a blast. If you have the patience. Yeah, Shiva is just a stellar idiot. and a little verbally violent. If you've read his Twitter feed, he's really graphic. He'll just say, fuck Marjorie, fucking rah, 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 rah. And you go on and keep zucking that Zionist cock, rah, 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 rah. It's just like, holy shit, guy. You're running for Senate. You want to tone it down a little bit? Wow, way to lose your audience. Just amazing lack of judgment this guy has. Just amazing. Oh well, guess we're not going to hear from Yoder tonight. Yeah.
No worries, man. Hopefully India will come in here and, strike up a conversation with you. He knows a lot more about what's going on with Shiva than most of us do. AV, do you know anything about what's going on with Shiva? You got any questions for Stone?
But after his summit?
I mean, just everything going on right now with that whole situation.
Supposedly India was talking about him having to, I guess, he got one of the flat earthers to put him in a corner with some misinformation that they were trying to rail on him about the information he was presenting. They were just misinformed, and they just, I guess, from what India was saying, they didn't let up. So, I mean, I don't see anybody really challenging him, like as far as people that he could get in a debate with. He won't meet us in any of the forums that we asked him to. Yoder tried to get a meeting with him, but he wanted to dox everybody that would, want to get in a challenge with him, like a debate. I don't know why, but he wanted all their information, and we weren't going to give that to him. So
It's
he
just
called
another
everybody cowards.
intimidation tactic.
Called everybody cowards because of it.
Yes, Stone was one of them. He was supposed to be in there also, but that fell through. Space Odyssey was going to be in there. Shane St. Pierre was going to be in there. And I don't know if you heard the video that we played last night, but apparently Kevin not yelled at Shiva, but he's like Shiva was getting on him about things. He's like, anybody who is good at math, you just automatically threw him out of the conversation. And he's talking about Stone and Shane St. Pierre, and I don't know if he knew about Indio, but or Yoder.
Same with Witsit. He tossed everybody who's worthy of conversation just right to the side, making all kinds of lies up about it in the process. It labeled me a pusillanimous grifter, if you can believe that.
He's quite the showman. He's been doing that for, I guess, he did that to Witsit, he did that to Yoder, he did that to a lot of people that were trying to get a deal with him struck so that we can have a debate with him, but it seems like that's all he wanted to do. It was real childish of him.
Hey, starting with Dave Weiss. Absolutely. That's exactly what he did. He just... it was ugly.
Yep. So in the end of the summit, I don't think anybody that was someone that could take him on were able to get on there with him. So...
No, you can be sure Goon was behind that decision.
Yeah, it was all set up. So I don't know. I think he's never going to meet us on a platform where it's kind of like open to people that want to challenge him, because there have been most of the flat earthers would want to challenge him, but he just wouldn't have it. Unless you doxed yourself to the nth degree.
Yeah, I mean, he knows that he is not exposed enough to the subject. That we are out of his league, and he's never going to admit something like that.
Yeah.
Who was it? Go ahead.
No, I mean, the conversation is like we're ready to have it, but he's not willing to. Engage in the level that we are. He's just he's way out of his depth.
He's not able, not at all. And you can hear on the 8th on this meeting that he was constantly deferring to what the goons wanted to play it as. And if you had also seen the pre-meeting on Tuesday or Wednesday night before all this, you would also have seen a lot of the same. That Shiva asked a lot of newbie questions about the ILS experiment, which I found astonishing because I sent him a 2-page PDF and a 4-minute video breakdown of the experiment on May 15th. And he never looked at any of it. And it was so apparent because of the questions he was asking. It's like, I don't know how this guy can even operate like this. It's just amazing.
Yeah, he's calling for some sort of summit, yet he doesn't have an honest bone in his body to actually review or look into any of the things that we're saying. So I really don't know. I don't know what he's getting at with this. What he's playing at. I don't know.
I did think it was funny that McToon told Shiva, you need to get some of us on your panel because any flat earther worth his weight will destroy any PhD in a debate. I thought that
he might have said that too. Yeah, for sure.
So yeah, he pretty much stirred everybody up. I don't know if he's going to be back on the scene or not, though. What if you guys heard? Is he going to try doing something again, or it was just a one and done?
No, he's
This
giving
wasn't
us
a debate.
homework.
This wasn't a debate. This was like the flat earthers come up with their experiment, and Globers come up with their experiment. They exchange ideas, and then they have a week to refute it, right?
More than that, we're being told that we have to come back on the 15th, same time, same place, with a mathematical model in description of their experiment or observation, which is what it really is, that we're supposed to come up with a flat earth mathematical model for measuring and predicting the motion of the sun. If you can believe that. That's what they're demanding, as well as, they've come up with a couple of fucked up, totally meaningless objections to my experiment. Two of them being margin of error of the distance measuring equipment and the angle set of the ILS tower EMF beams themselves. You know what I mean? They want to know what the error tolerances are of those in regard to how valid or conclusive will the measurements be. And they're about to get totally slayed on that too. You know what I mean? And we have to bring the answers to their objections on the 15th as well. They're expected to hear that.
Well, it's funny that they can scrutinize you, but when it comes to their perception of what Earth is as a globe, you can't do that to them.
No, not in the least.
Seems like it's one-sided.
No, you can't do that because you don't know math. You know what I mean? That's as far as they've gone with their defense. When it's a logical problem that they don't understand.
Yeah, exactly.
And will never acknowledge. They will never say, you're right. If we're just looking at shit in the sky, we don't know anything about the Earth because of that. You know what I mean? They're never going to admit that.
In the past, we've had some mathematicians that have been a part of our group. Are you one? Also, would you consider yourself, Stone, a mathematician?
A mathematician?
Yeah, someone who's adept at learning or knowing, like through equations. I know Shane St. Pierre. I think he studied some math. So 20 Cups was doing that too. There's
think
been
it
a few
depends
people.
on what your standard is. That when
I think of myself that way, India.
When it comes to arithmetic and algebra and trigonometry, no problem. I'm quite fluent, programming or whatever. But when it comes to calculus, integration, and shit like that, I haven't taken the time. I have a pretty decent understanding of it, but I can't operate in that environment yet.
So what are they expecting though? What are they? They're wanting somebody of a higher level of math to come through, or what are they?
They told us to go and find our own experts to consult.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, regarding their observation, and you're right. They will not entertain any dialogue to the critique of their choice of quote experiment. You know what I mean? It's outrageous what the double standard is going on right now. Oh, there's Indio typing away. He's AFK. Whatever that means.
Away from computer.
He said
Or
give me a
keyboard, sorry.
minute, so maybe he'll be another minute and then he'll be in there. That could happen.
He's away from
I'm
keyboard.
encouraged. Yeah.
What are you? I saw you have a channel up on Rumble.
Yeah. There's about 50 videos there you might want to check from the past. And a lot of those involve a shitload of math. You know what I mean? You're going to find that in common. Logarithmic functions to boot when we're talking about star brightness calculations and shit. That I noticed you guys have a Red Bull tab in this area of Discord servitude. Would that be in reference to Felix Baumgartner Red Bull Jump? Is that what that tab is about, or did I misinterpret?
But
maybe that's on the 24/7 server instead of this one.
Yeah, I don't follow.
It's in the library on 24/7 at the bottom.
Yeah, it is. Okay,
Oh.
yeah. It's in the hashtags all down the bottom.
Yeah.
You got
That's
one
what it-
typed Red Bull.
Yeah, if you go in there and it talks all about Phoenix.
It's all
Felix.
about Felix. Cool, man. Because I've done a video analysis of his jump. And I even did a Globebusters review of that video, which is from 4 years ago, in the second or first week of September of this year, right before all of this Shiva stuff started. And again, that is something you will see on my Rumble list, is a response to the 4-hour stream that MC Goon did right after that Globebusters re-presentation review, just basically trying to shit on me and my presentation to prove that Flurfs don't know shit. And he said some really stupid things, some amazingly dumb shit. So I, of course, put together a quick video outlining it and labeled it Toxic Clown, because that's really what he is. Yeah, enjoy that one. That one's fun to watch, for sure.
Yeah, thanks for the links.
Oh, you bet. Should take you about a month to go through them.
How'd
Unless
you,
really
Stone,
wanna
how'd you find us? Have you been around? Like, I feel like I'd seen your name before.
I've been doing the Ether Cause thing for 2 years.
Oh.
And I spend a lot of time on Telegram. I moderate my own channel, the Stone Cold Truth channel, and another one, a private one called Stone's Very Own channel, where I put up most of my work and relay shit there. I also admin on the Misfits channel on Telegram, so you'll see me there. And I spend a fair bit of time Friday nights on Twitter.
All right. Oh, good to see you around, man.
Slaying the
glad
goalies.
glad to see more folk are joining the fray.
Yeah, for sure. Thanks, man.
Yeah, there's a lot of work and a lot of hands are needed. So.
Well, I have definitely put in the work, because I don't just make cool videos and borrow other people's material. I create my own content from scratch, all my diagrams, illustrations, and everything that I do. And topics that I pick are rarely spin-offs of other people's work, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
I like to create new content. And no, I'm not afraid of the math. I like to show it. I like to show the formulae. In fact, one of my favorite MOs is to take mainstream formulae, like, GMM over R squared, for example, in the case of Felix. And I like to take the mainstream assertions about real-world figure and plug them into the formulae and see where we end up. And invariably, it just turns out to be nonsense. From Newton to Einstein, it's all there. Marmé, everybody. I don't pull punches, and I don't waste any fucking time in introductions and garbage. You know what I mean? I just that's why I label most of my videos a quick couple thoughts about this or that, because it's really quick. I don't want to waste anybody's time, because people have TikTok attention spans now. You know what I mean? So I'm kind of catering to that. But it's just up to the user to use the pause key as appropriate. And I think it's pretty valuable content.
That's awesome, man. Yeah.
Cool.
Good to see you hanging around and, showing some of the work you've done and with the links that you provided.
Yeah. Thanks, man. Enjoy it. It's a wild ride. Hey, Indio is back. How's it going, dude?
Yeah, I'm back. I was on the phone. Then I had to whip down food as fast as humanly possible to make it here. So
Yeah, you
I don't
went
know
to
what
bed,
it tasted like,
so-
but it probably tasted good if I would have.
There's no competition now.
Before you dive into any convos, I need to holler at you, man. There's something you got to see.
Where?
Oh, on a
We
private
needed-
call.
Okay.
So I don't,
Okay, you're putting me on the spot, man.
well, yeah, but I mean, I don't know if it's important that Stone needs to holler at you real quick. So it sounded like it. He was waiting for you.
Guys,
Yeah.
guys.
Well, what are we going first? You going first or second? Just tell me what order I'm doing this in.
I don't know if it's real important. Stone, do you got to relate? Because I just really want to pull him away for like not even 5-10 minutes.
Well, it is 5 to 1 a.m. here already, so I kind of wanted to,
Yeah.
Well, all I wanted to say is that paper, and Alan told me you already figured this out. The paper that they cited, which was, I'm sure you watched the Shiva stream, right?
Oh, definitely. I was actually plugging Kevin live on the fly during it. Yeah, you bet I watched it.
Yeah, well, apparently they didn't read the paper. Dude, I have a real issue with, like, berating Kevin for not having a citation, not requiring a citation on the other dude, and then the other dude posts a citation, and he highlights the specification when the whole paper is about how the specification isn't what is actually measured in reality, which is crazy, dude. And then they berate him for over an hour about it.
Yep, for sure. And
that's one of the most dishonest things I've ever seen. Like,
I've
in my
already
life.
pulled down that paper, and the specification you're talking about is 0.6 nautical miles in terms of an error. And that's actually a typo. If you read that paper, every other reference talks about a 20th of a nautical mile or better down to 92 meters. And frankly, there are three comments in that paper.
43 meters.
Yep,
It's 43
one way.
meters.
Exactly, one way out of that 92, which is the 20th of a nautical mile. The point is that there are like 3 different citations in that paper that say, look, the FAA requirement is 0.05 nautical miles, and we measured, 200 airports and found generally that the equipment as it is today in 2013 is doing better than that requirement. It's tighter than that already 12 years ago. You know what I mean? That this is such a non-issue.
But the thing is, they were talking down to him, berating him, saying, you go to kindergarten, like all this stuff. All the while, there's a paper on the screen that he had a citation that he highlighted, but the only reason they even mention the specification is because they're doing a paper testing the specification. You have to say what it is.
Right. No,
they didn't say that was correct. The whole paper's about it not being correct.
He totally cherry-picked that citation in that part of the paper and highlighted it on and pretty much on purpose. So
you think he
in
didn't
the
read the paper?
Yeah, and that's my question, and then I'm going to be having Kevin ask directly right off the page. I'm going to hand him is which is it, boys? Is it that Dan cherry-picked this erroneous value on purpose? Or is he illiterate when it comes to reading a scientific paper as simple as this one? Which is it? You know what I mean? It's got to be one of the other. I'm going with illiteracy too. I think the guy's completely full of shit. And I've been listening to him object to my proposal for 2 meetings now. Not just the 8th, but the pre-meeting on Tuesday or Wednesday night before that. I've got the video for that too. And the guy just tosses.
You know the deal, right?
Bullshit.
He's just a tech, bro. That's all he is. He's just a radio tech.
Yeah.
Someone else goes and does the site survey. He gets a freaking pallet of equipment. They say, set it up. We need this measured dB between the fucking
he's the screwdriver.
on the link. Yeah, he turns a fucking screwdriver, dude. He doesn't know anything that he's talking about. No, I'm not trying to downplay anyone with a screwdriver, but he's holding himself as a radio expert. So that's why I'm slamming him.
Yeah, he is the quote
expert. He said mirages don't happen in UHF. You can just Google that and find out that's not true. He said that scintillation doesn't happen in UHF. You can Google that and find out that's not true. He said water doesn't affect UHF. In fact, water's the only thing that actually does affect UHF. You can Google that and find out that that's not true. Like, everything he said just is not true, dude. But Shiva was like, we have an expert here. Blah, 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 blah. Like, no, dude, you don't have an expert there at all.
They got nothing. Him and
dude, that was disgusting, bro. Like,
it is. To people in the know like yourself and myself, it's a fucking circus. But to the fence sitters who are ignorant of all of this, who are just coming in because they know Shiva, they're fence sitters, they've got TikTok mentalities, and they don't know shit about how to even tell time on an analog clock face. Those kinds of people,
oh God,
they're gonna listen to him no matter what he says, right?
Can't read analog clock. That's bad.
Those people exist.
What do you think about him saying a hypothesis is an equation?
Oh, for fuck's sake! Yeah, well, at least he corrected himself and used the term mathematical model, when it's really nothing more than.
When did he do that? Formula. I didn't hear that part.
Again, I think that was the pre-meeting that you guys didn't see. He started to correct his language a little bit, and it was probably upon the direction advice of one of the other goons, saying, "Look, Shiva, if you really want to come across, serious, you can't be talking like that anymore. You have to use these terms instead. That's not what it is. That's this." And he's like, "Okay, changing the variables in his head to different nomenclature, and then all of a sudden it sounds like he's making sense when he still isn't."
He doesn't know what he's talking about. I look every step he made of the scientific method. I searched, asked fucking a bunch of fucking AIs. Is this terminology, especially like what was it? Evidence is repeatable predictions.
Yeah.
So I was like, okay, any textbook, any citation, anywhere has evidence ever been defined in science as repeatable predictions? Fucking nowhere. Nowhere in engineering, nowhere in science. No one's ever said that. He literally invented that.
What he means is that repeatable predictions are some form of evidence.
Dude.
That's what's really there. And he again, you guys look at this formula F equals MA shit that he's been plugging for a while here.
Dude, that was so dumb. What? F equals MA is a definition. It's true by definition. Because F is an abstract quantity. You can't. How do you measure F, right? You measure mass times acceleration. It's fucking the dumbest. Like, oh my.
It's an inappropriately expressed formula. It's not that F equals MA. It's that A equals F over M. The equal sign,
that's right,
mathematically speaking, is something that we use to separate the known from the unknown, the independent from the dependent. And someone who teaches mathematics, should be quite aware of that and understand that he is inappropriately expressing that formula. That it is actually A, the thing you don't know, equals F over M, the things you do know and control.
Yeah, but Stone, if he had his experiment, right, see if he had a testable prediction. What device does he measure force with? It's going to be some device that measures mass times acceleration.
Yeah. Or a scale.
So he can't measure the force directly anyway, in the first place, to confirm the hypothesis. He can't measure the variable. He can't measure it directly. That variable is just an abstract quantity. It doesn't mean anything.
We're talking about a guy who wants to hold his iPhone up to the sky and measure the sun and prove the shape of the Earth.
Oh, God. They're gonna be really disappointed when they find out that a model of that McToon is gonna be like time and date or something, or the U.S. Naval Observatory, and then they find out that it's an observer-centric model, that you're not on a globe, you're literally not on anywhere. It's only the celestial sphere. That's all it deals with, the celestial sphere. It doesn't deal with where you are.
Nope, not a bit.
You're gonna and Shiva's gonna go, the globe predicts the and here's the funny thing. McToon knows this because we had a thing on X, a back and forth. I got screenshots of it. Post is still up. What I told him is that there's no globe in the predictions of the sun and where its position is. The spatial reference is the time in the celestial equator, and that's it. That's the only spatial reference.
Purely celestial. Yeah, that's the whole point. That is what Shiva is missing, and that is where he is just believing Goon without actually thinking the logic out in his own head. He's just, okay, we're going to do it that way. That's the way reality is now, and that's an experiment.
Well, think about how if they wanted to do like the full-scale heliocentric model on a globe, right? They want to find where the sun is, right? They would need to know where they are on the orbit. They would need to know where the line of sight is. And then they would need to project that onto a plane in a freaking perspective geometry to see what the sun, quote unquote, looks like. Because you're not going to be able to tell where the sun is in the sky orthometrically, right? You're going to need to put yourself on the surface of a sphere to figure out where it is relative to the horizon, right? Because that's where your azimuth and elevation angle. So you're going to need the direction from a point on the sphere and this elevation from your
consider
tangent
rotation
on the sphere,
and
right?
revolution. Yes.
Yeah. So how would they even model that out?
Well, I'm
That would
waiting
take
to
forever,
see.
right?
They're going to show that to us allegedly on Saturday.
Yeah.
I can't
Yeah.
fucking wait.
I can't
I'm certainly not going to offer it to them. You know what I mean? I'm not going to be providing that to them. There's no point. It's an observation. It's not an experiment, and it's not what we agreed to.
Yeah. Well, a lot of stuff he didn't do that he agreed to. He said 6 flat earthers, 6 globe earthers. We're all going to agree on one experiment.
It was
Everybody
going to be
gonna-
10 and 10, man. Since January, it was going to be 10 and 10.
Was that on Dave's?
Yeah.
On Dave, I thought he said 6 and 6.
No, it was 10.
I mean, I
and
could
10.
be wrong. It's not important. 5 and 5.
Oh no, I
10
have
and 10.
Like Schwarzenegger said in Terminator, I have detailed files.
I have detailed.
I have detailed files of the whole thing.
Whatever it was. Said he's going to fly everybody out to Cambridge. They're all going to
Yeah,
collaborate
for
to come up
sure.
with one experiment. And then each person was going to go do the they're going to sign a ethics declaration. Then each person was going to go do the experiment, and then they were going to bring back the data.
Yeah.
Collate all the data together, and then figure out what his testable prediction is, right? And that was what was supposed to happen. Now it's Globe Team versus Flat Earth Team. And like McToon's weaseled his way into another freaking bullshit, dude. Like, how does this dude keep weaseling his way into shit?
I saw that coming a mile away. The moment that it did, actually, in the beginning of the 3rd week of September, was when on Twitter, Goon seemingly organically replied to Shiva's DM request looking for more panel members. And he said, "Oh, I'm interested. Okay." Shiva says, "Okay, well, DM me," when you know they did long
Oh, they've already been. Of course.
Long
As soon as Shiva went on Dave, McToon's been in contact with him. The same way with Duffy,
for
remember?
sure.
Remember the crap with Duffy?
Yeah. How could I forget?
And then...
Oh, my God.
And then when Witsa had the conversation with Harrison on InfoWars...
Yeah, that was fucking
Harrison brought up during that conversation that McToon was fucking DMing him nonstop.
Yep. No, that weasel is everywhere. Like a bad
I guess
rash.
that's kind of what he does. If any flat Earth, he must be monitoring a bunch of flat Earthers, right? And then if they go,
me
"Hey, I'm going to
included.
talk on this thing," he tries to co-opt it.
Yeah, me included. You'll notice that in the Toxic Clown video that I put out on him. One point in it, when he's slamming away about my review of my own video about Felix, that you'll notice that he banned me on Rumble, says Goon, when the video's 4 years old and I didn't actually create my Rumble account until about a week before he published that video.
Crazy.
And he said it 3 times in a row that he banned me on Rumble and I can't do things on Rumble and maybe nobody listens to you on Rumble. And I'm like, dude, less than 5 seconds before that, he plays the recording of me on Globebusters saying, "Well, we're talking about this video I posted on BitChute." And
Yeah, that's what I thought you used, BitChute. I watched all your videos on there. I didn't watch. I haven't seen any of your videos on Rumble.
Exactly. Up until September, I've just created a Rumble channel and moved 50 of them over because nobody in the UK, for example, can watch them without being on a VPN.
Yeah, I heard that.
Ironic.
Yeah, I remember you talking about that in one of the spaces. Yeah.
Yeah, because, I mean, BitChute is a British fucking company, and British people can't visit their site. That's bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. So that's
Britain.
one of the reasons why I also migrated finally to Rumble.
Yeah,
and I'm just
Rumble's
going to
pretty
continue from there because, in the words of of South Park and their latest episode. BitChute sucks now, and I don't want to play anymore. I even created a meme of that. Would you guys like to see that?
Dude, BitChute is like putting zero effort. Their site looks the same way it did 10 years ago.
Oh yeah, for sure. Actually, I don't even know.
I mean, and I'm one against bloat and companies changing shit, but you could polish it a little bit. Or, like, you could make the logo a little bit better. Like, just change the logo, dude. It's like literally like just like they use some standard font and just like BitChute, and that's it.
Well, I'm hearing they is actually a he. I'm hearing like it's a one-man show kind of website. So I don't know, man. Maybe the guy's just too busy to worry about his look. I can respect that part, but there's so many other aspects of BitChute that just I can't handle it anymore. I fucking hate it. So
yeah.
Bye-bye.
Performance
You know what I mean?
pretty shit.
Don't have the patience anymore for that kind of shenanigans. Rumble's fine.
So
Lots
they're
of people
having
go there.
another. So they're having another thing on this Saturday coming up. And what
Yep,
is that
part
going to
two.
entail?
It's going to be part
What's that
two.
gonna-
That's
Is
where
that more slamming Kevin and just pretending?
a little bit,
they
no
know
doubt.
everything?
the occurrence, and then timestamp it, then give it to us so that we can like review if not what you saying is true. But he didn't do that. He just like he dropped the 12-hour video and wanted us to go look for it, hunt for it. So
Cool.
Oh well.
Here's another didn't do. I didn't do nothing. It's all their fault. I didn't do nothing.
Wasn't me.
The mods are bullying me. Oh, isn't that what he told you, Dandelion? The mods are bullying him?
Yeah, that was last night's message. Yeah. And apparently my customer service was not satisfactory, so he had to come on here.
You have to fill out the forms?
Yeah, that's what I should have done. Send him one of those forms that the Golden Monkey used to make. I mean, I just told him I don't really know what was happening in that convo, so I can't comment, which is pretty much what you guys said. I mean,
yeah, but he demands restitution. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd like to know how long he's been a flat earther, honestly, because I seem to recall a while back he was definitely not.
Yeah, I feel like I might have asked him that when he the first time he came in a while back, but we'll ask him when he comes back. Good idea. I'm going to drive my son to school, so I'm going to put you guys on the radio, but I'm not going to be able to talk.
Try to keep it PG then.
Yeah, you better.
All right.
Drive safe, Paul.
Thank you.
Well, dude, what do you have as your avatar, dude? Every time I see it, it looks like a troll or something with a big nose.
It's from a music video. It's a character from South America festivals. I don't really know who it is, whether it's meant to be the devil or the spirit of the dance or something. But yeah, like you know me, dude, I find unusual things as a PFP. I'll drop the link in chat from the video it's in.
Hey, you haven't. We've been doing some controversial topics on Frontline Unfiltered, man. You haven't joined that server. Like, that's a lot of stuff that you used to look into prior to Flat Earth, or at least I don't know if you're still looking into controversial topics, but
absolutely, dude. Yeah, yeah. Is it on Discord or what?
Yeah. We're.
Oh, dude, I thought you were out on Rumble. Right, okay,
Yeah,
well, I'll jump in, man. Sorry, dude, I didn't realize.
No, it's on Rumble, but like it's like a soft rollout. I didn't want to like invite everybody at the same time because it would create a vacuum. Then everybody would be like migrating to that, and so I was trying to like little bit at a time invite like the homies like one at a time. So
thanks, bro. That's appreciated. I'll make a point of dropping in, Miggy. Cheers, man.
Yeah, I didn't know like where you stood with that, but there's more to be said about like the topics that are involved with like each country and like where like Jedi. I mean, we had a show about what's going on in the UK. The dudes from Australia, like Matrix and AJ, and all them were talking about happenings in their country, politically and otherwise, right? So we're having a grand time, man, having these discussions, and in the server itself, we have those like topics that just pop up, like because I don't know what's happening in other places like on the ground. You do because you're there, so you can comment better than the news that we get.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what it's all about. It's about where we are all across Earth and how we're all being played and what's been rolled out, and an honest, like ground level opinion of what's going on. Yeah, great idea, dude. Yeah, great idea.
Yeah, and because we are a group is so dynamic, right, and diverse, we can have a better conversation. Like Frontline Unfiltered, like the premise of that was to examine all the things that are being told to us from news sources and otherwise, and us being able to, as critical thinkers, because we've been doing it for a while, be able to examine the pieces of information and or be able to experience the incidents that are occurring within our own countries and be able to comment on that. That's what it was. The show's about that. So where it's like a panel of diverse people, and like I try to keep it rotating to where anybody that wants to come on from like our group can pop on the cam and talk about like topics including Flat Earth, but more a bit more open to talk about the other topics too. So we're discussing everything, dude. Just nothing like I want to talk to Gemsy about the parasite condition, like the whole mystery around that, and then if anybody has any particular stance on certain topics that are controversial, I want to talk about those too. Like we're confronting them head on, so that gives us an outlet outside of like just speaking only about flat Earth. Because I mean, by being here, we built up a critical thinking mind. Being able to discern the truth from what the lies are about, like the shape of the Earth and such. So.
Yeah, absolutely. To see us of what we really are. Just trying to get to the bottom of things by simple exploration, or instead of having to deal with third-hand or worse information, now it's direct, second-hand. And I think it's what the internet should really be for. It shouldn't really be a place to argue and fight or, do all the bad things that go on the internet. And we're all guilty of something out there. But yeah, it's better that we try and have a place that is free to speak about any topic. And the fact that you're now able to, you've waited so long and it's finally come round where you can talk about all topics now. And if it's approached regimentally in a forum where it's open and it's not slanderous, or it can't be accredited as being slanderous or claimed as being, then they've got no ground. These seem to be like people like John. If you watch Dr. John Campbell or follow him, he seems to have gotten all the ground that he's gotten because he's talking to people from across Earth. He's going to where they are to interview them, and it's actually he's medically accredited. Not necessarily in all the fields that he's talking to, but he's talking to people in those fields. A lot of them are retired. A lot of them are, they've left these businesses or these jobs or that field. So they're not necessarily bothered about getting put out in a lot of ways. And I feel that that's like us. A lot of us are happy to calm up or even dox ourselves fully, but a lot of us just simply can't because we're involved in the heliocentric industry one way or another, and it's just not viable for us to do that. But our voices are still have as much countenance in our opinion and our facts that we discover have as much countenance as anyone who screams, I'm a PhD, they'll let me for president, I'm God of the world. It's to not approach the working people or anyone from any sort of social standing legibly. It's they're censoring themselves at the end of the day. So why should we? I agree with you completely. Go for it. I put that what my PFP's from in the chat. It's a character in the dance. I think it might be a South American festival style character. I don't know what the relevance is though.
Yeah, one of the important things that just transpired is that YouTube, where Google and all them are saying that under the Biden administration, they came out and said this. They were actively censoring people that were having political speech against like the far left groups in America, and so they were being banned, taken off the internet or YouTube, excuse me, and they were also being limited to talk about COVID-19. You couldn't say anything about that. That has been overturned as of recently. And we were talking about that on the show and like discussing the fact that this had just come out, that they've overturned that. They're asking people to come back to YouTube whose accounts have been banned because of them talking about COVID-19. That has just been overturned. So it's like now they're allowing that to be discussed on YouTube and also political speech.
Epic. About time, thank God. Brilliant news. Thank you, mate.
Oh, for how long?
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. They're asking those individuals to come back that accounts that have been taken down. There's been big accounts, bro, that have been talking about COVID-19 and or having a different opinion than these extremists. So they're now allowing for political debate to happen and discussion about COVID-19. So it's like, well, they're opening the doors to that where they had them shut down or you'd only have to say COCO. You couldn't say COVID-19. So now you can actually say it without being jeopardizing YouTube's policies because you know what I mean? They've overturned that.
Not gonna lie, Alpha. It's gonna feel weird being able to talk about it openly. Like it had such a chilling effect that many of us are even too afraid to open our mouths about it.
Yeah, I get the effect, man. It's the purpose of like why I think what we're doing with Frontline is so important is because we're on the front line. Like we're listening to everything that we're being told by the people who are like, because we can't cover, like, in other words, we're not investigative journalists, right? But we are, in a sense, kind of doing that when we're looking into the topics, but we're not going out like a man on the street, going out into certain places. But we are doing that on the internet of things, right? So it makes a difference that we can find out information coming from these people in high places, like these tweets that they say, or holding them accountable, like Dr. Shiva, when they're saying something that's incorrect. I think that's what we're all about. We want it to be a place where people can come across and share their ideas about the topics that matter most to us, that are affect our daily lives. So I do. I think it's important.
Dude, do you have any thoughts, by the way, I know it's off topic, about Trump recalling every single general across all the armed services to descend onto Quantico at the same time for a one-day meeting?
When did this transpire?
I think yesterday or something, very recently announced it. He said, and this is supposed to happen on like Tuesday, all generals worldwide, I don't care where you are, drop what you're doing, 1 star to 4 stars, all services. You're to meet me in Quantico is what a SecDef Hegseth told him. And I think Trump will be there too.
Wow. I don't know if this is related, Yoder, but what we've noticed that there's a pattern happening within just America and worldwide. There's a few things that are happening, disturbances that need to be quelled, problem, reaction, solution, right? So there's something happening, right, within like every government of the world that you could say first world governments, right? You heard of the things that are happening in Nepal. We got stuff happening in Milan, Italy. The UK is marching. People in certain cities in America have been now called to there's this call to action, like take a stance, where military force is now being installed in, I think, Washington. There was foot soldiers from the National Guard that went there to kind of quell disturbances, and they found there's these like new polls that are coming out where the crime rate has increasingly dropped. So there seems to be like an outpouring of people that are calling out for the government to step in. So certain cities, and there's another one, Minneapolis, which is now on the radar, but Chicago is another city that was going to be let the National Guard go and try to quell the disturbance from the gang violence that's been happening over there. And the people are actually crying out for this. So they're actually calling for, the government to do something, where now Trump is saying, well, I got reason to step in. Look at the people are calling for justice, and I'm going to give it to them. So there seems to be something happening where military installments are being taking place. I'm not saying it's related to what you said, but I'm saying it could be something correlated to that, because it seems like I've been hearing that there's been a lot of push for installing military presence in certain places. So I don't know if something bigger is on the horizon, but I can see something being woven, right? Like something's being put together. So I don't know, like you guys noticed on the world stage, we got disturbances happening. The disturbance in Milan was by an Antifa group, said to be pro-Palestine. They want that to be recognized as a state in Italy, and so they're rebelling against the government. Let's see, the incursion in Nepal was also another thing. Dude, there's a lot of stuff happening, and people are rioting. So I'm trying to get, what I'm trying to do is people that live there. We got people from all across the earth, right? I want to know from you guys that live there what's really going on, because I'm only seeing the news, but you guys that are there, you can tell me what's happening. Like, oh yeah, like Jedi, we had an interesting conversation on Frontline. It was 2 hours, dude. We were going back and forth. The program, I called it Civil War. So it was like the discussion about how people feel. They're calling for bloodshed. They're calling for action to happen. They want to take out extremists. So it's a bit more diabolical. I think the plan, whatever's happening, there's something, dude. There's something afoot. I'm just telling you that, Yoder. So I don't know if, like I said, it has anything to do with what you just said about him calling his generals. I don't know, but it just seems so eerily correlated that I don't know.
Him calling his generals and not giving a reason is like the weird part, because like if he's recalling people from 5th Fleet, from 7th Fleet that are like out there fighting the fight again, or not really fighting the fight specifically, but like doing America's presence against China and against Russia, like they need to know why they're coming back to the States. They can't just like abandon the sailors and soldiers that they're leading, like without knowing why. It's kind of like, well, it's a sign of bad leadership personally, but I would just say it's weird. Usually
I get what you're saying.
They know why.
Hellish Fish, but let me ask you a question. Were you from the military? Because it sounds like you're naming.
I am, yeah, I am.
So I mean, even if the presence of us being on the world stage, he's kind of pulling back some of the soldiers from these areas, or at least their presence anyway. What is your? Because I've kind of like told you a bit about like what's happening everywhere. It's not really. I'm not covering it too deeply, but I'm saying there are signs of things like a disturbance, like on the horizon, like something that you're gonna need to gather all the military generals together and maybe have a discussion about something. Like, there's only one reason for that, I think.
It's been Mr. Hegseth's like agenda from day one, personally, as I've seen it, like with all the actions that he's enacted so far, has just been to like disrupt status quo. Like, he just recently banned an advisory committee for like women in the military for divisive agenda was the reasoning, and it was like, and I mean that was like a committee that had been on board for, I think it was like the past like 20 years or something like that. They've existed and they've provided their recommendations, and then like going to standard physical training, standards, like not, disregarding, like the Navy has much lower physical standards, minimums, than like the Marines or the Army or even the Air Force, just because it's hard for sailors to like work out on a ship. But Hegseth has a goal of like bringing everyone up to the same level of physical standards, which would be like a 3-mile run in a certain amount of time, etc. And that's like a big disruption of what the status quo is. So him calling all these like generals and admirals in one place is not like, I'm not too surprised. It is already a disruption of status quo to like physically make them attend instead of having them dial in, which is what they would like typically do. But it's also like a big breach into decorum to just not tell them why. So I don't know. I don't think he's going to announce anything weird. I think he's just doing what he normally should wrong.
Are you saying standard procedure?
Hold on. This is very important, what I'm going to say. Don't you think it's a big breach to have all the fucking generals in one place?
I think so too. I mean, that makes it a very bombable spot. Yeah.
I worked in 2 shops for my entire career, man. Like, I'm just itching to like tell generals, like, no, sir, you can't do that.
I think we should take all the tank mechanics and stick them all in one place, or all the fucking airplane mechanics and stick them all in one place. What could go wrong? I mean, come on, man.
Yeah, is this an undisclosed location, or is this something everybody knows? Like, are they meeting at the Pentagon? Like, where's the...
It's somewhere near Washington.
Yeah, it's not auditorium by DC.
One of the last times...
It's an auditorium?
One of the last time that heads of state gathered to convene about something as big, possibly, was to do with the IRA, and the plane went bang, and there was a lot of stuff went, oh, whoops.
Yeah, so getting there is going to be an issue.
Yeah.
Well, getting there is going to be
the
an
other thing
issue.
is, like, I think the entire services move their counterintelligence stuff to Quantico.
I heard they're doing it at Quantico. That's where I heard.
Dude.
Conor McGregor.
That's pretty hot, man.
Rather. I think it's... I don't think the generals are useful anyway, and they could probably all die in a fiery mess, and it wouldn't matter in any military sense, because I don't think they have any exclusive knowledge or ability. And the people under him probably have more knowledge and ability. But it's just militarily stupid to take all the highest echelon of your personnel and stick them all in the same place. It's just stupid. Like, why would you stick them all in the same place?
That's a power move. That's exactly what he wants to happen. He wants there to be like a show of force.
What if you arrested them all?
Yeah, well, some people speculate it's going to be a red wedding mass firing of these generals.
And to make it public knowledge is a risk in itself.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
What's the chance it's the start of a coup?
What if they were trying to start a coup?
Yeah.
Yeah, who is Quantico anyways as an entity, Yoder? Like they're
headquarters of the Marine Corps, headquarters of the Marine Corps, and also like FBI has their a law enforcement training school there, at least one of their locations. Counterintelligence for the services moved a lot of their components to their. It's like the headquarters of MCIA, Marine Corps intelligence. Like, there's a lot of shit on Quantico, guys.
But see the Marine Corps intelligence, that says a hell of a lot, bro.
They actually have really good country manuals, just saying. Not that I know anything.
So you've heard.
Just to let everybody know, I went back. I reviewed the tape. I didn't have to get very far to figure out what the problem was. He said it's locally flat, and water in the gold model, water would stick to a sphere. Heretic asked him to define locally flat, and the dude refused to answer. And he asked Heretic, would water stick to a ball? He said, yeah, in your imagination land, it sure would. And so he answered the question, and then Heretic continued to press his question, and then the dude kept asking the question that Heretic already answered and said you didn't answer it. So when Heretic answered it, A, he wasn't listening. B, he refused to answer the question what locally flat even is. Heretic kept asking for a distance. How far is it locally flat? And he should have been muted, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, he was just whinging, and you could tell when they're whinging because they don't have a point about what they're whinging about. So he didn't really bring the context to us. He just said I was unfairly muted, and I think you guys need to take action on that. It's like, dude, we can't do anything.
He didn't say unfairly. He said because I wouldn't say what he wanted, meaning he's trying to control my speech, bro.
Yeah, no context. There's no context, like so, and then he wants us to feel some kind of way about it. It's like, dude, we're not going to feel any way about it. There's no context to what you're bringing. So, and that's what I was pressing him for. Is just tell us. You can use your words and tell us what happened, so we can know.
He don't remember because he wasn't paying attention.
Yeah.
Which guy was this? Word Salad or Chief?
Word Salad.
Yeah.
Who in here is familiar with this guy?
He's like an Earth Awakenings esoteric type guy.
Oh yeah, he also gave up the ghost because he said, "You guys say," okay? He gave up the ghost, and then it goes on and later, a couple, 30, 40 seconds later, says, "I'm a flat earther." Well, then who's you guys?
Where did it come from? Was it the Politics English Hub or the real Flat Earth server?
Earth Awakenings, I guess. I think he chills out.
Yeah, Earth Awakenings and with Shane, apparently. But he says he's just been a frequent visitor there. So who knows if he's actually really chills there a lot.
Go see if
I'm 100% sure I've sparred with him before.
Yeah, I'm sure you did. He probably had a different name.
He denies it, Yoder. He doesn't want to be held accountable. Like, that's one thing I know about this guy. He does not want to be held accountable, so that therefore he didn't produce the timestamp. He knows how to do this. I just feel like he's just wanting us to feel some kind of way about the whole thing, how it went down, and it seems to me like that's all they got for us to feel sorry for whatever. And poor you, right? Like, dude. First of all, we don't even operate like that.
I looked in Ether Cosmology because he was trying to name drop Shane, and it ain't looking good for him because his very first post in that server is a link to the final debate, the biggest debate in flat Earth history.
There it is.
And his posts are just utter fucking esoteric flat earther nonsense.
Yep. Who else is trying to get in amongst our ranks, Indio, and gain our favour? And
Oh man,
yeah,
that's
Dude,
that's
why-
the, that's
how
the
are they
whole wrong
still
way to do it.
trying this? How are they still trying this after all this time? This little infiltration. I'm gonna pretend to be a flat earther, and I'm gonna infiltrate. Come on, dude. Or I'm gonna change what they're doing by, like Peter's doing. Right? This is the same stick Peter's currently
Yeah.
doing. He's still doing it. This guy picked up Peter's stick independently and is trying to do the same thing Peter's doing. It's so funny, man. It's so fucking hilarious.
Dude, you didn't even know. I don't know. Were you here yesterday when somebody brought up? We were on politics, Yoder. Somebody brought up systems thinking, which is Dr. Shiva's talking point.
Yeah.
Bro, how?
Oh yeah, I was there last night.
Yeah. So
yeah,
tell me about
last
this.
night he
I gotta
brought up
hear that
systems
shit.
thinking as like a globe proof. And I'm like, all right, MFer, let's do systems thinking. Let's do systems thinking with regards to thermodynamics. How do you have gas pressure in a vacuum, essentially?
yeah, if you
You know?
want to get him to be quiet, and Yoder had him on dead to rights, he couldn't rebut that. He could not rebut that. He was basically just whinging about like him trying to we're
You guys are demons. You're all demons.
Yeah, we're missing the point that it's really about systems thinking for flat Earth. And I was like, dude, that's an easy diversion away from like it. You're trying to reverse the burden onto us. Like you guys brought it up, systems thinking for how the Earth is a globe. Like how are you, because he was describing what it is. Well, you guys didn't know what it was. Well, you brought it up. Well, what is it? And then if you're defining it, how and what way does it relate to the Earth being a globe? And guess what? All of a sudden, everybody's agnostic. Well, I'm saying the Earth is a globe. Now you just imagined it opposite. Like, dude, I hate when they do that. I'm not
this was
saying
a
the Earth is a globe.
So the tactic is this. I'm going to say you need to apply systems thinking to the Earth in order to conceptualize it properly. And if you only did that, you'd come to the conclusion it's a globe.
Yeah.
And this is basically a series of special pleading fallacies, okay? If you grant X to be true and Y to be true, then Z makes everything true. So just grant me this one special plea, this one exception, and grant this other exception here and grant this other exception here. And through abduction, we're going to come to the conclusion that Earth has to be a globe. And it's also a substitution fallacy because they're trying to provide this in place of actual curvature measurements. And it's also whistling past the graveyard. I mean, they're hoping the audience is going to get lost in the sauce and forget what they're supposed to be doing in the first place.
Yeah, that's the typical tactic, is to just drive it into fucking the weeds so that people lose interest, don't pay attention, they don't, because especially when you're dealing with sophists, you have to pay attention pretty carefully.
Yeah, exactly.
And if you don't pay attention for 1 second and a sentence goes by, you hear all this other shit, and you don't hear the premise of all of it, right? You might come away from it thinking there's some validity to the argument. But if you just frickin' gab and yap and yap and yap and yap and yap, then, you just fucking put everyone into mental fucking coma. And, sorry, Dandelion. You put everyone into a mental coma, and they can't figure out what the truth is because their mind is mush now.
Yeah, and everything's weaponized as well, Indio. Whatever they say is an infliction at you or to you, or a straw man, what you've said, or it's something that they're courting a ban, or to start playing the blame game. Everything's weaponized.
Yeah, I could see in the conversation there was like maybe was it 2 or 3 of those guys, and they were playing off each other. Oh, well, you need to unmute. And that other guy who's he has that cross. What was his name? Chief or whatever his name is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Chief Kagan.
Yeah,
There's
that
5
guy.
of them.
So he was basically like the leader or their whatever, the guy who would champion the point. So what they were doing was appealing to him. Please unmute this guy. But the other guys were bouncing off each other and how we're not allowing. You know how they gaslight.
That's a debate, bro. The debate bros actually come in twos, in case nobody noticed. There's never just one. there's always a second one that's going to white knight for the person doing their bullshit.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like
Just
the
unmute him.
dinosaur
You'll
thing
mute
when
a
there's-
debate. Just unmute my friend. Like you have him muted. He's muted. Like unmute him. Like that's all they do.
It's like the dinosaur thing when there's one looking at you and getting right in your face, and there's another one sneaking up on you from behind or the side.
Velociraptors.
Yeah,
So
what the
AB,
guys
when,
been there, done that.
yeah, AB, when they ask you to unmute him, ask them what was he muted for. Just ask them that.
Yeah, but then we're trying to reason with someone unreasonable. They're like, well, you just don't want to mute him now. You're just making things like.
I just said they won't know, AB. They never know. They're just white knighting. They have no idea why the person was muted in the first place. They're clueless, and that just exposes them as just being a white knight.
Trade them 1 for 1. Unmute one, mute the first one.
Yeah, I that's just what I do now. Oh, unmute him. Oh, what did he get muted for? Blah blah blah. Okay, that's not why he got muted. He got muted for this. Maybe you can defend his point. Go ahead. Fucking you son of a bitch. You know, they just freaking go off after that. Just gimmicks. It's just tricks. That's all it is.
It's also timely, though, that right as this Shiva thing is shaking out, and Shiva's talking about systems thinking, and he actually led a summit the other day on systems thinking, like yesterday or 2 days ago. We got these people coming like, yo, dude, you got to do systems thinking.
Okay. He doesn't actually believe in systems thinking. He has an app, software called Cytosolve, which solves, supposedly tells you what happens inside of a human cell if, you add some chemical, drug, whatever to it. Okay. Well, that doesn't tell you what happens to the entire organism, the entire system.
Well, yeah, but I brought up the systems thinking comes from organizational management, business consulting.
Yeah. So,
and the guy started spiraling. I'm like, no, I'm serious. Like, you're going to find systems thinking amongst like the business analysts. That's what they do. And you're really trying to apply that to this topic right now.
Well, actually, he couldn't apply it to the topic.
We asked him to.
When did this happen? I want to hear this.
Around 7 p.m. last night, U.S. Eastern.
In English Hub?
Politics.
Yeah, it's like 7 to 7:30, like peaking around 7:25.
Was there a bot?
When the guy started calling us demons, like Ghostbusters.
Then he pulled a religious card on us. You guys are going to hell, yada yada. Dude,
what was the name?
There was a few of them.
Oh, were they all saying you're going to hell?
No, the one or two that were claiming that were demons, and he actually went off the hook. That he was like, "You guys, you made me get angry." Like he was just going off. Like, but yeah,
Donald C. level.
Probably, and then he calmed down a little bit. But yeah, he did say that.
Yeah.
We're going to hell. We're just trolls. Like whatever. But yeah,
Donnie. Was that
Thou
Donnie?
shalt not troll. Is that in the Bible?
I don't think so. It was some other character. I was looking at their names. So, but they were young. It sounded like they were pretty young, those guys. Anyways, it's kind of chaotic because there was a lot of people. Sasha was talking. There was, some of the guys in. I don't know. It's kind of hard. I don't mind Sasha speaking every now and again, but like his broken English, it makes it difficult because everybody's trying to discern. Like even the other guys don't know if he's. Sometimes they always ask him, like, "I don't know what you're saying, dude." Like so. Then we gotta translate.
A lot of them play on it too, which pisses me off.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So 6 p.m. yesterday.
7 p.m. peaking around 7:25.
Okay.
U.S. Eastern, right?
All right.
Oh yeah, 6 p.m. on the stream. Gotcha, Roger.
Yeah. Sorry. yeah. Good thing. Thanks for timestamping everything, Helio. Shout out, Helio.
We've got someone that's kind of relatively new to BC, Truth by Proxy. If you want to open your microphone and say hi, make sure it's working, if possible. If not, it's cool. I've pinged you from the voice, the text chat that we use. When
I'm in here, I'm working. I just get that prompt every time I go into the text chat, so I figure, maybe I wasn't verified, but
all good, mate. Your mic's quite clear.
All right, good.
Well, thanks, guys. What's up, Truth? And the other day, I saw him in text, and I couldn't discern because I didn't know him. I thought he was a Glober, so I mislabeled him. I apologize, though.
Dude, Yoder, that's that Chief Yagwin guy. That's fucking Elijah or Liza. I know it is. Chief Keglin. He was in here the other day, pulling bullshit, dude, whining, whinging, all sorts of shit.
Chief Keglin, I less than threes as Jesus.
Yeah.
Yep. That's Eliza, right? Does that sound like him? You know who I'm talking about?
You're talking about ELISHA. That's who you're talking about, right?
Yeah.
Elijah.
He's the guy that comes in and is normally, he sounds too stoned to get off his arse to read something and can't be bothered with a lot of things.
Yeah, he originally came in, he was against Flat Earth, saying it wasn't keeping people away from Jesus, and he used to whine about that. Then he stopped doing that, and then he was never really pro-Flat Earth, but he would just kind of like question Goldberg's beliefs, that he would kind of interact with them like that. But now, I guess, apparently, that wasn't enough to satiate him. Now he's going to try and troll us for the next who knows how long.
Yeah, he tried telling us we needed Christ in our lives. I bet you heard that part.
Yeah.
I mean, that's his thing, dude. Is he's really here to proselytize. That's not.
Yeah, but then they get on this kind of strange tip where they're saying that you're going to hell. You're going to hell because you're talking about flat earth. I'm like, dude, you're not the arbiter of life. I said that yesterday. Stopped them right in their tracks. I was like, you're not.
I know.
You can't say that. So, and then on top of that, you're condemning people, which they could be salvageable. So what are you saying now? You're directly sending them to hell? Who are you?
You got to clip that meltdown segment. I think that's worthy of its own little spot.
He melted down?
Yeah.
Whoever I was talking to was like, you guys are
that shit, dude. Anytime he comes in here, I'm going to play that right away.
Yeah.
You guys are all demons.
Yeah, it was bad when they were all trying to say, unmute him. And you know the reason why they wanted to unmute him is because he was saying that you can detect the distance to a star by looking at your thumb.
That's the one, yeah.
That's a Golden Globey right there.
He was saying, he was in here like 3 days ago. Do you remember Danny Line when he was in here? How many days ago?
Oh yeah, I totally remember. Yeah, he in this home server. I think that was September.
It was like 3 days ago, right?
It could have been the September 20th event that we did.
Yeah. But he was saying some really dumb shit then too, and we were calling him out. And every time he got called out for his dumb shit, he's like, "You're not understanding what I'm saying." Basically, trying to say we're straw manning his position, and then we say it right back to him. And he'd be like, we're supposed to not go by his words. We're supposed to go by what his meaning was, though we can only determine his meaning from his words that he says.
You're not letting me finish. You're muting me. And then we let him finish. That's not what I meant. No, that's not what I meant. We replay it back. No, you don't. Yeah, it's a freaking merry-go-round.
You're not believing hard enough.
You're just scared.
Yeah, he plays that game too.
I think that was right after I almost won the entire card of Globe Belief Bingo with that one dude that Kiwi Buzz brought in here from Twitter. I'm pretty sure that was the same night. Yeah, after you banned that guy, then it was the Chief Keglin show.
The Chief Keglin show.
He's quite a character.
Hey, so I got a question for Yoder, man. What's up with that guy? I'm sure this has already been addressed, but what's up with that guy, Dr. Shiva? After you told him that you're not going to give him your name and you're not going to give him a face because for obvious reasons, for professional reasons, and then he turns around and does that wild rant about, oh, he backed out too.
Yeah. Yoder might be busy.
He might be. You guys know what's going on.
If anybody wants to see the context, and with Yoder's permission, he gave me his DMs. I posted them in Frontline on X. So if you want to see what transpired between Yoder and Dr. Shiva, I have all the DMs between Yoder and Dr. Shiva on Frontline. Because I posted them there. The interaction back and forth is it shows in the DMs what Yoder was telling him and what he got responded back from him. And whoever's handling his ex, so it could be his secretary or whoever, but they are doing a poor service for that. And yeah, it's telling everybody who's coming up against or being called to the summit that they have to produce this particular information that Yoder actually got outlined to him that he needed to give.
Same here.
So yeah, well, Indio got it too. But I posted that those DMs on X on Frontline. So if you guys want to see what that interaction was, you go check it out there.
And here's the wild thing: they don't get it. Like, when Flat Earth smashes them in the conversation, right, and they have no argument against it, what's the next course of action? The next course of action is, well, they just don't need to have their job. We know who they are. They need to comply. That's the next course of action. That's the whole reason for it.
The guy is so unprofessional, Sheepdog, Dr. Shiva, so unprofessional. I don't even know how he could be a presidential candidate, dude. Like, this guy, I don't know how he got to his position, like how, whatever. But if you were ever to hear him, like the way he speaks, it's I don't know.
He created his own position.
I think he's I think he's a pop culture guy, and anybody who has a huge following, he goes after those people for the extra clout, and that shows with his back and forth with McToon. Like, he thinks McToon thinks that him and McToon are best friends. It's stupid.
Yeah, McToon started slithering around his DM or his postings. He's probably gonna take him under his wing or vice versa, whoever.
She was anti-vax, man. So
yeah, but see that if McToon aligns with them on this, then the enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know what I mean? So McToon doesn't care about whatever other agenda he's pushing. He only cares that he's like now weaponized against us. So he's gonna use that. So kind of like a hostile witness, if you will.
Yeah, he has 230,000 followers on X.
Scott Mackey was in the other night, whenever that was, and I told him about Shiva, and I linked him Main Shock, and told him that he was running for office, and Scott could be working for the likes of him soon. And it was quite a visceral reaction that came out of Scott.
Is Scott thinking about joining the political realm in any position? Like, I am.
No, I think it rocked his world a little bit because he trusted it, and when he heard someone like that was actually running for office and high office to boot, he had to play the rocked in his socks take, but it did actually sound genuine.
I don't know, dudes.
On the lighter side, AV, you're smashing it over there at Frontline, dude.
Yeah, we're doing a bang up job, bro, and I appreciate it. Thanks for that, Sheepdog. But it's all due to the fact that you guys have been a big part contributing to it. That's what I'm saying. Like, all of this is made part The partial part of it is because everybody's joining together and we're putting our collective heads together. And like, I think because we're now speaking out on the topics that affect us, it's really making a difference, like how people think or perceive these topics. Because there's like everybody like online, there's a bunch of people talking about the issues, but like our perspective and what we do, we're not just like a sole entity. It's like a group of people from all across the plane that are talking about it. It's from our vantage point, being critical thinkers. So that's what I think. It's so unique, right? Because we're having different people on. We're having, you know what I mean. So I'm glad that anybody that wants to can jump on there. You know, we're FaceTiming. We're getting that done, and you know that puts a little kind of pen to paper, puts a little meat on the bone. That we're not just like internet, you know, internet people without any faces. Like now you can see who we are. And I've went ahead and followed that person that had like 200,000 followers on X.
Yeah, Betty.
Yeah, Betty. So Betty, I follow
She's
Betty.
a good account.
I follow Betty and
all her followers.
who else? Oh, that other guy that he's always Broderick. I think his name is Broderick.
Broderick.
You know Broderick?
Yeah, Broderick. B. Roddick. I follow. IFB. I follow back.
Yeah, he's kind of like a promotional guy. So he put me up on game, got my account actually some numbers. So
Yeah. I'll say this much. Like, so when I follow people, I'll follow them, but I won't hit the bell unless it's somebody that I truly, genuinely know, or they're giving out information that is helping me learn more about the world that I live in. So, if anything, I would say that, like, if they're following you and they have like a huge following, follow them back, man. It's only going to benefit you even more. That link right there, you'll show up in each other's algorithms a little bit more, and then they'll share you more.
I think I got my blue check mark back. I was I didn't know it fell off on the 14th, so I put it back up.
Right on. And your last episode did not stream to X, so I don't know if you saw that. I told CB.
Well, it still says I'm under review, but they're going to give it to me. I had it before, so.
Yeah, it's like 24 to 72 hours of hold.
Yeah, we need some thumbnails on the Rumble. It works on locals.
Yeah, me and CB me and CB have been talking about moving forward with like actually going to the next phase of our project with Frontline. So we thought it was 50 members that we needed to actually get the 2-hour content on locals, but it's actually 50 paid members. So like you'd have to be gifting, like, because I only put it for $5 a month, so you have to be 50 gifting members that subscribing to locals, and then we get the 2-hour content availability. So it was kind of like the fine print, but we thought it was just 50 members. So
man.
We'll get there, obviously, but I mean, I have faith in the project. The thing is, it's 50 subscribers.
Yeah, I'll work on that, man. I'm going through some financial issues right now, but I'm sure I can throw away $5 or $10. Not really throw away, but you know what I mean.
No, I appreciate the thing is, like, I want it to be what we plan to do, right? I'll tell you guys, we're going to do a show on the politics server because mainly our show it crosses over to politics. So we're thinking about maybe having a meeting with the guys in politics, like some of the server admins, and then seeing if we can schedule a show for Frontline on one of their rooms and have it like a call-in show, have people jump in there if they want to, have their say in what they think of a specific topic that we're talking about. You know what I mean? Maybe have something controversial that people would like to chime in on, and then we'd have the panel to kind of talk to them about. So that's going to be a pretty fun episode when we have we're going to do one on politics server and have people jump in and do that. So we're trying to get out more and cross pollinate. So we're going to look for people that we can be on their show. Maybe they can come on ours. You know what I mean?
No, that'll be good for foot traffic too. So that'll be cool.
So yeah, we're going to try to start getting Frontline be a bit more branded with getting out to the public. So we're going to look about how many we're starting with the politics server as like just the base, the foundation. And then once we start maybe doing a couple of shows there, move out to another server and do a couple of shows wherever we're allowed to have Frontline be placed at, then we'll do it there. And or have somebody who's more well known or established come to ours, and you get what I mean?
Yep.
Very nice.
I would like to say as a public service announcement, do not get caught up in any tit for tat BS that's happening, this drama thing that's surrounding. Just say what you got to say about it and just move on. Don't kind of stay within that framework where we're just trying to like be about the drama. You know what I mean?
I'm doing my best, Davey. Is that aimed toward me?
I'm just speaking out to the
just kidding.
To the public, out into the world.
No, I know. Yeah, you guys only hear like 5% of my thoughts regarding any particular drama topic, if that makes you feel any better. So look, the 95% I'm holding back. Congratulate me for that.
Yeah, and I'd say that because like it's only beneficial to you because you don't have to worry. Like I'm more focused on where we're going to be at in the future, like the mission, right? What we're supposed to be doing and getting out there and talking to people and making the conversation a bit more involved with, like, I don't know. I see, like, just recently, people that are critical thinkers are just really sheltered. They don't want to be speaking their minds. They just don't want to talk. Like, so trying for everybody to get a little bit out there, I'd rather see a world where that's the case, We're unashamed, we're unafraid. So, because it seems like
we're moving forward. There is no fuck the noise, man.
That's exactly that. Like we got bigger things, more things to do than just sit back and be worried about like these little small drama things that, like, I don't care about that shit, bro. Honestly, like, I don't think anybody should either. Like, deal with it and then let's move on. Like,
yep, I think that's a good idea.
Don't deal with
say nothing if you want. I think that's good. Either, and then if you say nothing, then it might escalate a little bit from the other side. That might be just looking for attention, but then eventually it'll fade out if nobody bites.
Just one of these things that a family type demographic of a big body of people that interact go through. Over time, you see things happening again and again and again, and it's no reflection on the people going through them or the other ones, and it shouldn't be the focus of, inflicted as at fault or focused on overly.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things I really appreciate about this server and always have, we have our own approach to Flat Earth and obviously, how it should be handled here. And that mission was, was really laser focused when we moved to this 2.0 server from the other one, and it stayed. I think. I mean, that's what I've observed for the most part. With the hiccups here and there, focused on that mission. Like other people might not be on board with it, and I know you guys there, the admin and so on have always just said, well, that's fine, just go do your thing somewhere else. Like, not everybody has to give us the stamp of approval. You know, it's like if you're into the empirical method in the way that we do it, with a special focus on connecting with the individual who's currently there, finding out what their background and approach is, and then tailoring the empirical argument to that individual, then that's cool. Like, join us. And if you're not, then, you know, have your little tantrum and go on your own way. That's good advice.
So yeah, if anybody wants to join on Frontline, you want to cam up, you're welcome to. We had Flatman Can, if you can believe it, went on camera the last episode. And we got Plegman, one of the players from the Detroit Lions, who used to play for in NFL for Detroit. He joined us as well. We got a very diverse panel, so.
It's something we used to do quite regularly. It kicked off down in Chill Chat, I think, because people were accusing of us of being hiding, you know, children hiding in their mum's basements, or, you know, 3 million-year-old trolls, or alt accounts from the government. So some of us started camming up quite regularly, and it was a really good thing to do.
Yeah, it's refreshing, yeah.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, Flatman Karen looks totally different than what I would have imagined. Like, he kind of, good thing he's not here because I wouldn't want to, like, puff up his ego too much, but he kind of has, like, a Charlie Sheen thing going on. Do you see that, AV?
Yeah, I do see that. Yeah, you know, my image of what I had in my mind of what he looks like looks nothing what he looked like when he turned his cam on. Anyway, yeah, I'm inviting anybody who wants to get on there. Yeah, jump on there. There's usually a regular cast that's on there, like myself, CB, Indio, Neil. Like, we're usually the ones that are always mostly on every episode, and Flat Lloyd. But it kind of changes up a little bit every now and again. So yeah, I'm inviting you guys.
Definitely been at some point, dude. Thank you very much.
Yeah, for sure. And if not, just join the server. You can click my dude. I thought you could just click my Rise tag and then just go there. For some reason, are you guys having trouble doing it? Like, if you're trying to go to the server and you click my tag and you can't go there, like, is it broken? The link?
Try 2 seconds.
If you're a member, you can join.
But you can if you're not? Is that what you're saying, Neil?
I don't know. If there's a non-member, try it out.
Old dude said he was trying it, I think.
Frontline Unfiltered, current events, red pill politics, critical thinking, controversial. Current events? No, I see a header page with headers or separate topic headers, but no link.
Oh, you're not able to go with the Rise tag? That's weird. Okay.
Yeah, the Rise tag only opens up like the header for Frontline Unfiltered. 26 online, 80 members, established July 2025.
There's no join? Because I can see at the bottom a join for me.
And it's not as if the box is too far down and I can't scroll up because I can't see the scroll bar. I can see the bottom of the box. There's no icon coming up. Current events, red pill politics, critical thinking, controversial as headers, but nothing comes up when I click on them. Nope.
I wonder if it's a setting on Discord that has to be changed. Because I think we were saying that with the flat tag as well. Like, we wanted people to come here, and all they had to do was click on the flat tag.
Yeah,
you know what I mean? Or at least that's what I thought, but maybe it's not like that. I mean, I'll drop the link for sure.
That'll do nicely for us dinosaurs out here, mate. Thank you very much.
Actually, since you were my friend, I could just easily just pass it to you that way.
Yeah, I've got you. Thanks, mate.
Yep. The general text chat is usually where I'm dropping things like on the daily. That's kind of like what it's like the news feed for that Discord.
That's where the Rise tag comes from. Now I'm starting to get it. This new fangled Discord's way beyond me, dude.
Yeah, RISE is actually an acronym, which is resist, inform, stand against, and expose.
Gosh, I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I like that.
Yep,
I like that very much.
that we're and being on the front line, because usually when I start a show, I'll talk about that. I'll be like everybody on the front line, which is all of us. And we're unfiltered, so that means that we're going to give it to you raw, just like the way we are. Every personality of the person is just the way it is. And the only reason why anybody would change their mind or be a different person is because they would adopt a new way of thinking. And they can only do that if they choose to. Not because we make them like, oh, you got to change your ways. Like, only if they change their ways because they see something in them that they could change. You know what I mean? Hopefully that didn't come off like a riddle.
No, I get you.
So, I mean, you are who you are. But that's the beautiful thing about it, is that we're gathered together, even though we're very dynamic, And the other thing too is like, it's also useful that you live in a different. We're all living in different regions, and we can actually say what's really going on. So. Yeah, this project it's really dear to me because I've been talking about it for a long time. I've been saying I want to do the show, I want to do the show, I want to do the show. Now it's manifest. I'm actually like thinking about different avenues for it, like new ways to expand. So I wanted all of you guys to be a part of it. That's why now I'm slowly rolling it out to everybody. I didn't come out all at once and say, "Hey guys, everybody join," because it was just like, I'm doing slow invitations. But as we mature, eventually I want everybody to be a part of it. So.
Yeah, but dude, you've tried it a few times now, and I think you found a lot of the pitfalls. So you found a format that would be an easy transition for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that you picked from the top of any list or because somebody was your buddy or whatever, but it's just you've sat back and formulated whatever logistics is needed. And just, like slowly put it in place. And yeah, hats off to you to rolling it out the way you did, because the way that we flock.
Yeah.
And it can hinder the process incredibly, dude, when you're looking for a groove.
Exactly that.
Yeah.
Well, at least you get it. And that's the kind of the approach. So it was a bit more calculated than just like, hey, we're just going to wing it and just call everybody to come and support. It was more of like, we can't just do that. We have to actually do it a bit more constructed, where we are going to roll out, but we're going to hit certain, key points where people are being called upon and be like, oh, hey, you want to join us? Hey, you want to join us? And it's, slowly it starts becoming a bit more organic than it would be if it was just like everybody's just has a herd mentality and just goes to one place, and leaves the other places that we've been to like vacuous. So.
You facilitated it alongside what's went down there, like with the other servers losing PNR, getting the English hub, finding who we are and how we're going to be in the English hub. The usual sort of rush thing that everybody goes through, not just migrating to a server, but being on a new forum. So yeah, you've done it alongside all that, dude, at a pace that interacts with the thing, and it's actually helped because I've noticed, that I'm not saying there's been a draw, but I'm saying that I've noticed, key players or certain people not around as regularly or in the patterns that I know them to be around. They're obviously somewhere else, and it's like, right, okay, I know where they are. You've got them safe on front line. I thought, yeah, dude, good on you.
Yeah.
But I'm all for anyone expanding this. Like, Indio and the admin have always said that the server, the ethos of 24/7 is there for anyone to carry, to use or make the most of the abilities of, or carry forward in any way that we feel legible. And that's what a lot of people out there on Flat Earth have actually done. But a lot of them are, having hissy fits about it at the same time.
Yeah. And I just think that we need to be more concerned of like what's coming at us instead of us going at each other. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the bigger picture, the greater point.
Yeah. Yeah, it's always about, tomorrow. We've seen it. We've learned because we've had time in the game on the front lines, literally. A lot of people used to say that was voice, but initially it was, the text chats. When YouTube used to be YouTube before Discord. And then there was the voice call on YouTube as well that you could get called into the panel itself. ODD adopted that into Discord. And, we've just found the right way over time. But it involves expansion. You need to facilitate for expansion. And I think that's what we've done, but it's hard to actually pick up sticks and move out on your own. Unless you fall out with someone.
Unless you're pushed out.
Yeah. It's like, well, 24/7. It's a mirror, dude. Like, if that's your attitude, well, that's what you'll see, and it's your own choice at that point. You've turned the staircase into a slip and slide for yourself. So
that's pretty insightful, man. I mean, yeah.
It just, as Helio says, bro, it do what it do.
Yep. Oh, we got some new people in. Who's Jono? We got some people jumped in here.
If you want to grab your stick, you can go over to politics. Professor Phil's there.
I'm a flat earther.
Hey, what's up, Jono?
You are. Nice. What's your best flat earth proof sees?
Let me think.
Anyway, I'm gonna have to head out. So you guys have a wonderful day. I might pop in later, but
yeah, you too, man.
Peace. Namaste, bro.
Yeah, it's a great way to start the day. Yeah, it's kind of like the good old days, right, AV? Remember the good old days? These are the good old days. You know that, right? Every time in the future, be like, oh, yeah, remember 2025? That was so great. Think we'll ever be saying that, AV?
Oh, well, I mean, God willing, yeah.
Okay, good.
But, yeah, gotta get to this garage sale. I'm gonna do.
All right, good luck. I thought about doing that the other day. I'm like, I could throw all my stuff out in the yard, but I don't really want to invite people to my house, so not gonna. But you're brave. Good luck.
All right. I'll talk to you guys in a minute. Later.
Bye. So back to Juno. Got any flat earth proof?
I know some, but I don't know if I have a best next. But I know some proof.
Okay, name one. Name one proof.
Long distance observation, like we see stuff that should be covered by the curvature.
Okay, cool.
I'm sorry
Yeah.
not really
How long have you
English.
how long have you been around this topic for?
The first Attack video I watched was December 2016.
Oh wow, so you've been here a long time. Wow. Well, welcome. This is it's a good place to learn. Do you have any questions?
For now, I just want to listen.
All right, bro, no problem. Your English is great.
Thank you.
Hey, Gino. Yeah, welcome to the server, dude. 2016, wow. It's nice to know that there's people still that we haven't actually spoken to that have been here or, around for that long. It's great that you're finally finding somewhere to speak, and I hope you understand my accent. And don't worry about, not being confident if you're not all that good at English. You're more than welcome to sit and chat and use the text chat if you want. But yeah, it's good to have you here. Is it Junal or Unal? How do you pronounce your name, please?
It's Junel. Junel.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to meet you, Junal.
Nice to meet you too, old dude.
Hey, Dandelion, you were saying about the good old days of 2025, when we'll be saying that, or if we'll be saying that. It's kind of like rekindling the Halcyon days, like I was saying to you. Why can't we have some of that all over again with all the new people that are here and the way that they feel about what they've come to discover Flat Earth is? But I also want to say that it's the thing about the Halcyon days, the thing about the good old days in the beginning, that was then. We were who we were back then. And to keep on using that as a benchmark for, the way it must be now. No, I'm sorry, that's delusion. The past is the past, and it's great to remember it, but we're in the here and now. The past may have evolved into the here and now, and everybody that helped in the past may have some sort of effect on the here and now. But at the same time, that doesn't, make anyone above anyone else or below anyone else from the fact that the Halcyon days were the Halcyon days. I would like to see it all come back again. I don't see why we can't.
Yeah, I totally agree. Yeah, I mean that's why I made the comparison. Yeah, we sometimes people will talk about the good old days, but like at some point, yeah, those alleged good old days were the present, and that's why I said, are we going to be sitting around saying how great it was now? Because at the time we weren't thinking, oh yeah. I mean, actually, I regularly posted the "These Are the Good Old Days" meme, which I'll keep doing. I'll see if I can find it. I think I made it in 2019. Because the point of that phrase, which, I mean, I know it from that Carly Simon song. Is it
Those were the days, my friend. We thought they'd never end.
That's a good one, too, yeah.
Those were the days. Oh, yes, those were the days.
That's a good one. I think my mom used to play that one. I'm thinking of the one at the end. She says, these are the good old days. I think it's Anticipation. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, I know that.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so I agree. I definitely, oh my God, please do not bring me back to the alleged good old days. Yeah, do not, because then I'd have to go. I went through for the last several years again. That would be hell. So, yeah, we have to start from where we are, and I appreciate what you said about new people coming in, that I've oh gosh, it was you I was saying that too, wasn't it, when I said that I would if a person came in that's the whole reason why I originally was willing to do ladies' night as if people came in that were like I used to be, who were like, oh yeah, such a great flat Earth family. We're gonna ride off into the sunset together. That I would try to protect them from being disillusioned like I was. I shouldn't. Maybe I should just warn them instead of protecting them. Just be like, oh yeah, it's great, isn't it? But keep your wits about you. Don't be afraid to use the block button. I do both. Encourage the positive sentiment, but encourage people also to be careful.
Yeah, sometimes what we saw back then. My ego's gotten in the way of, and it's caused me to be very disruptive in back chats. It's purely because I know the capability of the place, and I get so miffed that it's not that it's gone the way it's gone, but that it could be so much more at all times. I get my own way for even getting angered at the fact that it could be like that all the time, or the majority of the time.
Yeah.
It is at the end of the day, and it's facilitated its own growth. At the end of the day, it's so it's only a group of people. We could still have been on YouTube and had some sort of database like we've got, some sort of interaction, like the format, the forum is irrelevant. It could be called Yandex or something. YouTube, if you like, and have the same sort of thing and interaction, and hold true to what we think it should be, and the decorum and the ethos of what we think this interaction should all be about, really. On the grounds that we do hold. Sometimes it may seem like no holds barred, but people are openly told, well, trolls get wrecked. That doesn't mean you're instantly put out the place. It means that the troll in you will be taken apart. We've got grounds to hold what we hold the way we hold it. But it's supposed to be the way it's been, otherwise it would be different. And it's evolved in its own way, stumbling blocks along the way. Where we are today, where we are now, what we're going through, same as every other day. It's just it's a pebble in the path, mate. It's all it is. Yeah, the pebble's part of the path, but it's just the way it is. It can be better. And it will be. It will be. We're not even really a decade in. A lot of us say a decade, but yeah, we're barely fringing on it, really.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think good things are happening.
We need another Memulus flood. That was great. That's what I'm looking for all over again. I suppose that's the high that I've been chasing ever since I first came to Flat Earth and fully realised what it was all about, and then found the abilities of the internet and the digital world. Because to me, this is all a great toy. I'm from the past, and I don't know how to do all this stuff. I still think when I see the leave server, delete server icon, that I'm liable to delete the entire server I'm in. It's me leaving it. I understand that, but to me that's still, because of the way it's written. It's like, hell's bells, somebody's giving me mod powers again that I shouldn't have. Because that's happened to me in the past here. The digital world. Found myself with abilities that I wasn't really aware of.
That's happened to you in the past where you accidentally deleted a whole server.
No, where I thought, initially where I thought I had the abilities, because that's what I saw. I saw something that said delete server, and I freaked out. I was like, oh my lord. And then another time when I think I was made gold for some reason to access an event, and I had to jump up and down like I do in the back chats. Excuse me, I shouldn't be gold anymore. I can see stuff that I'm not meant to, or I can do things that I shouldn't be able to. It kind of all freaked me out because I'm from, as I say, I'm from the past. I missed all that digitisation and all of this interaction and Teams and all of these other things that, you know, people used to get together on the internet. So it's a toy to me.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, yeah.
Scary toy.
Well, you're doing a good job.
Thank you very much. I'll take that gold star on my daughter. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah.
Somebody else said to me earlier on in politics, I think it was Jen, it had gone to a quiet point and people were dropping in and pinging out again, and Jen was there. Oh, hello, Jen. And he says, oh, hello, dude. He says, you holding down the fort? And I was, well, not really. I'm just kind of here. I'm kind of like the only one that's talking. And that's the way I see it. You know, it's not that I'm on duty or anything, but like if one of us is around, somebody could be talking to someone about something. Just happened to be me. I'm not the boss. None of us are. Well, except for Indio. He's only the boss of the server, though.
Dude, no. Stop.
What?
I'm not the boss. You're like, none of us are. Just stop calling me boss.
In the sense of there's nobody else with a purple name in the room and you can switch the server off in that regard, yeah. But other than
not
that,
with this account.
well, that's true, yeah. That's true. You did put that in place for yourself, and the leaders of the server have barred themselves from the keys for as long as they've had the place. They can't actually damage it no matter what they did. You know, we've rubber roomed the place and everybody's actually got a straitjacket on, and if you try and freak out, it auto tightens and you can't do nothing.
I only log in with that account for two reasons. To post once a month in a hidden channel so that there's some activity from the owner account into Fort with Girls.
There you go.
You are so naughty.
Well, the ladies do like a dude with scars. Yeah, I remember when Battlemod did that to me. I joined the server and I told them all about, you know...
he flirted with you, old dude. That was... I'm sorry, I had to say that.
Wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
It's happened to everyone else. Yeah, maybe he had thought you were a dudette. Yeah. Anyway, what did he do to you, old dude?
Yeah, and I was telling them about how free I was with the digital world and stuff, and how happy I was that all you guys had started collating all this info and I could just play about and link people. And he went, well, it's your server, bro. And I went, thanks very much. I get the ethos. Like, you know, it's a really, really cool way to see things. And he went, no, look at Livestream. You're at the head of Livestream. It's your server. What do you want us to do? And I was speechless. And actually almost in tears. Because I knew that the boy was being genuine. Partly to test me. Partly to see what I would bring to the table. But also just to, you know, offer a hand, a genuine hand of honesty. And that in today's world just rocked me in my socks. Yeah, it's about the new people coming to this. It's not about how well we can argue or how well we can get a point across or how loud we can be or any of that nonsense. It's about them coming to this.
You know, my idea how this place goes is how I learned in Western civilization in school about how the Roman Empire formed, and that it started as a bunch of individual city-states until Caesar crossed the Rubicon. Nobody's crossing the Rubicon. So everybody's their own individual city-state. They can do whatever the hell they want. And we'll help them to a degree. You know, I mean, look, I mean, look what Panto did, right? He came up with a lot of ideas. Eventually, he actually stuck with one with the politics server. And, yeah, like, everybody has the leeway to, if you have an idea, it will help you implement it. Look at the arena. That was AB's idea, ladies' night. Because, like, any idea that anybody has, they can control it completely, you know?
Yeah.
This isn't like an authoritarian place.
I love the way you posed that, and the fact that you can't cross the Rubicon, no one can.
That is good. Yeah, I guess I'm just going to speak to Lars Anderson since he's not coming in here because he's being a moron in the chat there. Because I heard part of his conversation last night. He was talking to Indio, then he talked to Heretic, and I think he talked to Sheepdog and other people. At the beginning of the conversation, because he was having... Or Kiwi Buzz brought him in here, and let's go back to the beginning from Twitter.
He's whining about a second part that I think you missed.
Probably.
Yeah, he demanded I post evidence, and then when I posted something, can you see in the chat? He's like, "Oh, I'm playing Xbox." So yeah, post evidence. Oh, I can't look at it. You know.
That's too bad. So he went downhill.
He didn't even realize he was talking to me because after I muted him for playing Xbox, he was like, "I want to talk to that Indio guy."
Oh, I know. Saying because he was such a huge fan of you at the beginning. That's what I was going to say. Because this guy was talking about he came in here because he has a smart friend who thinks the Earth is flat, and he wants to save his friend from the flat Earth. But this is the smartest person he knows. His smart friend is into flat Earth. Then Indio was talking to him for a while, and it seemed like he was kind of open to having a decent conversation, like they were going back and forth at the beginning. Anyway, I didn't see this other part, but that's normal. He probably went into a spiral because it started to freak him out that there was something to the argument. But anyway, then he was talking about how smart Indio was. He's like, "Oh, I can tell you have a really high IQ, Indio, and you're so smart, et cetera, et cetera. It surprises me that someone so smart could think the Earth is flat." Like, this was along the lines of what he was going along. That's what I was going to tell him. Like, you're not seeing a pattern here, Lars Anderson. Like, the smartest people you know or encounter have been led to flat Earth. Like, what's the common factor here, and what are you missing? You know, I guess he thinks that even though these people are so smart that he must be smarter, right? He has to save them from the evils of flat Earth, but he clearly demonstrated last night that he was not smarter than either Indio or his friend, because he was not capable of totally grasping the very obvious and clear, reasonable arguments that there's no curvature that's ever been measured on this Earth, and we clearly are not on a globe. So, I mean, that's what I was going to tell him, Lars. You know, that's what made me question the moon landing back when I was a child. The smartest one, I'm sorry, my dad, I have to give the smartest person I know tag at the time. But then his good friend, PhD researcher from Canada that was recruited here to do research in the United States because of his amazing ability. He's the one who explained to us how the moon landings scientifically couldn't possibly have happened in the way claimed or at all. Yeah. And that kind of floored me. I'm like, oh gosh, I know this guy's really smart. I mean, he's not only do I hear him talk with my dad every single day, incredibly intellectual, heavy conversations, but you know, he's also recognized by the world as being smart. Even though, as we all know, having a PhD doesn't make you smart. It's been demonstrated here multiple times over the last few months that seems like having a PhD these days might make you dim. But back then, you did have to have at least some kind of ability to have a PhD, especially in a practical area like this person's PhD was in. But my point being, Lars Anderson, you might want to rethink that. That's what it made me rethink my point of view. And I was a child when I recognized that someone who was clearly much smarter than me was questioning the moon landing. Instead of trying to save him from that point of view, I actually considered the evidence. So that would be my advice to Mr. Lars Anderson, if I ever talk to him again, or if he's listening. I don't know if he's listening because he's in there in the voice text. So, he says, I won't be able to VC until later, but if y'all didn't hear, his emotions increase up until he muted me. I can't help you. Oh, okay, Lars. Yep. All right. So he wants to psychoanalyze us. So, yeah, I kind of agree with Neil, who says don't get in the voice channel. That's right, Lars. Yeah, just go find some psychology channel and find some people who want to hear your armchair psychologist routine. If you're interested in talking about evidence, we'd be happy to talk to you.
I missed it, Dandelion. It was Lars one of the three that came in who had a friend that was the intelligent one, and they all referenced to him. So he went through all the data, some of the video, some of the laser tests, and some various other observations. Was he one of that group?
When I heard Lars, he was not in a group, so I don't know if he later had a group, but
okay.
I think he was just a one-on-one. He was in here. I think some of that stuff was going on there was something going on in the politics last night too, so
yeah,
maybe that happened in the politics server.
Yeah, I kind of lose track because of my time scales as to which day we're on and what happened when. I think I remember a bit of an interaction with him, but he seems he seems sort of, well, I won't be able to be seen till later, but if y'all didn't hear his emotions increase up until he muted me, I can't help you. He seems to have interpreted it as whoever he was talking to, I think it was Heretic maybe, that Heretic was getting wound up. So Lars is taking an emotional standpoint against Heretic's emotions.
I don't know, that might have been word salad. For you, Truth by Proxy's been here since May 20th, 2025, has VC verified role, is asking if they could have perms to post pics, gifts, etc.
Oh, who is it? Sorry, Dandelion.
Truth by Proxy, he's in the,
in the
VC, and he's also in the voice text.
Yeah, absolutely. 2 seconds, Truth. If I remember how to do this. Oh, where'd it go?
Yeah, I'm going to have to go because I was trying to work in the background while listening, but obviously I keep getting drawn into the conversation, so that's not going to happen. But it's great talking to you guys. I got to get some work done, but
it was awesome talking to
you later. Yeah, you too. Bye, Indio. Bye, old dude. Bye, Yoder, Car, Truth, Neil.
Bye.
Bye, Danny.
Have a great one.
Kingsley, Adam.
It's like an episode of The Waltons.
Good night, Ma.
Yeah, old people.
Good night, Jim Bob.
Good night, Pa. Yeah, we used to fall asleep in VC and we could hear each other snore. We used to mute the mic or the background noise. You used to wander away from our mics and you would hear our family interactions. And first thing we would do would be come in and say good morning or, say good night as people were going out.
So I think I accidentally created an anti-flat earther. This guy had felt compelled to come back and try to spin narrative about what happened last night. It's really funny. They just can't take the loss, dude. They just can't take it. It's like, hey, dude, you've only been in this topic for a couple months, dude. Take the loss. Move on. Change topics. Deflect to something else. He was saying last night that if he just takes a bowling ball or a ball and a light source, that's a model of sunsets. And I said, okay, can we tell when the sun rises in Boston, September 27th, 2025? No. Can you tell anything? Like what does your little model predict? That there's day and night.
That's funny. No, you see, you just have to put a pin in it at the right place.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah. That doesn't tell you what it looks like, though. Now, does it?
No.
And he had already conceded that that there's no geometric horizon. I don't know if he ever actually conceded that. No, he kept saying that's your opinion.
Well, if what passed for a model in his view were to be scaled, you need a nanotech-sized camera. It'd produce a flat horizon.
Dude, I don't even know. Could you even make a camera that wasn't so affected by diffraction? Right? Because the pinhole is so small? I don't even know you can make that camera. I actually looked to try to find the smallest camera. With this camera with the smallest aperture, they're all of them. I think a half a millimeter was the smallest I found. I mean, because they're not really practical.
Dude, for sake of geometric scaling, I wonder what that would scale up to, like what size of a ball you'd need.
For a half a millimeter, I'd have to be pretty big.
Maybe 1/3 the size of Earth itself.
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah.
Right, because your eyeball has like 2 millimeter.
Fully dilated, it's 10, supposedly 8 to 10, depending on the size of your eye.
Okay, so was that like 1/10?
20 times? Yeah, 20 times.
Yeah, 1/20.
So half a millimeter to 10 millimeter, 20 times. Or 20th, rather. Well, I mean, we can just go to Soundly for that, right? He's got that size ball. It's at Lake Pontchartrain.
Listen only now, sorry.
That's fine. Any globalings want to contribute? Isn't Jono a flat earther?
Ah, yes.
Yeah, General's newish. Yeah.
I'm a flat
Yeah. I heard them ask you why you think that. I didn't hear your answer.
I forgot to tell.
I didn't hear your
I
answer.
forgot to tell that. What question?
No, they asked you why you think the Earth is flat. Remember?
Oh,
I didn't hear your answer. I was kind of
because
doing something else.
we can see it's flat.
Oh,
We don't see any curvature. All pictures of Earth from space are CGI or cartoons. Long distance observation and laser tests prove there is no curvature.
mm.
Sorry, I'm bad.
No, that's fine. Fine. No, it's fine, man.
Actually, I'm Kokoy. I'm a moderator here.
What's your native language?
Tagalog.
What is it?
Tagalog.
Your native language is Igaroka? What is that? Where's that? Africa?
Tagalog. In Philippines.
Oh, Philippines. Oh, okay. Oh, we have a Filipino dude here.
Yes, I'm Kokoy, the moderator.
Hello, Bobo. Basali Clan.
Yeah. Hello.
That's all I know is Bobo.
Oh, good.
I lost my account because I was hacked.
Oh, what the hell's his name? Dude, why can't I remember dude's name?
Kokoy Balingit. Kokoy Balingit.
I'm the same, Indio. I can't remember Eldico's name either.
The Filipino kid, dude. I can't remember his name.
Kokoy Balingit.
Makes music.
Oh.
Kembo. Kembo Beats.
He's Cambodian.
No.
Well,
I lost my account. I was hacked. I clicked a link.
if Eldico was in, she might know.
Oh, wait. What's your name before?
Kokoy Balingit.
Oh, dude, that's you?
Koko.
I'll give you your mod back, bro. Dude, why don't you say so? Yeah, I'll give you.
Yes,
Why wouldn't I?
Because it was embarrassing what happened to me. No.
Yeah, man. What happened to you? I'm just glad you're alive.
Do you know, you were a mod for ages, bro.
Yes.
Oh, I'm so sorry, my friend. Oh, my lord. Oh, Stuff,
No, it's my fault. I was too embarrassed to say that's me.
No, bro. Listen, you're a moderator on this server, and have been for a long, long time, mate.
Yeah, there's no expiration date.
Yeah.
Me and Injo joined the same day. We joined
you
the
can
same
only
day
leave here.
on the old server.
You can only leave here in a coffin. That's it.
Yep.
Yeah, because I can't use my old account. Whatever I do, every time I do something, I was log out. The old account was broken.
Okay. Koi. That's it. That's who you are. All right. I'll give you moderator
thank
back.
you.
Yeah, no problem.
Welcome home, bro.
You're the only person that's been here longer than me.
Me too.
He's the
I
first.
joined earlier.
Yeah, one more than me. You joined 13. I'm 14. I should ban you, so I'm number one.
The highest, most flattest.
Yeah, you can give yourself whatever roles you want. I mean, I'm gonna get rid of that VC verified. You shouldn't have that role.
Yeah, Kokoi, were the first person to say where did I go and what was up when I left the server. Did any time I booked, you were always the first one in my case to check I was okay, bro.
How is Spake doing? Or Panto?
Sorry, did I miss that?
Spake?
Oh yeah, Panto. Yeah. I was actually just back in touch with him. Where are we now? I think it was yesterday. It might have been when it was last dark, so it's possibly been yesterday or the night before. But yeah, he's back in the Edinburgh area. He's in accommodation, but as usual, his first venture into public housing there is a nightmare. It seems to be he's found this up and down the country because he went looking for a better place or somewhere that he thought that he could fit in or find a place. But his first step is social housing, and he's found the most horrible of nightmares of places. But at least he's back in Edinburgh now, where he felt comfy before a few years back. But he's got the ladder to climb again, unfortunately. But yeah, he's doing okay. He was he'd strayed far. He didn't know who to trust anymore. He was at that level, and rather than see or get into a situation where other people are possibly going where certain ones of us are seen as untrustable or suspect, he chose to step away. And I kind of respect that a lot. Also, he wasn't really too sure of what was going on. He didn't want to sully the process with any kind of reaction that he felt or was going through, or his appraisal of things may have been skewed. Therefore, he's Scottish, and we're liable to lose it and tear your head off at the drop of a hat. And I know I'm guilty of that lots of times. So yeah, he took himself out of the scenario till he tried to figure out what was going on. But yeah, I think he's been out of reach. He's good, but he's back on the periphery. He's not far from coming home as well, I'd like to say. But yeah, I'll let him know that you were asking about him and that you're home. Because we're back in touch now, I'll begin to give him some updates on things. Maybe there's a high possibility that he's even listening. If you're out there, Panto, the door's open, man. Sorry it can't be right now, but yeah, come on back in and talk to us, bro.
He's got to come back and see how big his baby that he birthed is. Over in the politics there.
Yeah, well, his baby's had a clone over in English.
Yeah, I know. It had a twin or a clone or something.
Yeah. Dolly, the English observer room. Yeah, well, I mean, it went from politics to politics and religion, and then religion actually had to have a major admin reshuffle to get us out of there. They went funny. Most of the good staff left. The ones that had helped us and backed us all the way felt so uncomfortable that they either had to shut up or leave themselves. And then, there was an admin reshuffle. One of the opposing voices stepped off. So the vote went, no help for Flat Earth Room. And it became just not worth their while being there without that. They either wanted our format there and the benefit there from us, the way we present it, or they didn't. And they clearly made it clear that they didn't. They ran away from us and wouldn't even speak to us in the end. So yeah, they lost that. But it's going to go on and on and on now because, yeah, certain people set the format, made the step, and then sat and made it happen.
I give Panto a lot of credit for not quitting. As far as like coming up with idea after idea, a lot of them failed. I hate to tell you, but I give him credit for not quitting.
Try again. It's one of the first things that it's a nursery rhyme to us. You know, the spider in the cave.
Yep.
Rob Roy. Is it Rob Roy?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. You gotta be stubborn sometimes. I mean, my grandmother's Scottish. Straight from Scotland. She is stubborn as hell. The last thing she said to my mother on your deathbed is, "You're not taking care of these children right." Like, dude, you're lecturing her on her own deathbed. Like, she's pretty crazy, dude.
Wow.
My grandma was kind of a bitch.
Spirit, though, bro. That's spirit and opinion. Yeah, it's not opinionated. It's honest, genuine opinion. And spirit. Yeah.
Yeah, and it came from a good place, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
She just
absolutely. Yeah.
expected more.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. There's quite a lot of like deathbed curses. You know, hers sounds like, you know, a deathbed love wish. There's nothing wrong with that, India. That's what's wrong in today's world. The fact that all that's been lost, and people are now in the position where, if anyone does say that to them, even from their deathbed, you know, it's classable as socially unacceptable. What on earth is all that about?
Well, everybody has a blind spot for their own behavior, you know what I mean? We can't see everything that we do ourselves, right? And like, if someone really cares about you, they're going to correct you. Or help you correct yourself, you know. And it comes from a good place. It's not evil that somebody hurt your feelings.
We're all the same, and I do believe that we are all our own brothers and sisters keepers. Not that we should rule or, you know, opine over like what each other should be doing. But we should help keep each other up as opposed to put each other down. Many's the time of the good people around here help me by either quieting my voice when I've lost my temper, or I've lost focus, or I can't remain calm. And it's a lesson I'm still learning to this day. Yeah, you know, I know full well that if I lose it, somebody will have the good grace to move me, and let me vent, or you know, whatever. I've seen live streams come and go in a room where people get into such a state or an opinion. You know, I've seen entire rooms moved away from live streams and the public focus in the past to save personal face of people while they go through nonsense and personal growth the way we do. But yeah,
you know, I think that's why we're like at this state in this topic. Is that at least here? I don't know about everywhere else on the internet, but at least here, everybody's always trying to improve and do better. You know what I mean? That's a great thing about the people here. They're always trying to do better. And whether criticized or not, a lot of people here are internally driven. And I think the globe earthers is that they think they got it all figured out, and they don't try to improve or do better. And it's like that's why we're still running across arguments we heard in 2016, right? They thought, well, we had it solved then. We don't need to improve anything. No, you guys are a train wreck. You're still like, I mean, you had this Lars dude, right? He's like, well, the horizon's geometric. And I'm telling him, like, globe earthers disavowed that a couple years ago. In fact, said they've never said that. That they never said it was geometric, and then it's always been apparent. So the thing you think the sun's setting behind, your compadres wouldn't even agree with you anymore.
Yeah, they're caught up in an old troll that's actually been disavowed now. So they're caught up in an old troll and trolling, well, getting trolled twice by it. That's what I mean about the cycles and the loops and the new people coming to it, and the fact that we will always have to address everyone as if they're entirely brand new and, you know, fully indoctrinated into the what's out there and the propaganda system and how it works. And that's kind of why I've changed my meme game a little. I don't know, like, if you watch my memes, but I try to include now, you know, how people are actually fooled and where it is. And, you know, try and show them a little bit more about what's kind of going on and why they think that we're nutbags before they actually open their mouths and trip over themselves 300 or 400 times. You know, I'd love to give everybody an equal opportunity, and that's why I want to link the A to Z to everyone, whether they open up in voice or text or not at all. Don't care. Everyone should have the same ammunition there, but see, trying to get to the point where they can be acceptable to it. I don't think that'll ever change, but maybe someday.
Yeah, one thing that will never change, ladies and gentlemen, especially if you're listening in a live stream, is that when the flat earthers have to present the flat earth case, there is a standard that we have that can never change, and that is to prove it with the evidence that we have, that all of you are carrying that you don't realize, and that will always be repeated over and over again until everybody gets it. That's a standard right there of repetition of the facts which you're actually carrying without realization, and that's what's key. I do find, and I find that rather poignant, that repetition is key. And that's what we're good at, actually repeating it. Because some people ask, what motivates you to keep doing this? Well, obviously it's the truth, isn't it? Right? That's key here. The truth, and the truth will always stand up against a lie every time. So whilst people are lying all the time, remember, kids are going to school and learning about the earth being this globe, and it's not. Okay? Now, that's across the whole of the flat earth here. Everywhere around the world, everybody's learning this education, which is wrong. So clearly, we cannot stop telling the truth, can we now? Okay. Just what you might want to hear that, ladies and gentlemen. We're in for the long haul, for the longest of the longest haul. Till we die, basically. There you are. Or,
you know, and I don't even feel like we're like revealing anything that's like hidden or secret. We're like that we have some special knowledge. It's just like just telling them, hey, you're not actually paying attention. You know what I mean? You're asleep at the wheel. Wake up, look around. What is the actual situation? Do you know the Earth's the globe? Okay. How do you know that? Oh, you don't know that. You think somebody else knows that. But your actual experience is that it's not. And you're not actually paying attention. You're just outsourcing your brain, somebody else for convenience or whatever reason you do it for. And like, we're not revealing anything. We're just pointing out the obvious. I think it's pretty obvious once it's pointed out.
It is obvious. To my embarrassment, it was so obvious, ladies and gentlemen. And I like to pride myself that I've had experience with nature more so than the average man or woman through the army. And you get to see nature in all its beauty, right? Because that's where you're going to be fighting your battles. That's where you're going to have to survive if it goes wrong. And I missed all the clues. I plopped nothing, yet I was exposed to it all in plain sight. So what Indio has just said there is true. He's, stating the obvious. It's there. It's just that you're asleep at the wheel. We're sleepwalking at the moment. Yeah, dangerous. But nicely put, Indio.
Yeah, that's like that's a parable from. Yeah, I like that one too, dude. They are, we've become so used to the information, like infeed or influx that so many things are dealt with, and you're so busy getting on with life that it's like being asleep with your eyes open on a highway that doesn't veer right or left. And now I have fallen asleep at the wheel for about quarter of a mile, between quarter and half a mile. Thank God it was a straight, and I didn't wander or veer, but I did open my eyes and think, hang on, how did I get here? I've been asleep at the wheel. And it's you don't even realise that you've done something so many times, and you've just accepted what it is, that it might not be what what's going on really. You're just letting everybody else do the work for you, and just going on what they say and carrying on driving blindly forward.
Yeah. Those experts that you trust, and I don't blame you for trusting them, because they're billing themselves as experts, and then they sound like experts. They present the information in a professional expertise way, manner, if you will. So you're going to trust all that, and you yourself, you're looking at yourself as not an expert because you haven't looked into that field. So you trust it, and that's fair enough. You're entitled to do that, but there is a little risk. It could be a bit of misinformation, sorry. That's what I meant to say. That's the risk you run. And I ran that risk for 48 years. Right? Purely because I was lazy. If I'd had the smartphones back in, when I was in my teenage years and we had the smartphones, I probably would have checked it out. Because that means I wouldn't have had to go to the library. It would have been to hand. But I didn't have these devices back then. So I relied on the experts and trusted that they were correct. That's all.
Hey guys, just a question. Yeah. So okay, it's not around this flat, right? So if that's the case, right? Then I would clearly see it's maybe not the monkey either, and not the dinosaur, but maybe something else, right?
Yeah.
So what would be that else? Yeah, that's something else, right? Instead of the monkey and dinosaur. In your case,
for me personally, if it's not a happenstance random accident like they claim, which evolved over time with various other random accidents and some ecological disasters paring the herd down to eventually what created us. If it's not that, then it implies code, which implies a knower, a sender and a giver, therefore a creator. So that's kind of where I am for it, or with it.
All right.
Yeah, those are my sentiments.
I'm talking about history. I'm talking about history, right?
Okay.
And to be honest, you guys on one server, talking about one thing, which is nice. Yeah, it's like a bastion, of sort. But for me, there's 10 other things of that sort, right?
Yeah, you mentioned history.
So it does change the history. So how? And so if this is propaganda, and if that is propaganda, what else is propaganda, right? I mean, that's like the first question that comes, right?
Yeah, it's a good question, because you have to check everything else now. Once you realised that they've misinformed you about where you live, and in my case it was for 48 years, well then automatically, ladies and gentlemen, I wanted to go back to check out my other mistakes. Instantly, my brain did it automatically out of my own control. It was like an instinctive thing that I flashed back. That's when I realized that the earth was flat. There was nothing there. And then I realized, wow, I better check everything else, because I was looking at history anyway, moon landings and other things, and I found it to be like, I went, wow, I'm not going to believe anything ever again. So I galvanized that one. That one was written in stone, no more believing. 2015. So now, as the man is just telling you, you've got to question everything about history now. Everything. And we're finding untold lies. I'll stop there.
That's I'm quite happy to hear what you just said. Yeah, because I would say the different people are going to have different experience, right? That's like right. And yeah.
Well, history is the easiest thing to fake. Nothing could be easier. It's so easy. Okay, right now in Ukraine, they just passed a law. 2 laws, as a matter of fact. One is you're not allowed to report on government corruption until there's a conviction. And the second one is it's called a right to forget. Anything the government deems to be old and no longer in the public interest, they can eradicate from the public record. Okay, so it's simple to eliminate history. So here's some history that got eliminated in my lifetime. The coming ice age. In the 1970s, they were saying there was going to be another ice age. That the whole world was getting colder, we're all going to freeze to death. Everybody forgot about that. It's called the memory hole, right? Certain things get shoved down the memory hole. The pandemic. Here's something that got memory holed. Remember when people were like dropping dead instantly upon exposure in China? Just dropping dead in the streets of China? Now that seems ridiculous, right? You know, biological, viruses don't act like nerve agents, right? They don't act like VX nerve gas where people drop dead instantly. But people were buying these videos, but they've suddenly forgot that this was the propaganda that got people to basically never leave their house again. All that shit's memory hold. It's so easy to change history. It's freaking trivial, quite honestly.
Yeah, just to highlight what you said there in the way of the the right to forget, and then you can't report on corruption unless there's been a court case. Ladies and gentlemen, they are protecting their corruption. That's corruption protection that's going on there, don't you think? Wouldn't you say?
Yeah, but I would say it's a bit more complex at this point. I mean, it is, but I would see also like government as like an unnatural thing that just happened, aside many other unnatural things.
Yeah, India put it right. There's a lot of things that have changed. Look, government was meant to be representative of the people, working for the people, by the people. It is no longer that. Hang on a minute. Let me just finish off. When they can change the rules on the fly, they don't consider. They're not working for you. That's what they're telling you. It used to be the other way around. That government worked for the people, and if they weren't doing their job properly, the people would, show by their voting and say, well, we don't want you in, can you step down? It used to, back in the day. Now, they're telling you that you can't open your mouth at all unless we tell you when to. This is what they're telling us in a roundabout way. Terrible.
Yeah,
Sorry to cut you off.
I'm not going to, no, don't worry about it. I'm not going to say my stance on it, yeah. Because I just know there's different personalities of people, and some of the personalities, right, people, just different people like dog and cat, are going to be labeled as a disease, yeah. So from autism to just name it, yeah. So that dehumanizing factor on the people that are lesser in percentage, yeah, just less of them percentage wise, they are going to be deemed as a disease from the get-go, and the rest of the flock knows it instinctively. Yeah, so no, guys, talking about the government, I don't think that thing should have ever existed, yeah, in the first place. Yeah, in a community. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, when I look at the tribals, men and women who are living a more simple, placid life with nature, there is a hierarchy system that works, a democracy that works. And it's always the elders that delegates at the end of the day.
Yeah,
Okay?
the elders.
That works in those.
Hey,
in that rate,
throughout the scale.
hang on. I'm still in the middle. I'm still in the middle of what I'm saying. Sorry. So in the middle. All right. So with those groups, Aborigines, Zulus, tribes, the Amazon people in the jungle who are living a more natural life, that system works beautifully because they all understand what's going on and they're working together as a team here, right? And it works for that. So I think it's government in a way, but it's everybody's agreeing with it, and it's the elder that delegates, and it works beautifully. You understand? But in our case, it's not working at all. It's unnatural. It's right. I would say.
How I say the mass has a bigger voice in this moment, right? It does, yeah. And it gets quite low, yeah. There's a lot of lies, and I guess in Amazon, I would say the percentage-wise, what consists the percentage-wise, the majority of people would have it good in the forest. I just think we come from something higher, way higher than what we live, and this is hell, yeah, basically, and we're just trying to solve it. Stuck always on things like we cannot even get through where we are on map. Yeah, there's such a deep hole that we don't even know where we are on map. Yeah, and the one that goes same as you guys. Yeah, but like I say, I have another 10 things like the flat earth that just don't add up. Yeah, where do these people end? Yeah. Homeless or in asylum, yeah, and we just happy and procreate and make the numbers and say, hey Jesus, save us. Hey, come on, guys, yeah.
Yeah, how are you even talking about, man?
That's
I'm gonna end up homeless because I'm a flat earther. Is that what you're saying?
No. What he's saying is that out there, let me explain, Indio. What he's trying to say, out there are other situations like flat earth lies, right? And some of these people out there may end up going insane, right? Going insane and going crazy.
No.
And I think
they're not going to have the life easy.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Let me finish what I'm saying. Right, basically, he's trying to say to people, wake up. That's what he's trying to say, Indio. He's not saying that because you're a flat earther, you're nothing. In other words, that's not what he's saying. It may have sounded like that, but that's not what I think he's saying. I think what he's saying is that
because of what I would say in a nutshell, because of the belief in democracy, and that everybody is the same, which is a lie. Okay. Yeah, that's a big fat lie.
Right.
Yeah, because of this and what it does to quote unquote, and I'm not the energy person. I'm just observing and add up things. What I could say, energy wise, is when we made because I'm a builder, and one project we made how it's called, pavement, pavement, in an asylum. Okay. In an asylum in the city, there's an asylum. The guys from the city, it's local.
Okay.
30 kilometers from here. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey guys, there were crows in the summer. Yeah. I don't sense like bad energy the same like other people, like more emotional based people, that care about stability. Because I would divide these things. I would say one is more about straightforward logic, the other is like a defender. Just kinds of people, huh? Hey, they themselves said it that there's something not right. Yeah, I feel it in my own way. Yeah. So what we do, like energetically, I don't think it's a good thing. Yeah, I think in order for us to just fuck like rabbits and do not know shit and protect whatever is the status quo, we just destroy it. It's like Mordor, like Mordor. Even the people, I'm not sort of person that would be able to give you the impression, even from the people talking. But the impression is like out of scale. Yeah.
Yeah. What he's
Yeah.
trying to say basically, what you're trying to say basically is that we as human beings on this earth could do better if we paid attention, which is coming from what Indio said at the beginning. We're asleep at the wheel. And he's just carrying on with that, Indio. And because there is a language barrier here. That's what he's trying to do.
There's
He's trying
just
to bring
so
forward.
much of the evil. Yeah. So if I lying is evil. If I see would see this as a I it's just so broken. I mean, because the only thing I could see is that would resolve it. Just don't make kids and focus on solving it yourself. Yeah. Because when you make
that's a
kids,
good point.
Solve
then you have
solve it for who?
you can
If you don't
because
have
you should
kids, who
teach
you
your
solving
kids.
it for?
Yeah, you should teach your kids. But how can you? There's so much. How can you even start? You have to drive them to school. You have to feed them. You have to go to work. In work, you cannot talk because you have to keep your job. And the government tells you, oh, you should make more kids to make a strong nation. Yeah, it's like the opposite. Once you make the kids, how are you able to teach your kids about the stuff? Because you have to like give them a nice childhood, and at the same time you should teach them about the evils of the world. But there's like so much. Yeah,
I did that.
You should.
Are
you going to make him a ninja with martial arts, a conspiracy theorist? No. So you're just going to make another piece of meat. Yeah.
Do you have children?
Right.
Do you have children?
No.
Why?
Yeah. For the same reason I told you. If
maybe you should have some, and it would change your opinion.
No.
Hey, how about this? Go work in a daycare with small children.
And you are no.
That's good.
No,
it
you
gives
are
meaning to life. It gives meaning to life.
It gives meaning. The meaning is inherent. You are in a shit show. You should solve it. That's the meaning, right? You should educate yourself.
Solve it for who? Because if there's no kids, who are we solving it for? A bunch of skeletons?
Just there's no. It's just in front of him. So.
Look, I want to bring this up.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to bring this up when Jen said the elders were in charge of everything. Do you know why the elders were in charge of everything, and do you know why it worked? Because if you're the oldest person, most likely you have the most amount of skin in the game because you have the most amount of children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, right? You have skin in the game because you're the oldest. You're going to do stuff for everybody, right? So that your heirs, children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, they survive. So your decisions are going to be long-term. They're not going to be impulsive, driven by hormones, driven by emotion, driven by all these human failings, right? They're going to be driven by, an altruistic need to help everybody in the best possible way. That's why we got to, plus the elders have the most experience. Now, they have the problem of not thinking clearly all the time. But that's one down. But you can't it's not a perfect world. You got to take what you can get.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's you say, that's what it is, right? So what can you do about it? No, I'm paraphrasing. I'm twisting it. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah, but you have the skin in the game, nevertheless, and just out of the practicality. Yeah, if you have children. You have to work. In work, you cannot speak. In school, you cannot speak. Yeah.
Well, I don't think that's your only choice. I don't think you have to work for somebody.
Like 10 conspiracy theories straight from the childhood, just so the child knows where he is. So okay, yeah, you did your due diligence. You learned all about the evils. Just want to give him the real word. Now
that's not what you teach your children, though.
When he's exactly. Yeah,
you don't teach your children conspiracy theories. You teach your children how to critically think, and they will discover that on their own.
Yeah, and that's bullshit. You see?
Yeah, no,
they will. Right away.
If your children can determine, if they know how to determine what truth is, right? Because that's really the skill. How do you determine what's actually true or not? right? If you know how to do that, see through logical fallacies, see through the bullshit, see through propaganda, then you're going to discover the truth naturally.
It's like the opposite of what you guys doing here. So you want to keep the truth and fight for the falseness, but you're going to teach him the falseness, so he can discover the truth.
Falseness?
Upside down
What
already.
falseness? What falseness? What are you talking about? What falseness?
I mean, you're going to send him to school, right? And let him talk to his peers. So when exactly are you going to mention him? Hey son, it's flat, right? Hey son,
Because ideas need to be
this thing.
defended. You have to go into the lion's den. Your idea, like, listen, to figure out what the truth is, you need pushback, right? You need someone to say, "Hey, that's not true. This is true." And your child needs to be able to critically think and analyze the counter argument, right? You need to know your opponent's argument in order to figure out what the truth is. You can't just insulate. Like, that's just echo chamber shit, dude.
Echo
You don't want your kid in
chamber
the echo
or
chamber?
not, he is in this world, so he will meet people, and I would say the pushback. It depends. Yeah, he might.
And his armor's logic. And his armor's critical thinking. It's armor's reason. That protects him against nonsense.
It's a great argument. I mean, it isn't. I'm just being polite. You say that by giving him more of the correct information and showing him the bias.
No, not correct information. The information is irrelevant. It's how to analyze the information that's important.
Yeah, he
It's
would
the
get that
tools
from
to analyze the information.
Or you would have to teach him, yeah, because I would say at the moment you would tell him that this amount of information from the school system is false. It would make it difficult for him to listen to that thing from the beginning, yeah. That would be a problem. So you would be then responsible for the rest of the curriculum. Yet you would have to explain, hey son, you still have to go there because you need the diploma and all of the. Hey,
You're not
I don't
getting
think
it.
you would
You're
destroy
putting
his
primacy on
critical
the
thinking.
information itself. Like, the information is what's important. The information is irrelevant. If you can't think logically, then you don't have a chance. Okay, how do you determine whether something's true or not?
You would tell him, hey son, this is a map they show us. This is how the place looks like. We don't even know where we stand on the map. Yeah, that's quite straightforward. That's you would explain to him.
They should be able to figure that out themselves.
This is my work. This is wrong. Yeah, I'm just saying that's very wrong.
Dude, when you have children, tell me about how children think and act and how to raise children. When you have children, then you can tell me.
No, I already told you.
You don't know anything about children.
No, you're not listening now. No, you're not listening now. Look, I've had children. Hang on. I've had children. 4 boys.
I have lots of children, dude.
Yeah, I've had four boys, okay? They all know the Earth is flat. The day that I realized it was, the same day they learnt. And already they had experience of flat Earth already. That because that's all they've lived on. They've traveled a little bit. They've done the camping, the outdoors, because life is an experience and an adventure. And 85% of education is coming from home. School is only responsible for like 15%. It's family inputs. That's where the kid's going to learn, as India is saying. Right.
And any idea should be able to, no matter what someone says, it should be able to be reconstructed rationally from first principles. That means if you have an idea, hey, the Earth, I said it to lots of Globers, hey, Earth's a globe. Okay, let's rebuild the globe from first principles. And let's see if we arrive at the conclusion they arrived at, that the Earth is a globe. And nobody can do it. Nobody can do it. It's impossible. Because we have a bunch of assumptions and presuppositions. And if you're not willing to, take leaps of logic, you're never going to arrive there yourself. But you have to know how to determine what the truth is in the first place.
Hey, what I'm saying, the kids are not even yours. Yeah, they are systems kids. At this point.
They're mine. They're not.
What do I care about other people's kids for?
No. Your kids are not even your kids. Yeah, it's systems kids.
He's saying the government owns it.
Speak for yourself.
The government owns the kids.
No,
That's what he's saying.
I made my choices, and if my choices are not honest, yeah, I successfully destroyed, yeah, or the relationships destroyed itself. I don't care, yeah, but I successfully destroyed all my relationships in the pursuit of what I know. Now I know whom am I going to even say it? It's so upside
Yeah, but
down.
you got to understand.
Then what?
So you're not thinking critically.
Then I kill myself, the guys with me,
You didn't
and
destroy
that's
your
great, right?
relationship.
It's
But
upside down.
You didn't,
Yeah.
Listen. If you coming to the truth, quote unquote, destroyed your relationship, you never had a worthy relationship in the first place. You were deluding yourself.
Exactly, and that's true. From the practical reason, yeah, from the practical perspective, I still do think and do believe wholeheartedly that the types of people, since they exist naturally, yeah. So you have your typical nerd, you have your typical whatever alpha, or how is it called? You have typical MacGyver guy, and you have a typical like a priest creature, yeah. I would see it, yeah. Call it the lefties, righties. We live in the same settings since I would say like forever, yeah. And we cannot even know this. We cannot even speak like this, yeah. All have different powers, yeah. All have different possibilities what they can do. Stuff that one person enjoys, I hate, and vice versa, yeah. So. All of these things, so logical. It's like a common sense, yeah. But no. For the sake of the system, for some reason that is all around the planet, we have to do it this way, yeah. There's everybody.
We don't live on a planet.
We have
we don't
to
live on a
fight
planet.
women. Yeah.
You made an error there. We do not live on a planet. So if you're thinking we live on a hang on, please allow me to speak now. Please allow me to speak. If you're thinking we're living on a planet, you're stuck in the system that you don't like.
Quote unquote,
when you
let's
think,
say,
and you're not letting me finish. You're speaking a lot. So please put your mic on. Mute your mic and allow me to speak for 2 minutes at least. Thank you. Now, when you're thinking about the Earth as a planet, it means you're still under the indoctrination, and you're allowing that indoctrination to ruin your quality of life. That's you. It's a you problem, because I know the system's out there, but I'm not going to allow the system to get me, right? I'll ruin my life, and they don't own my children. No system on this earth owns my kids. You're out of your mind, okay? So they're not part of this. Right? They're not. When we decide what's good for our children at the end of the day, that's what we decide at. My wife and myself. Okay. And my children have grown up now. They're working for themselves, and that's fantastic. They're out there working now. Still got one at school anyway. Okay. We brought them up. Now, when I found out about the flat Earth, they knew immediately. Right? And I've taught them a lot of things about what is wrong in this world. They've learnt a lot. Okay, from their dad. All right, they're very much more rounded than the average Japanese kid out there who's believing in the system. They're not that. My children are nothing like that. They're going to be leaders in their groups. Okay, thank you. That's up to you how you bring your kids up. Your input is
there will never be point where there's going kids. Hey, you guys are happy, yeah, with the tribalist shit, and that's what I hear from the get-go. All over.
Look, that's life. Look, the leaders have to lead. The leaders have to lead. As Indio said, the leaders are more, especially in the jungle, they're more concerned of the whole family, the whole community, because our lives are dependent on each other. We're living in nature. Nature is a harsh environment, and if you don't get on with it, it will ruin you. Okay, that's why the leaders have got nothing to gain. Leaders have listen. You're not listening. You're not listening.
I am.
Leaders have nothing to gain.
Listening.
You're not listening. Leaders in the jungle do not have anything to gain by lying to their community. There's nothing to gain there. Their lives are dependent on each other. You don't understand
it. Brainwash. Propaganda, brainwash. Another one.
Do you think? Hold on. Do you think that human beings naturally form hierarchies?
Yes.
Or that you think they're all imposed? Are they imposed, or they just form naturally?
I would say some of the hierarchies, and at the same time, vast majority of them are twisted, imposed results of war and social engineering. I wouldn't say we live in a natural hierarchy at all. 100% not a natural hierarchy at the moment.
Is war a natural human activity?
Oh, yes, I would say so.
Okay, so that is a hierarchy, right? Might makes right. They're better at killing people than you are. Okay,
no,
so they form their own hierarchy and impose it on everybody because they can kill you.
Yeah, absolutely. I would say you have wartime and peacetime. Now we have these two kind of intermingled, yeah, and constantly going on at the same time. Plus, I would say there must have been atrocities made during those war times before that might or might not be irreversible. Yeah. And it has a lot to do with our mating and a lot to do with our whole societal structure, yeah, which is completely off. Absolutely, yeah. I would say there's 0 point in denying that.
There's
Yeah?
two hierarchies, right? There's the brains versus brawn. Now, the people with brains, they won't benefit from a brawn-based hierarchy, so they've tried to even the playing field by creating things like money to make them move up the hierarchy, right, in social status. Because when it comes down to brass tacks, as far as being a man, you're trying to attract the best female possible. And they're selecting either brains or brawn, right? Either social status or the physically strongest guy. And the one that prevails, it depends on the environment you're in. If, like you said, in war, you want the strong guy. In peacetime, you want the smart guy, right?
Hey, I would say that's like 70% of propaganda, and that's just a feedback.
You don't think that's true? You don't think any of that's true?
Hey, if you say so first
you don't think hypergamy is a thing? You don't think
hypergamy is a thing, yeah. So if you observe a war like Afghanistan and their societal structure, you're going to see it doesn't even matter who said what. The stronger one comes and takes the place, and the rest adjusts even without saying anything. Yeah, with the constant threat or
So my point is, human societies, these two hierarchies compete with each other, and sometimes the war hierarchy prevails, and at other times the peace hierarchy prevails.
Hey, you say this? Yeah, go on.
And the thing is, the peacetime, let's call it the rational hierarchy. Well, the artificial peacetime. Well, I mean, if you're in America, brawn does not rule the day here, okay? It's gaming the system that rules the day. Right? The ability to manipulate
you're not gaming any system, you're being gamed by the system. You're being
people that game the system to move up the hierarchy, right?
Yeah, the hierarchy itself is like casino.
So if you can't figure out to game the system, then you're not competent.
No, right? That's another falsity. I would say I don't have the natural need to compete with you on that level. I do not.
Well, that's a choice, right?
Yeah? No. I do not feel. I do not understand it personally. I am different than you naturally, but you will not acknowledge it because you have been worked by the system. Yeah, so you can thank for the system.
Oh God, dude.
You are missing.
You don't know me.
You are missing on
Adam, dude.
And
you don't know me from Adam.
Comes naturally. Yeah, naturally. Yeah.
Look, you gotta listen. You're gonna claim. Dude. I guarantee you're more connected to the system than me. I'd bet freaking $1 million on it.
All right.
Okay, so I operated for nearly 20 years. With no ID, no social security number, no employee, no government papers, no connection with the government in any way, shape, or form, period. No birth certificate, none of that crap. You ever done that? No, you haven't. Because you're all talk. Yeah, because you're all talk.
I haven't. I haven't.
Because you're all taught.
And
You
I
are
made my
connected
own
to the
choices.
system. You're
Yeah,
completely dependent on the system.
absolutely. And I will always
I'm
be.
not,
Yeah.
and I won't, and I never will be.
That's in that sense, you are way more disconnected from the system. Yet here we are, and I said what I said, and that will always be true at the same time. Yeah, at the same time. Yeah?
The point is, don't tell me that I've been bamboozled by the system.
Yes, I will tell you
I
that
opted out of the system
single
I
waking
opted
hour.
out of the system in practice, whereas yours is completely theoretical. Got it?
No, it's not theoretical. I exist, and that's not even philosophical. Yeah, I exist, and I know my kind. Yeah, because I know it's going on in a family, and like I say, yeah, I think it happened. I think somebody rewrote our history, because if I get into the talk with you guys,
You don't have any family, though. You don't have a family except for your parents. You don't have your own family, your own children. So what are you
No, I
talking
don't.
about?
I'm not
I know.
planning on it. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, because you're allowing the system to dictate your life. That is why.
Nope.
Yep. Yep.
Never
Yep.
going to happen.
That is
Never
exactly
going to.
that is exactly what's going on.
So let's go. Let's go
The
back.
system has crippled you. You have been crippled by the system, because
absolutely.
part of life
The
is
same as you, all of you guys.
born,
Yeah.
and then to born. Listen, you're not listening. Part of life is to be born from your mother's womb. Then you grow up to meet the ideal woman, and then you have your own children. That's what God, the creator of the earth, has intended. You are allowing a
big fat lie.
system.
That's the one we might also be able to
Again, you're
take a look at.
interjecting whilst I'm talking. You're interjecting whilst I'm talking. You've got to listen sometimes, and listen. I know you don't like what I say, but you're going to hear it anyway. And the people who are listening
yes,
in the YouTube
go on.
live stream. Yeah, well then shut up then and pay attention then. It's like this. Like I said,
Hey, I listen to every word.
You've allowed the system to dictate to you whether or not you're still talking. Thank you. You have allowed the system to dictate to you and brainwash you into having no children. That's what you've gone and done to yourself. Okay? I'll say that. That's what I'll say for now.
We don't think the same way, and like I said, I might have done more due diligence at words of figuring out what are the other things. Yeah. So I do not think
I know what the other things are.
we come from monkeys. We settle on that. Yeah. I think the dinosaurs might be CGI. Yeah, that's great, right? Yeah, that's great.
Dinosaurs never existed. Right, good. We know that's a lie.
Yeah, that's a lie. That's a lie. Another thing,
we know that.
I think there should be a natural community, yeah, right? So we
and
believe
there are.
that, yeah.
There are
And there are natural communities.
There are in the bush, in the jungle.
Hey,
there are loads.
But
they're living
we
good.
don't come from monkeys, yeah. I also
we know
do
that.
believe
We know that. We keep repeating that.
But
we know.
now you do the same thing, right? So we're fair and square, yeah. We're fair and square on that point.
What do you mean? What do you mean by we're fair and square?
That you criticize, yeah. You're talking where I'm talking. I don't have a problem with it, yeah. But we are fair and square at this point, yeah. So natural hierarchies, right? That you can observe in Amazon. I just don't think, yeah, that's the best case scenario, yeah.
I think it is when I compare what's going on now. I think that is. I think they're having a better life than those who are living in the concrete jungle.
Better life,
That's
definitely.
what I think at the moment. At the moment, everyone's look. They didn't wear the masks, for examples. You didn't see the Amazon guys running around with masks on.
But that's a slave thinking.
The man in the modern world is running around with masks on. The modern world, the so-called
So
modern
that's
world.
slave thinking. Yeah, you're not. We're not talking about.
I am.
What is
I'm being
actually
brainwashed.
what should be or shouldn't. You're talking. Oh, they have masks, so they have it better. The grass is slightly greener.
No. I didn't say that. I said those in the jungle didn't wear masks. They've got it better. Modern man is a fool. That's why he wore the mask. Okay, get it right, will you?
No, it's all right. What I'm saying is, you guys go to talk about flat Earth, but
Yes,
you
of course,
stop there.
because that's what it is.
You
It
don't.
is flat, yeah.
And to keep the bastion. For that, you're doing a great work. You said it. Yeah, I have nothing against it because I'm not the person. I'm not the person that would be keeping the bastion. what you're standing there for. Yeah. So for that, you're doing a great job. Yeah.
Absolutely,
Just
we're taking them
picking
the
it
truth.
up. Yeah. Because
And
otherwise,
from that truth,
me
other
myself,
truths will be unlocked.
I wouldn't find out. Yeah. Without you
From
guys
that
being
truth.
there, I wouldn't find out. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, thank
that's
you.
fair.
It doesn't sound
That's
like
fair.
doesn't seem to
No,
sound
what you
like
wouldn't, what you hold on. What you wouldn't find out is not that the Earth is flat. What you wouldn't find out is that you've accepted a story without evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a difference, right? We all experience the world as the same thing, right?
We don't.
The difference is there's people that accept a story from a third person, okay, and there's people that don't. What people find out is that they've accepted a story from a third people that think the Earth is a globe, that come to flat Earth. What they find out from us. Hold on, dude. What they find, not that they've been brainwashed, they brainwashed themselves.
No.
If I say Santa's real and you go, shit, I believe Santa, you're not brainwashed. You choose to believe that. Stop acting like everybody's helpless. People are not helpless, dude. They make choices.
I would go for helpless. Yes.
They're not.
Yes. And that's where because what I would say, the devil lives in details, and especially with social engineering. Yeah, the devil lives in detail. So
yeah, but they're not helpless, dude. Look,
I would
listen,
say,
if you go to court, is ignorance an excuse, dude? Is ignorance a defense? No, it's not.
Ignorance is not a defense. So if you teach me how to do carpentry, yeah, and then your argument might stay, yeah, because I would willingly, yeah. At one point, you could say he just wants to be ignorant, yeah, and go out with the guys and drink or something, yeah.
No.
He remains ignorant.
You're not understanding what I mean.
When you have systematic, yeah, all across the whole place, yeah, America, Europe, Asia, doesn't matter. Then you're talking something completely else. Right?
Okay. Say you tried to sue. Let's say you did this. You tried to sue the government for brainwashing you to believe the Earth is a globe.
That's bullshit.
Want to know what happened? They'd say, well, they never made any assurances. They just presented you with the information, and you consented to accepting it. That's what they would say. They wouldn't say, "Oh, you're a helpless baby." You didn't have any choice.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you should sue the government for me. That's some sort of fairy tale. You're talking about.
No, listen. It was a hypothetical.
Yeah,
it was a hypothetical
not
situation.
A good one. I'll give you that.
It is a good one because you couldn't plead that you didn't do everything voluntarily. That would not be an actual defense. It would be argued that you voluntarily accepted it, that it was not imposed on you. Because it's not imposed on you. If it was imposed on you, all of us here would be in big freaking trouble, right? We're not. We're not in big trouble.
Really do admire.
Not imposed on anybody.
I repeat that. I really do admire, yeah, your guys' willingness to fight for holding the bastions of the truth, etc. But at some things, it's already kind of completely out of any sort of merit. Like sue the government. Like who are you going to sue? Who is the person? Yeah, and it gets out of hand, really. Like
no, you said they're brainwashed. I just demonstrated that people are not brainwashed, that they consent to believing the idea.
In a fairy tale, yes.
Do you believe in consent? Do you believe people consent to things that they can consent?
Oh, I would go with yes. Yet, with the state of the things where we are right now, I would say it's going deep into personal psyche. The amount of fucking war like social engineering, not war-like. I would say an absolute
psychological operation, social engineering, all that shit, right?
Yes. It's just the ones that Nazi would do. Yeah, the Nazi from the times before. Yeah, the shitty ones. Yeah, and I think
Yeah. And you know what happened to those
we just
people?
leave it.
When
Yeah,
when they went to Nuremberg and said I was brainwashed and just following orders, they said that's not an excuse. You're gonna hang.
of course. Yeah, let's go. No, it's a wartime and people going absolute, and we pretend and we're going to give a good time to the kids or whatever. But we live in a fucking not a wasteland. It's an absolute war. At the same time, nothing happening. Yeah, there's not even Cold War anymore. Yeah, so yeah, we don't even know where we stand on the map. I mean, come on, boys. Yeah.
Well, they don't need the war anymore. Everyone's afraid of their neighbour or the person across the road or the differently coloured person that's suddenly in their country.
It's just a neighbor, yeah. So absolute war with the neighbor. I mean, congratulations, guys. This is freedom, I guess. Yeah, or whatever. Yeah, with the neighbor. So that's your. Yeah, imagine you're a country, because that's how I see it. People as behaving as such. Yeah. So that's your front. It's not Normandy. It's your neighbor now. Yeah, even your wife, even your own body. Yeah, and with this you should have children. This is what you give your kid.
I know where I am on the map because I'm able to get from point A to point B anywhere on the earth at the moment. So, you know, the map is working for me. Okay, now whether or not the continents are in the configuration they've been shown, that's another thing. But I am able to get around, you know, because we can get from point A to point B. I'm currently talking to you from Japan. Where are you talking from right now? Where are you?
The Czech Republic.
Yeah, Czech Republic, Czechoslovakia. You see that? Nice place, you see? So there you are, you know. I'd like to take the opportunity to thank you for your English ability, because I know English is your second language. And because of your ability, you've made this conversation really interesting. And I thank you on behalf of my colleagues here, okay? Well done, you know, because you're coming across with some points. You're a little bit off the rails, I would say, but thanks anyway for using English. I can't speak Czechoslovakian, so thank you, okay? Just want to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Yes, I'm happy. Yes, thank you.
Qui-Gon, I just realised it was you. It's been a while since we spoke. It's good to talk to you again. Did you say that you feel, you know, aggrieved because you're expected to bring a children into that kind of, or a child into that kind of lifestyle or chance at life?
I always knew it.
So have you put off the chance of being a father and bringing new life into the world because of
no,
this?
this doesn't to me it doesn't come as even a thought. It might have for a second, but it was just like what would be if, and what would I do, and that thing, just to do that thing properly. Yeah, it doesn't even. I mean, if I come up with like crazy ideas and people and are completely off the rail, this one would be the most off the rail. Yeah, of all of the crazy ideas to do this. Yeah.
So has this physically put you off starting a family?
You see, it's for me. Feeling wise, yeah, it would be like we're not even in the same conversation. Yeah, when it comes to this topic. Yeah, it wouldn't even register as we're having the same conversation when we were starting a family. It's like you know, when person doesn't get it. Yeah, there's would be a lot of I guess having to get it.
So your partner would have to be idyllic to your what your mind's open to. Your partner would have to be idyllic and fit that paradigm. Otherwise, you couldn't start a family.
It takes a village to raise a child, and yes, you would be right about the partner. Yeah. So with those you know, the first thing would be what we call women. Yeah, always just women. Yeah, I would say it's an absolute fucking Second World War weapon. Yeah, weapon. I wouldn't say it's even like natural to be them for them in that fight state. And honestly, I don't think this is. I wouldn't say if I said the behavior is unnatural, I would be lying, because we all have, we all might have this absolute fight only for victory in us. Yeah, like if you guys get to the war and go for the absolute war or something, everybody might have it. Yeah, but I would say they are in the state of absolute war at all times. Yeah. Now your front is your neighbor. Yeah, or the lady at school. And I would say what happened with that thing is it's like a sect, yeah, like a cult, yeah. Women, because if you don't have your own community, blah blah blah, right? And the atrocities against women might have happened, right? That it kind of shifted and got perverse. Yeah, so I would see it as a perversion. What we do actually, yeah, but to such a degree, because it's not that I believe. I've seen that women can have muscles, but women have same types as men. Yeah, so as you have Donald Trump, you're going to have Margaret Thatcher. So the people that I would be more happy with in the ideal scenario exist in men and women. Yeah, like the characters. Yeah, the ones that I enjoy. I've met them. Yeah,
I do understand where you're coming from, and I respect very much where your heart and intentions are about bringing another life into the world, just to, you know, be disillusioned by part of society which has been disillusioned and turned almost against itself and mankind and against the family unit, when it's actually supposed to be the matriarch of the family unit. You know, yeah, I get where you're coming from, bro, but what I would say is, to basically cut a long story short, my friend, don't deny yourselves the chance at parenthood.
It's not that.
Don't get in the way of the process of procreation. But yes, by all means, try and factor it to the right partner that will help, form a family environment. And bro, it's a big earth, and there's lots and lots of ladies and women out there who have more of a female-male family mindset. So perhaps within your own country, you're not finding anyone who still has that. So I would say maybe look further afield, sir.
Guys,
hopefully you'll be.
Guys, it's not about that.
And
my nature.
Hopefully, dude.
My nature.
Hopefully, dude. You'll tell us the day that you get married, and I can dance on that day, and also the day that you become a father, and I'll dance again, sir.
No, hey, my nature would be as such as kind of if we don't get it, yeah, like all of this, we're not even on the same battlefield, yeah. We're not even on the same battlefield, yeah, because what I'm talking is practical, isn't it? Yeah, like if we don't stand on the map, that means you have been defeated, yeah. But you have been defeated so much that you don't even cannot even recognize basic thing to such a level, yeah. That's how I see it. So it might be the opposite. So in such a state of defeat, it's a joke to make kids, and it might not be because it's such a state of defeat, yeah, of the original, yeah, whatever the original is, yeah. So if we are wolves, yeah, originals is this and Chihuahua is not, yeah. So in the state of Chihuahua, I mean, come on, right? Yeah. Let's make
Qui-Gon, can I ask you one more thing, and then and I'll let you go to someone else, sir. If we don't carry on procreating, who will be left to fill the battlefield or rebuild from the battlefield? Who will be left to inherit anything if we don't carry on?
To me, it's such a joke already. This is not. Oh, it's such a joke already. It in itself is for me at least, yeah. For me, just a personal after seeing all of this that I've seen, yeah, and that I went all this thing in my own way, yeah, what I wanted to see, yeah, and what I expected, because to even consider something like stable relationship, I mean, we would have like to have stable communication.
Yeah, exactly, Qui-Gon. That's my point.
That would
My
stay
point, bro, is
between me and the
entirely.
person. That doesn't exist. That doesn't exist. Yeah.
Possibly, my point is entirely that you possibly haven't met the right mindset or
criteria.
Type of girl or female, bro. And to be quite honest, I would say look to the east, look to the countries where it's warm, Malaysia. Where they're family orientated, dude, because there's women there who want to be wives. Every way that a white dress.
This is also part of the problem.
Not twisted by
everybody.
Society, dude.
Every one of you guys of that type would go on about this thing. We're not even talking at this point. Yeah, like if I'm talking from the heart somehow. Yeah. It's not the same. I'm talking about a community. I'm talking about communication. It doesn't match the criteria. It wouldn't fill in the box. Yeah, I couldn't tick it off from the box. That I like trust. That I wouldn't say that's so far. It never even happened that I would. I mean, it did in some form, but it's not even a hiccup, yeah, that I would get at this point.
Have you vetted all communities and all approaches of all different females from all across Earth? Have you actually vetted them and maybe gone and lived there and experienced their culture, their ways?
If I did so, if we say, there's not so many types of people, and we are not that different. Yeah,
I think
if I get to Thailand, yeah, and get the same shit test pretty much the first or second night, that would be, and the shit test is nothing else but, hey guys, the ladies enslave. It's just enslaving itself, you know. In reality, the parts, yeah, the people, they just enslave themselves in some way, and the women, they are in the absolute war settings for something that is not even connected to anything real at this point. Yeah,
well,
so
that's the thing. If you actually visit the Thai community or the Thai country, or anywhere in Asia, Malaysia, India. All across the east.
Yeah, but you're not scratching my age. You're not scratching my age, to be honest.
Who actually want to be a partner, and everything a female should be in a partnership.
We talk about different things.
They're looking for someone who only wants that from them. And the fact that they're caught up in an industry that's declared by the royal family to be totally okay, to make money with your body if you want.
I wasn't talking. Did you hear me talking about money or procreation? So I didn't say any of those two things, right? I said the opposite, yeah. And you're helping me with, that I would go to a Thai royal family. Hey, it's all already like in motion, yeah. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about, yeah, that there might have been something before this whole mess, yeah, and we're talking about the aftermath of some large catastrophe. So what I'm talking about is what was before the catastrophe, and making my peace with that it wouldn't be even possible, might not even be possible to even be coming to the same level with second person. That's why I even if I say we're not on the same note, I don't expect it, yeah, because there will be so many things that are out of the place, yeah. It's not just one thing. It's not just map, yeah, that is out of the place, yeah. It's a whole, yeah.
I do understand. Yeah, I do understand, Qui-Gon, that I came in. I referenced a part of a conversation quite late on, and it was the fact that you didn't feel that it was poignant or worthwhile to procreate. So I understand. I interjected further down the line.
We don't have what is original to us.
Initially,
yeah.
I did hear you initially coming in and saying what was before, and personally, yes, I do think there was a further bigger civilization that was more family orientated all across this land that we know is there today, and possibly other lands.
I would say it might not even be like family oriented. It would be just and say community oriented. It would be like in a way. Yeah, and it's not but how in a way how the ants nest behaves. Yeah. More than monkey behaves. Yeah.
A colony more than a. Well, a colony more than.
I observe ant nest way more than monkey over here.
Yeah. If you look back at the history that we do have, that I could provide from you from Scotland alone, with the clan chieftains, which were actually family heads, and the clans sometimes had different branches of the clan zone, and in residence in different parts of the area, that would be slightly feudal because it was brothers, sisters, cousins, that sort of thing. Yeah, I believe that we were more orientated in that sort of way, and we came together for the common good or to help each other a lot more. Yeah.
So you see, nothing against the family, but even that idea would be like in a way, because if you talk about this, like I'm talking about an idea, like what if something was so free, that you wouldn't even have to care about this, because you would know then that you can go out and the people would just know how to treat this one or that one, because there would be no. You see, how to say?
The same across the land. It would be known across the land.
Yeah, you go across the land, you find an apple, you eat an apple, right, or whatever. Yeah. So they would. What would be the problem then, right? We just go and get.
The only problem
you
then
can
would
even
be
talk. You cannot talk to your wife even. Yeah, so you have the woman can get jacked. The woman can be general. Yeah, the woman can be commander. Yeah, you can build dynasty. Yeah, in this world. So not talking about the previous one. I'm just saying the options that would be physically possible. Yeah, would it be physically possible for a woman to be absolutely great commander? I would say so. Yeah, would it be possible that she gets jacked, putting 10 years of work, exercising, and you'll be able to see the 10 years of work? I would say absolutely. Yeah, just out of propaganda, you might be looking at the wrong place. So all of them, absolutely possible, yet you cannot even speak with the person. So how come?
In today's world, yes, it's very much so. But that's why I say move to an older.
No, it's everywhere. Like this, it's everywhere like this. This is I would say the result of the war and catastrophes, and like hacking into, like, they don't. What I would say about the lady, she would go absolute war over nothing, absolute war. Yeah, with all the consequences for nothing. Yeah. Not even.
It's a state of being that people have become.
State of being.
In the sense that females have become to resonate at, and a sense, a mindset that they've been encouraged to adopt as correct and approach.
The loyalty at this point doesn't come to the community. Yeah. Imaginary community, if there was a community, which isn't, the loyalty doesn't come to the community, it comes to the gender. So that's like already we are like playing a game at the square one, so we are always destined to be like first step on the chess game when it comes to this, because the loyalty comes to if you want to say state, it can be. I would say so, because yeah. But first step, yeah. And talking about specific women, I'm not saying all of them, but even then, it's like a cult. So all of them would be affected appropriately, in my own estimate. Yeah. So
Are we talking about women as war fighters? Is that what we're talking about? Women as war fighters?
I think it's more women as the state that they're in today, and the ability to actually find one that's more capable of being a woman than being the current model of a woman.
Well, I mean, their mothers aren't mothers, so that's the problem. They don't have any exemplars to go off of anymore, because everybody's getting divorced and shit. So they've never seen how a woman treats a man in a healthy relationship, so they have no reference.
You seem to have quite an easy outlook on something that is literally happening all around. Let me say planet. Keep in mind, I mean flat.
Yeah, I know. I know it's happening everywhere. The feminism,
everywhere.
But it's a product of. It's a product of the. It's not just the idea. It's a product of the way people are growing up, right? People are growing up in broken households where their mother. There's no man in the house. So let's say you're a young girl, have a mother. You don't get to see how you don't get to see how a woman is supposed to act in a normal, healthy marriage relationship. They don't know what it's
marriage,
even
like. In nature, just outside. Even just outside of the influence. I'm not even saying marriage, yeah, because. You might have a bias, since that might be the thing that might be all you guys know for several decades, yeah, even 100 years. I would say even 150. But like, I'm not even talking about that. Just the state. I said and I stated, yeah, that they can grow muscle. I'm beyond the point of proving, and I can prove. Yeah, I can prove it to you. But they can be this, and they can be a general. Yeah. Not the same personalities. No, I don't mean Karen.
They cannot,
dude.
I don't do anything a man can do when it comes to war fighting. I don't know where you. That's not brainwashing. That's years of study by the United States military. Years, dude. I've been studying this for 50 years.
The same years of the same source. You see, that's your guy's problem, and always happens to be a problem.
No,
same source.
It's not. Okay.
It's your same NASA.
Look, that's a genetic fallacy. That's a genetic fallacy. Okay. The source is irrelevant. The only thing that matters is the data. Okay.
And that's
men have 7 times the grip strength that females have. They regulate body temperature better. They have a larger lung capacity. They have higher bone density. They have testosterone, which makes pain feel good. They have a whole bunch of physiological attributes which put women at a disadvantage. Why did a bunch of 13-year-old boys be a professional women's soccer team?
Let's skip this. So if there was a way for me to...
Yeah, you'll never answer that question.
Quick way. No, just make it quick.
How can 13-year-old boys beat a grown woman's professional soccer team?
No, it doesn't happen because of the conditioning, and we're literally talking about the same thing all the same time.
It literally happened. It literally happened. 12-year-old boys played the United States professional women's soccer team and kicked their ass.
I know, guys, and you know.
Was that rigged? Is that the source? I saw it on ABC News, so it didn't happen. Is that what you're saying? That it didn't really happen?
No, and let's not go there. All right. I told you we can solve it in 1 minute. So be good, right?
Well, you're saying that women somehow compete with men physically.
Didn't even touch. I told you that I'm going to solve it in 1 picture, 2 pictures, right? Yeah, 3, 4, 5 pictures maybe. All right. Maybe going to send more pictures out of accident.
You got perms. You got perms to post. You got the appropriate.
No. I send it to you. Yeah. So we don't. We don't bring our own discussion into this. Yeah. You don't have to change the stance. You take a look on the pictures yourself. Yeah,
I can do whatever, dude.
literally most
But we're in
comfortable
we're in a
conversation.
public conversation. Why don't you just show everybody, dude?
Well, I mean, I might as well. It doesn't matter if you give the permission. I post. That's it.
That's why
Yeah.
I just asked you, brother.
All right.
Okay, hold on. I'll
Yeah,
give
so-
you I'll give you link terms. Hold on.
Okay.
Bear with me. We got a lot of rolls, dude. I got to scroll a lot.
Yes,
All right.
quite an interesting
All right, you're good to
conversation
go.
today. Very interesting, this one, ladies and gentlemen. Very interesting indeed.
Yeah, just as long as you don't talk about
guys
flat
enjoying?
Earth,
Oh,
right?
okay, that's nice. Yeah, okay.
Anything but flat Earth. I know how it goes.
But
I don't have any
you already
messages
know
from
the
you.
basics. You already said that sometimes you guys have a little bit more of the same world, right? And we would be on the same page. Yeah. So.
Well, I don't
same
have
page,
anything
same
from you.
pipe. Yeah.
You didn't send me anything.
So just a sec. I will do it again because I have problems with this. Yeah, on the phone.
Yeah, let me
okay.
double check. Let me message you.
Because this one I don't want to send.
Message. Yeah, I definitely didn't get anything from you.
No. Okay, and it's.
So I
going
gave you
to
image
take-
terms. So
Image
you can
term,
post in the
okay.
live stream. You can post in the live stream voice text. It's the text channel right above.
I will try. It doesn't want to, and sometimes it happened to me last few weeks. This thing. It wants me to check out lobby.
Just do your best, bro. Do your best.
It wants me to check out lobby when I click on the side chat.
Hold on.
Done reading. Check out lobby.
I'll ping you in the channel, dude. No, we don't have the built-in chat. We don't use.
Okay.
We use the voice text channel that's above this. It's a text channel that's right above the voice channel.
Okay.
In the category.
Okay,
Yes, you got it.
Here we go. All right.
Because we did this before they had that integrated chat, and we just keep doing the same thing we did before. We're not switching just because they decided to get with the program. Because we've been doing this 5 years before they even made that. We had this set up.
Yes. It's going to take me a few minutes, so if you guys don't
Take as long
mind,
as you want, dude. It's 24/7.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, 4 pictures. Now it should be fine, hopefully. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I think. Okay, I sent more. What is the same? Yeah. And I can give you a little bit of not explanation, but a commentary. Yeah. Right. If you're going to take a look. And he's correct. Those are outliers, but not for the physical reasons, right? Those are outliers, and it's not for the physical reasons. And I can explain how and why. Since I have focused on this thing a little bit, right? Yeah, made it my own to take a look. I bring how and why I would see it in this way. You guys can hear me still? I don't hear any talk.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly. No problem.
All right, so confirm you see the pictures, right? I had problems with sending the pictures, outliers, he says. Okay, so you guys want to take a look at the first one, yeah? The name is Galagan, you see it, Vladislav Galagan Instagram, huh? You see it, yeah? Thin girl, huh? In the end of her teens, I would say. You can take a look on the internet, check how old, huh? Right? You see it. Not sure if I get any reception now.
Yeah, did we see it? Like, carry on, please.
Okay, great. Yeah, so second picture is a 10 years of work. Yeah, 10 years of work, but not any work. Yeah, it's a specific work. You see that, right? And I would say in this case even more specific, because I do vouch for this to be natural. Yeah, even by the face, even by what she struggles for, I would say this one, boys, is a natural one. Yeah. So, you know, if we have a gym talk, yeah, I really, seeing the videos she makes and everything, would go for the idea, yeah, that the 10 years of her with her body type, and you see where she started, the 10 years of work she puts in, and that's a lot of work, a lot of focus, yeah, equals to the physique. And I would even go that that's a healthy physique for a man, yeah. Not talking about steroids, not talking about this or that. I would say for a natty, yeah, for a natural one, that's even would go as far as an accomplishment, yeah. Such a thing I would be comfortable to say, yeah. So if we are on the same page still, or if you guys have anything against what I said, yeah. So far. I hear nothing.
Yeah, do you hear nothing because everyone's waiting for you to get to the end of your explanation about all of the pictures?
Explanation. I mean, so far we discussed, and there was a lot of back and forth, right?
What are you saying? Sorry, hang on. What are you saying about the first picture? What are you saying about the first picture?
That's the beginning of her journey.
Yeah.
Exercise, gym journey. She exercises, Russian girl, exercises. It's a specific personality type. So her personality type is not your regular Karen, yeah. It's more like the sort of hunter character, hunter, like James Bond. No bullshit.
Okay,
yeah, so
okay. So she's
sort of girl. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Right. Yeah. All about her and her lifestyle and I got what you mean.
Yeah. So she's not going to be a Karen. Gossip is usually, to this type of people, gossip is not their thing. You will interest more in the excavator than in gossip, huh? She will feel things personally, but in such and such a way, yeah. So she, what I'm saying is, for a lady, to achieve such a physique, in this case it took 10 years, and it would equal, I would say, the 10 years of work put in for a man. So I would say in that case those two would equal, right? Because it did, and you might kind of understand where I'm going for with what I'm saying, because she doesn't go with the trend, She doesn't go with what her ladies tell her.
She is going with a kind of trend. She's going with a kind of trend, because that is a trend.
She's taking trend. She's fucking taking trend. That's what she's doing.
Yeah.
Hey, fucking trend bologna sandwiches, man. Fucking PEDs, man.
We can make fun, it's all right, yeah. But what I'm saying, she's not going to go with what her ladies tell her when they make their nails and talk about gossip, yeah.
Okay.
She's not going to go with that sort of trend where they get to the gym for attention and then work on their butt and make a big butt, or in the times of Victoria's Secret they would all look like Spice Girls. No. She goes for a specific thing, and then she goes even on a jiu-jitsu and is interested in fighting a guy. Oh, how great, isn't it? Like in a sport, she's interested in a sport, right? Of that thing, but having a specific
No,
discipline.
dude, no, I'm not dealing with this. I work out, dude. I've been working out for a decade.
I'm not talking.
She's on performance. She's on performance enhancing drugs. You can't compare her to any fucking man. Period. She is on testosterone. She's on IGF,
Definitely
and
not.
she's probably on Tren
That's
or fucking
10
Depot,
years,
something
and she
like that.
achieved it. Definitely not.
Dude, you could almost sleep and achieve that if you were a dude. If you were taking all the drugs she's taking. She's on drugs, bro.
How did you come up with this? How exactly?
Because I work out, dude. I work out. I know when people are on fucking gear, dude. She's on gear.
Hey, I don't believe it, because there are other ways you can achieve
You don't know nothing. Okay, women do not produce enough testosterone to hold muscle mass like that. You don't understand. Do you understand human physiology? Catabolic versus anabolic?
That's the thing. So another picture.
You don't understand human physiology.
It's the next one. You're going to like it, right? So that's Brock Lesnar, Colorado, and his daughter. She was training since she was a kid. Hey, you've got the two people next to each other. Yeah,
that's
so
fine.
Women don't.
This is what you don't understand, dude. Women don't produce enough testosterone to hold muscle. You understand? Testosterone is an anabolic. Bro,
I made you shouting. I must have.
Listen, you don't know anything about this, dude. You're talking out your ass big time. Just working out. Bro, just working out, don't do that.
Not what I said. Not what I said. And I
Listen, bro, she can't. It doesn't matter how long she was working out. She could work out for 1,000 fucking years.
And
you can't.
That was an easy conversation. Yeah?
You interrupt me one more fucking time, I'm kicking you off the server. Don't interrupt me.
We're good on this one.
My sentence.
Fair and
You're gonna let me finish. Yeah, you're trying to fucking filibuster because you know you're fucking wrong. She can't.
How?
You did it again. You did it again, dude. Stop. I'm warning you, dude. Women cannot hold muscle because they don't have testosterone. They are catabolic, which means they're always breaking down muscle. They're turning it into fat via proteineogenesis. Okay, they'll break down the muscle, turn it into fat so they can have fucking babies. Okay? That's how the female physiology works. They can't hold muscle. They don't have enough tests to do that. Men have testosterone. We can be permanently fucking anabolic, meaning you're building muscle. There's anabolic, building muscle, catabolic, breaking down muscle. Women are in a continuous fucking catabolic state. Period. You can't hold muscle like that as a fucking female unless you're on fucking gear.
And it's crazy that the in-between shows, like the women with, like, you know, more testosterone, you can physically see it. Like, they're hairier,
dude.
Their shoulders are broader, some, you know, stuff like that. I didn't want to go.
Women,
but yeah.
Look, women have less. They do produce some testosterone.
Is he trying to say that chick's not on steroids? That's retarded.
Who? Where are y'all posting at? In India, I think you just went on mute. I don't know what happened. Oh.
Yeah, live stream voice text.
Wait, so you went from the first picture to the second picture from just regular. Is that what I'm looking at? Like from the before and the after? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Well, look at the image I put in there. She openly talks about
There's
it.
no way. Like, get out of here, bro. Doesn't even look like the same girl.
There could be some Photoshop.
How do you? She don't even have enough. Look at her body. Her body doesn't sustain the kind of weights that would bring her to those results.
Proportions
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, there's some proportions that are out of sequence for me, out of scale, and it could be that this is a photoshopped image for all we know. Okay, let's bear that in mind as well.
Morris has posted the girl's own, experience with PEDs. That seems to say that she's admitted to using performance-enhancing drugs, including steroids. Her openness about their drug use is not an endorsement, and she's also spoken about the negative side effects and challenges she experienced. Clearly, she's, admitted it, said so, caught red-handed and messed up.
She's on it right now. I mean, like, she must be on the really good stuff because normally steroids makes your skin a bit fucked up. I mean, her skin is a little bit like, I mean, if you go in person, you can easily tell. But I mean, like, she must be on that good.
Yeah, all manner of things are happening on the flat earth, ladies and gentlemen. Women taking drugs and steroids just to look like a man, muscular. Okay, that's what they want to do. Good luck to them, but there is always a price to pay with that. That's the thing. It's not the real you as such.
Yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't fuck her. It's like pause fucking a dude.
I don't like makeup, ladies and gentlemen. That's me. I'd like to see the real you. I don't want to be kissing lipstick and that chemically laced crap that I've got to get to before I can touch your to kiss bloody lipstick. Taste vile, disgusting, and I don't know why you bother.
I get you there. I definitely don't mind an athletic.
It's a mess. I get messed up just to kiss a woman. I'm getting messed up. I'm having to take your chemicals that you don't check. Are these chemicals they put in biodegradable? No, are they made from natural extracts? No, you're not thinking about that. You're just thinking about the colour, and there you go. You put it on. Chemicals going into your blood system. Walking toxic women all over the place. The amount of makeup. And you've seen how they cake it on as well. They're looking like clowns these days. I'm telling you. Clown's face. So much makeup.
That's always been the case.
Yes, more so these days, I've noticed. So much so it looks ridiculous. I'll give you an example. I've had to clean out the sink in the bathroom so many times because the pipes in Japan versus England are smaller in diameter, okay? They soon get clogged up. Because women, they wear all these, what do they call it? The anti-aging creams and stuff like that. And they're like gels. So the U pipe gets blocked up regularly. I'm having to undo it and use a toothbrush to get in there to get this gunk out. Do you know what I mean? The manufacturers don't care how it goes down the sink, as long as you're bunging it on your face. I'm the one that picks up. I'm the plumber that has to pick up later on. Why is the sink blocked up? Let's have a look. Oh, here we go. Look at your stuff again, Mrs. Look at this. Look at it. Anti-aging cream. Block up the sink cream. That's what it is. So I know what I'm talking about. I'm having to figure it out.
Cream blocks up the sink. What is it? Gunk it up or something?
Yeah, it gunks it up. Yeah.
Wow,
literally.
I didn't know that, man.
Oh yeah, bloody does. Yeah. You see, in England, you've got a nice big size pipes that can cope with that. But in Japan, the pipes are a little bit smaller in diameter, so I'm regularly having to clean out the pipes. Especially the one in the bathroom anyway. The bathroom sink is definitely, I've had to replace the U-pipe once, in 26 years, which is not bad. But regular cleaning, yeah, more so than in Britain, much more than usual. And because of the angles and that, I've got to get a toothbrush down there, flashlight, checking it, you know what I mean? Okay. Then do the rest. And then you're using the plunger as well. It's a terrible, and that's just anti-aging cream that they cake on and throw down the sink. Terrible.
I know you got to pour paint thinner down the fucking drain to get rid of that.
Yeah. You're not kidding me. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Regularly using the plunger. What I'm looking for is when you drain
anti-aging cream. I figured out how the anti-aging cream works. So it makes you age faster than her from cleaning the fucking sink out.
Exactly. You know what I mean? That's what they meant there. Yeah. For the short time they put it on their face, right? And then the headache, you got to clean it out later on.
That's right. You're getting gray hairs from doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Because what happens is, you're slowly noticing that the water's draining off slowly, and you think, what's going on? And it gets to a point where it's really slow. You think, hang on a second, I'm going to have to get in there now. And then you undo the U-pipe and you twist it, and then you just see like a clogged artery full of cholesterol. That's what it looks like, literally. Terrible fucking shit. You've got to clean all that out. Excuse my French. You've got to clear all that out. And then what you're looking for, so when the water drains off, it makes that noise as the water's going. That's when you know your pipes are clean, when you're getting that noise.
Now, is the cream like makeup? Is it like the makeup? Is it like...
Well, it's like a gel type cream type, because it's called anti-aging cream. So they lay it on the face, don't they? Right, taking it out of the tub, comes out the tub, bung it on the face. Right?
Yeah. I think what breaks that down. Noxzema. Yeah, I don't know if you know what that is. Noxzema is like a cream, but it'll remove makeup. It'll remove stuff like that. It actually breaks it down a little bit.
Well, it might be that. Yeah.
There's got to be something that breaks it down. But like Drano or anything like that, Drano eats protein. It doesn't really eat chemicals. So I don't know what the hell you're going to do for that.
Well, what it is that it blocks up the sink, the pipes anyway.
Oh, yeah.
That's what it does.
Yeah, I was just thinking like maybe some chemical you can get it instead of scrubbing it with a toothbrush. That's a pain in the ass.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know why I do that, though? Because that's making sure. It's like in the military. Let's just get it all cleaned out. I don't want to spend any extra money because of bloody makeup. So I'm going to use the toothbrush. It's a making sure, isn't it? For the least cost. Do you see what I mean? And again, I don't want to introduce another chemical into the house. I'm trying to avoid all those. So yeah, I do it by hand. That way I know it's done. And like I said, I'm looking for that noise that when the water drains off, you hear the... That's when you've got a healthy pipe. When you're getting that noise, your pipes are clean. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. As a plumber, that's what you're looking for. All right, yeah, and I get that noise.
I mean, if I had to do it often, I would try to like change the plumbing to something that was easily removable, so I could remove it and clean it. That's just what I would do. I would try to simplify it.
What I've done is I've kept the area clear so I can access it. That's it.
Yeah.
I've kept it clear so I can actually access this fucker when it does come up. If I'm going to do it, I'm probably doing that about maybe 4 times in a year. All right.
Looking women.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I keep saying. I said, and they don't even know what they're putting on their face. It's crap anyway. Is it biodegradable? No, it isn't. And why do you use it then? Look for the natural stuff.
Because it's not biodegradable, so they won't biodegrade either.
Yeah, exactly. Just silly anti-aging cream. Yeah, I remember just couldn't understand why the water was draining off slowly. So I thought, okay, let's check. Maybe there's something blocking the pipes. I thought, and what did I see? Anti-aging cream, dollops of it all down the pipe. I thought, wow, look at this. Bloody stupid makeup. That's exactly what I said. Absolutely ridiculous. Not only have I got to kiss it and it's disgusting taste, now they're blocking up this sink with it. Look, there we go. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Your makeup isn't worth that much.
Investing so much in it, it's killing your skin, killing your beauty, actually.
Multi-billion-dollar industry.
Yeah.
Multi-billion.
Oh, it is. It is. It is. It is. I always
If
advise
CB
women
was
to go
here,
to the
he would
body
say they call it Forever 21, not Forever 43.
shop. Yeah. They're catching. They want to increase their market, of course. Of course. Keep that market going. I always advise women to go to the body shop anyway. At least you're going to get some biodegradable products there. Natural beauty products, without testing on animals. That's what Anita Roddick was all about. I worked there for a year anyway. So, and that was good. That was a good experience. I learned a lot. I learned the word biodegradable there. Never heard of it until then. So there you go. And they were working together with the Friends of the Earth and Greenpeace. So that was all good. That was back in 1985, 86 that I did that. It was nice. 1 year. Did some charitable work for the Boys Town in India. Lots of charity work via the body shop. So we helped to make money for Indian kids. Sent that over to them. So I used my energy there. So that was okay. I was only there for a year. But yeah, I always advise women to go to the body shop and check your makeup. Is the makeup you buy biodegradable? Is it made of natural extracts? Because if it isn't, then you're just putting on chemicals that are just going to kill your skin. End of story. And age you fast. Okay? Yeah, check everything. Don't just buy what you see because of the advertising. Check the ingredients. What's in there? What are you bugging on your face? And then think about the sink as well.
Dude, I'm looking at that picture of that girl in black that he posted. That girl is on so much freaking gear. Dude, she's overloaded. Her lifespan's going to be like 42 years old. She's done. Yeah. She's through, dude. Her livers, her kidney, they're freaking through. They're done. She's all set.
Yeah. And if she's going to carry on like that, it's all over. You're right. She's aging. She's accelerated her aging. That's what she's gone and done.
Well, these hormones, they're synthetic. They're not naturally. They're not extracting them from human bodies. They're synthetic, and they're not identical. So they cause damage.
Yeah. What about
one of the things that happens to the human body is called autophagy, right? So your body, like when you fast, your body goes into autophagy, and you have proteins in your body that are like semi-damaged, and it'll clear all those out, right? And your body will rebuild new proteins. When you take anabolics, the damaged proteins don't get cleared out; they just stay there. So you have you have muscle, but it's what you would consider low quality muscle, right?
Yeah.
It isn't like very good muscle tissue. There's a lot of it, but it's damaged and it's all fucked up. Okay.
Yeah, you're right. I beat two bodybuilders at arm wrestling, both arms, left and right arms, and I beat them both. These were big bodybuilders, right, at the wine bar where I used to work on the door doing security, and they were having these arm wrestling competitions, and they were. I came in. I said, let me have a go. Come on. Let me just see. It was my first time to arm wrestle a bodybuilder, and I beat him. Yeah. Next time, come on. Yeah. Okay, you're powerful. Come on. Yeah. Because like you said, it looks big, but it's not powerful enough.
Yeah, exactly. Muscle size, it's called hypertrophy. So muscle size doesn't exactly correlate to strength. They're not direct. So if you notice the power lifters, right? Power lifters are not jacked. Okay. Because lifting is a skill, arm wrestling is a skill, all these things are skills, and you can get big but not be very strong. And if you're lifting heavy as a bodybuilder, you're doing it wrong because you shouldn't be lifting heavy.
No,
because what most people don't know is that what builds muscle is wearing the muscle out. That's what builds muscle size, right? It's called intensity of effort. Right, you want to recruit the most amount of muscle fibers in any particular exercise, based upon what's called the Henneman size principle. Right, so what happens is muscles get recruited in order of their size based upon effort. So the largest ones, the ones that grow the most, are recruited last. But the only way you can access those is to exhaust all the other ones. So the way to do that is intensity of effort. Right, so intensity of effort doesn't correlate to maximum strength; it correlates to kind of like endurance, but it's not exactly endurance. because endurance is kind of like another thing. It's like a fine line.
Well,
So-
that's where I won. That's where I beat them because they lost the stamina. They had some strength, but I had strength and stamina. So I was prepared to hang on to that pain until he got to apply the pressure. The pain builds up in the muscle, and I held him there and I pressed it. I held him, pressed, and I looked at him and I pressed it. He gave in, went bang, good. Next arm. Let's do the other arm now, yeah. And usually people with their left arms are weaker, so I always went easy on the left because everyone seemed to be concentrating on the right. So my left was an easy win every time. It's the right that was the hardest battles, and I did the other guy as well. Yeah, I did it in an Indian restaurant as well. I've done it where I've ended up arm wrestling the customers, and I'm beating everybody. I used to be good at arm wrestling, really good. Loved it, in fact.
I'm very tempted to post a picture of me flexing in the chat, dude. Fucking yell or shit yourself. CB has seen it in AV, dude. They're like, holy fuck, bro. CB thought I was on gear, dude. CB was like, you're taking shit.
Yeah, I won the deadlift. You're talking about lifting.
You are.
I was a deadlift.
Oh, Neil's seen that shit too. Neil thinks I'm on gear too.
Yeah.
I look like Roger the Alien. What a fall from grace for me.
Yeah, 1987, Southern County deadlift champion, 205 kg I picked up on that day. I should have really finished second or third. The guy that should have won was a guy called Danny Baptiste, who was from Grenada, and he what he done, because you only get 3 lifts in the competition, right? So obviously you're going to lift what you can lift that you know, right, your max, and then you're going to go from your max to try and get a record and then beat. You understand? What he did was he did 2 easy. He did 2 easy lifts that he could lift, and I looked at him and goes, "What are you doing?" I said to Danny, "What are you doing?" Do you know what I mean? You know? And he was caught up in all the limelight and the cameras and all that, so he was showing off. You know, I mean, I said, "You've only got," I goes, "Danny, you've only got 1 lift left, yeah, 1 lift left." And that's when he realised he'd made a mistake. I said, "You see, you didn't understand the rules, silly ass. You got 1 lift now, Danny." And that was it. He panicked, didn't he? So he tried to lift his the 3rd lift. He tried to do more, couldn't do it. He was finished, done. So it was me versus this Scots guy. And the Scots guy done his back in. He'd straightened his legs before he could stand up properly. He didn't get the lift. So I did my 200 kg, right? And then I went on for the 2.5, did that, okay. Then I went to 2.7, couldn't pick it up. So I left it. And that was it. I became champion at 205 kg. Great, man. Yeah.
I recently found out about the Soviet method for powerlifting. It's very strange, but it's based upon like they accumulated a lot of data. Really they basically went over like the best lifters and what they did and correlated everything. So what they found out is that whatever the lift is, you should train with 50%. And it doesn't even make sense. But apparently, according to their data, this is what works. You lift with 50% of what you can max lift.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And you do that until exhaustion, that 50%. Right? And then you have max like heavy lifts, like 2 or 3 like a week that you try to lift a large amount of weight. But you train with a lightweight, which to me was like, wow, dude, that's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you're strength building is what you're doing. You see, strength building, because I do feel like even now, look at me, I am now 63. I still feel solid all the way through my joints, from my feet through my knees, thighs, hips, all the way through to my arms. I still do pull-ups, dips, leg raises, sit-ups. Okay, what I call circuit training, which is what we used to do in the military anyway. So I'm trying to keep that kind of tempo. That's what I look for. Hence the cardiovascular with the bicycle. Get out there, right? You know, at 63, you don't want too much jolt going through the body, right? Over 5 miles, 6 miles. So I do that. Okay, but I do 12 miles cycling just to get a bit extra and warm the body up first. And then it makes the 6 mile run a lot more comfortable. Do you understand? Because at my age, you need to warm up first. Right? You can't just go out the door and start running. You can, but you do injuries. So I like to go out, get on the bicycle. I do 12 miles, so the body's warmed up now, and then I go for a 6-mile run after that. And I can cope better that way. Okay?
Yeah, that's a good work. That's a good workout, man.
Oh yeah. And then I do the circuit training in the park where I'm doing I do 10 chin-ups straight into 10 dips, then into 20 leg raises from the Olympic bar. So you're hanging onto the Olympic bar and you're bringing both your knees up to your chest and down, knees up to your chest. Yeah. That's 20 of them. And then you go for a kilometer run, right? Bringing up the cardiovascular again, and then repeat those exercises. I do 3 sets. Sometimes I do 6 sets, and then back on the push bike, 6-mile ride back home. Yeah, just love it.
Yeah, that's some serious endurance training.
Thank you.
Serious. Yeah.
That's what I do. Yeah.
I would never do that. Fuck that shit.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. Yeah, I do that now. Just to keep myself in shape and that. That's why I shout so loud.
That's good, man. That's a good workout. It's not too much. It's probably right at the threshold of too much. Depends on how often you do it. How often do you work out?
4 times a week.
Yeah. Dude, you're right. I mean, if it's comfortable and you're not seriously, if you're used to it, you're probably used to it, right?
Yeah, I'm used to it. I still get the lactic acid pains, you know what I mean? Oh, I'm stiff here, but it only lasts for about a day and a half, and I'm back to normal again,
Yeah.
So that's good. So that's why I take rests in between. So you've got 3 days that you're not doing anything, but in between, yeah?
Elevation, the pressure drops. Now that's observable, but it doesn't matter. And as you increase in elevation, the air pressure goes down. At some point, you'll have a near perfect vacuum of space, and then the air right on the edge of that will be so low pressure that there's very little movement because the differential is so small, right? And that's just with conceptualizing a pressure gradient.
I know you want this to be true. You have no evidence for any of it. Show me gas pressure.
I'm not. Do you disagree with that concept?
Of course I do. You want to know why? Because we have gas pressure on Earth, and it requires containment.
Prove that.
Even your gas pressure gauge requires to be a sealed fucking unit. If you poke a hole in your pressure gauge, guess who's not going to get readings out of it? Do you understand how close these work, man?
The reason why I won't have a way to demonstrate or to provide an observation is because you disagree with the concept, and that's all I wanted to establish is that you disagree with the concept.
Everything about the concept is begging the question. I don't know why you are okay with just making stuff up and creating a reality of it.
You do acknowledge and realize you can't put 30 psi of air pressure inside an open lid bucket, right?
Yes, because depending on where you're at on the atmosphere.
Why not? Why not?
Because the differential of the 30 psi bucket is a lot bigger than the differential of the open air around it of 14.7 psi if you're at sea level, right? So that differential will cause the movement of the 30 psi to the 14.7 psi.
Yes, just like it would in space if space was a vacuum, buddy. You just fucking proved your own point.
No, it's the differential that matters. Yes or no? Is it the differential that matters? Yes or no?
No.
According to you, yes.
14.8.
Okay, I understand.
If it is 14.8 psi, will it just turn to 14.7 or will it stay to 14.8 because you think that?
It will try to normalize, but that differential won't create a lot of movement because the differential is so small. So it's not going to be that violent of it won't be like turning on a vacuum cleaner and it's sucking the 14.8 to the 14.7.
But
let's do it this way.
No one is saying that having gas pressure gradient is a concept. It's not a concept, it's real. And no one is denying that.
I agree. I'm talking about the concept of a very low pressure next to a almost perfect vacuum.
You can't have that gas pressure gradient without a container. So for having gas pressure, then you can have that gas pressure in the gradient. It will be just inside the container. So we are not disagreeing with the concept, which is not a concept, it's just reality. Gas pressure can have a gradient if it manages to vary the temperature. So it's a reality. The concept that you want to put, which is inside the vacuum, no. Doesn't
But if we have the pressure gradient, right, then you're talking about having, at some point, the pressure gets to near perfect vacuum, right? If we have a gradient and you increase through the gradient, at some point, you would have almost no air, but still very little air, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And then that air, let's say it's 0.000001 psi next to a near perfect vacuum.
Nice.
What's the differential of vacuum there? What's the differential force?
I'll tell you.
There.
I can do that. I can create a gas pressure gradient, and I can heat the top of the container till there is just a little bit of gas. It's near a perfect vacuum. So it's the highest potential vacuum if I heat. So just listen. But it will be just inside the container. I can accept that you're telling me that, gas.
So just real quick, off of what you just said, Necros, that container you referred to, at the very, very top is at very low pressure in this container you just conceptualized, right, Necros?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so if you had that container and you had that in a near perfect vacuum where the difference between the top of the container and the surrounding air, what happens when you open that container in this hypothesized situation?
The pressure equalizes because the gas moves freely in all directions because of entropy. Let's turn this around a second. Nobody is denying that there's pressure gradients on the Earth. Also, those pressure gradients are in the vertical, which requires a flat Earth, but I digress. Can you show me on the globe what is the cause of the pressure gradient?
No, we could just ignore the globe and just conceptualize this on a flat Earth, right?
No, it's not conceptual. You just told us that we have a vertical pressure gradient that requires a flat Earth.
Right, but now, so okay, I agree at that point as far as a pressure gradient and a flat Earth. That is possible on a flat Earth. I agree, right? But now I'm trying to get to the point is, do you have to have a container to create that gradient? And I would say no, and you're saying yes.
There are zero situations that you can demonstrate where pressure is created or it can exist without some kind of containment. Zero. Not unless you beg the question of the entire concept that you keep talking about, which is fallacious. That's why I'm asking you on the globe, what is the cause of the pressure gradient?
So, let me ask you this. Because like on a flat Earth, we don't have to talk about satellites. We don't have to talk about satellites. But on a flat Earth, from your perspective, hold on. From your perspective, what is the highest weather balloon that you accept has not hit the container yet?
I have no idea. That's a red herring.
No, because I want to see like what the pressure is at such like that was read by a high altitude weather balloon.
Who cares? It's a red herring.
I want to see how high the gradient continues that you're willing to accept the lowest pressure that we've measured in reality.
Anything? You just want to see something? So I challenged you to show me the cause of the pressure gradient on the globe. You've red herringed away to that, to how high I care about, or I think, right, I'm going to postulate the pressure gradient goes. That's ridiculous, dude.
But no, I'm not. The reason why is I'm not arguing for the globe, right? I'm arguing a concept of having a pressure gradient on a flat Earth with or without a container, right?
This is not a place for us to argue concepts. Sorry.
Yes,
isn't that everything we're doing?
Just listen. No. We can demonstrate to you gas pressure and gas pressure gradient inside the container. Can you do the same for us? So for demonstrating gas pressure being able to exist without a container.
But again, you're begging the question because you're assuming the container, right? You haven't demonstrated that independent of the pressure gradient. You haven't demonstrated a container.
when we talk about the antecedent of something, like for example, if I talk to you about the antecedent of fire, I don't need to show you a combustible. You have to understand there must be a combustible, because fire can't exist without the triangle of fire. Those are prerequisite for fire. For the gas pressure, the antecedent of gas pressure, the thing that you can't have gas pressure without. Because gas pressure, by definition, is gas being contained, gas under containment. So you won't be able to tell me that gas under containment without containment. It's just illogic nonsense. It's even stupid to say or to think about, that you can't have gas being contained without a container.
Right, but your assumption is that it must be a container and there's no other possibility.
No, we are not assuming that. That's
Yes,
all
you
that
are.
we ever witness. That's the problem. We only ever witness gas pressure.
That's called a black swan fallacy.
No.
Okay,
by definition.
go ahead and give me the logic. Go ahead and give me the fallacy in form, please.
You know it's a black swan fallacy. You're assuming,
I just want you to go
the
ahead and
consequent
describe
of the
black
container
swan
over the
fallacy.
earth.
It's not a black swan fallacy. I'm telling you that everyone, without exception, can only create pressure in a container.
And it's the definition of pressure. Gas pressure is the force exerted by gases on the walls of their container.
It's how it's defined in physics, my goodness gracious. And if this is a black swan
That's how we
fallacy,
make observations
by all
in
means,
physics. So
show me the black swan in this scenario.
We isolate your black swan is that we've only ever observed gas pressure in a container, so then we must have a container over the earth, even though we haven't touched or proven the container.
Right? Who cares?
So you accept that as a black swan's fallacy? You just don't care.
No, it's not a black swan fallacy.
No, you just admitted.
It's not.
Sorry,
like
I didn't admit it was a black swan fallacy.
Sorry. Go ahead, say so.
Macros, chill. It's not a black swan fallacy. What I'm asking you to do is show me the black swan in this scenario. At this point, all we have is gas pressure with containment. To prove me wrong, show me the black swan.
Having checked the definition of antecedent, so he can probably make the connection, hopefully.
He knows what we're talking about. He's just trying to be obtuse about the whole thing. We asked him for one thing, actually two things. Show us gas pressure without a container, because we'd be happy to see that, by the way. This is not a challenge, like tongue-in-cheek.
He has that, though. He obviously cannot show that.
So
but
for him,
I don't have an example that you would accept.
So do you know? Can you search the definition of antecedent, though?
Yeah, it's like existed before or whatever.
For him, fire investigators, they are just
existed before. Is that the definition of antecedent? Existed before. Is that what it is?
Or well, if you're talking about like in formal logic, it would be like it logically precedes it. Is that what?
So
that's better.
Okay.
For someone who is investigating fire, for fire investigators, when they are investigating for what started the fire, they are just having an assumption in their mind that something must start that fire. It's just an assumption. It's not a fact, because fire won't obey to that, and sometimes it will just start without a starter, without any chemical reaction, electric shock or spark or something like that. That's what you are saying, or in the absence of combustible, something that fire will catch on. So
the argument is saying that you don't need the antecedents to have the consequence.
Yeah. I don't need a combustible to have fire. For him, it's just an assumption. I assume that because fire always existed with the combustible air and something that starts the fire. Yeah, it's just an assumption. No, it's not. It's a prerequisite. It's, in other words, an antecedent. So those people who are investigating fire and what started the fire that burned that house or that company or that thing, they know that there must be a starter and they can find it.
Get that? Yes, no, maybe, possibly. An antecedent cause and effect relationship. Did the antecedent broke him? What's going on, dude?
Yo, what's up? You guys good?
What's up? There will be, well, clouds, flying birds, airplanes, the sun, the moon, the stars. Any other questions?
Nah, man. I'm talking in chat right now.
So the guy that just learned about antecedents, do you acknowledge there's antecedents to certain things? Is he still here or did he bounce?
You talking to me? I'm sorry, bro. I'm typing.
No, we've been talking to someone for 30 minutes.
He's still here.
That wasn't me.
He's still here. He's just probably weeping.
I think the antecedent thing maybe is making him think, yeah, you need a daddy and a mommy to have me, the son. Even if you deny it, you still need them. Even if I never met your parents, I know you had parents.
If you see water boiling, just inside your mind, you don't need to check. There is one of two. Drop of pressure or heat. You don't need to verify. If you witness at any moment of time water boiling, don't check. Just one of two. If you want the precision, which one is the other, yeah, you can verify if the water is hot, and you can check the pressure, because there is no other third thing that you can expect.
Well said, and that's how reality works, folks. You know, another point that always bothers me, and I wish more people would demonstrate it, is remember the ridiculous claim of, and this has to do with gravity, dropping a penny from the Eiffel Tower would cut a human body in half or a car in half. Yet you never have seen any YouTube videos of objects being dropped in a vacuum, accelerating so fast to the point where they cut through anything.
Yeah, but if you do the math, you might make it real.
Well, I'm just saying, it's something we've been told since a kid, but there's no videos of anyone ever demonstrating gravity accelerating an object to such a ridiculous speed.
Jamesy, if you're
It's
talking
supposed to be a
about
constant acceleration, right? Like, it's supposed to constantly just get faster and faster and faster.
So, Jamesy, if you want to use math, I swear, just try it now. Go and try to calculate the power of the fire that the dragon is breathing. When the dragon is breathing fire, you can calculate the power of that fire. The calculation will be correct, 100% correct. You can verify it with any mathematician, and I can show you the equation, the calculation. Does that mean that the dragon is real? And the fire from that dragon is real? You know why you find numbers and math symbols in your keyboard? It's just part of the language. We use letters and we use numbers and symbols. So if an author writes an equation in his book, just a storybook, but he's talking about a kid that is doing math in the class during the storytelling, does that mean that that author turned to mathematician?
True. By the way, I want to respond to the claim that a penny would accelerate infinitely. That wouldn't happen in a globe model because there's such a thing as like a terminal velocity. But yeah, there you go.
It would be interesting to make a 100,000 feet tall vacuum chamber.
Yeah.
And then drop stuff, see how fast it goes.
A perfect vacuum chamber.
No, but in real life, this wouldn't happen because it would accelerate in the atmosphere, and then it would just arrive.
It's just hypothetically. There is no object that can reach its terminal velocity. It's supposed terminal velocity. That terminal velocity is just something that is supposed thrown there as a variable that nothing can reach because you can't have.
Wait! Stop! This is not true. You can test this. Like if you drop a penny 50 feet or 60 feet, it will have the same terminal velocity. What are you saying?
If I reduce the pressure of the air that is creating resistance around that penny, will it accelerate more? So the terminal velocity.
Wait. Are you decreasing the pressure progressively over the course of the movement of the penny, or is it always constant?
No, I'm testing the velocity of the penny in different containers with different pressure. In 14 psi compared
it will have a different velocity. You can test this. Yeah, you can make a local vacuum. So you can create a chamber of like 20 meters, I guess. It doesn't have to be like what do you call it? It doesn't have to be very wide or anything. Just like a cylinder of like 20 meters, for example. And then you put like air inside, and then you can put like a denser air. Like you can just choose like a denser gas. Then you can put like a lighter gas, and obviously you can test the thermal velocities for different environments. Yes, correct.
Because the Red Bull guy, Felix Baumgartner, when he jumped, he slowed down. So
you should slow down. You should slow down and not accelerate. That's correct. You should. You slow down in real life. Yes. Yeah, correct.
Yeah, he went really fast through the thin air, but then
because of the atmosphere. Because of the atmosphere,
slowed down. Yeah, in terminal velocity. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, you have to slow down because of the molecules going against you, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, but responding to XM4, you can. This is testable. Yes. So responding to your question, you can test this definitely.
But theoretically, if we had a 200,000 feet tall vacuum chamber, would it? I guess it would. You can't have a perfect vacuum, so.
So wait. For a penny, it doesn't matter. After like 50 or 60 feet, I'm actually not sure. I would have to look it up. 50 or 60 feet, something like that. Like a penny doesn't accelerate. Like. And if you change the type of environment, if it goes from air to like helium or something. It's just gonna change the distance of which it stops accelerating, right?
Yeah, but if the pressure is the same, it won't change velocity because the molecules there are hitting that penny the same rate, so the resistance is the same. So when you lower
No. That only happens.
For example, for the example,
Wait, you already gave your claim.
Just talked about, which is Felix Vanguard Jump. He started decelerating because he went from a low pressure area where there was less number of molecules of air that are creating that resistance against him, and he started decelerating because he started going through less dense to the denser medium. And
agreed. Yes.
Nice. So there is no terminal velocity that is possible to reach only if you have a perfect vacuum. So you can
No. Wait.
Yes,
you have a misunderstanding. Wait, you already give your claim. Can I respond, bro?
Yeah, but you couldn't hear the entire claim.
Yeah. Respond in the middle of the sentence. That's the way to do it. Just wait from him to be speaking, and right in the middle of his sentence, just try to respond and say, wait.
Because he's giving multiple points. Because he's giving multiple points, I have to respond one at a time.
Just one single point. A thing that is moving through something, a medium, which is creating a resistance. So you can't have the terminal velocity till the moment that you have no resistance created around that object that is falling. Meaning that you need a perfect vacuum.
That's why I wanted to see the demonstration in the vacuum.
You need a perfect vacuum for what? Can you repeat that?
You need a perfect vacuum because it's the only environment where you will have no resistance against the object that is falling. If you have just a little bit of air, just a near perfect vacuum, there is air molecules that are creating resistance around that object that is falling. So that object is falling, it's still falling through molecules. It has to push them away so to create its path and continue downward.
Okay.
So if you want
you already
velocity, it will be only.
Bro, you already responded to my question. You don't need to say it 20 times. So I agree with your point. Your point is exactly what happens. So once you have more and more air molecules, you have more and more resistance, right? I was just responding that to XM, because XM was saying that if you drop a penny from outer space and it goes to let me finish. When you drop a penny from outer space and it arrives to the floor, it's accelerating infinitely and will destroy whatever. My point was that doesn't happen because of air pressure, because of like the molecules going against the penny.
Well, that's not his claim. That's not what he said.
I didn't say anything. I don't think you guys got the wrong guy.
Maybe it was the other guy. Okay, my bad then. I apologize.
Well, someone said in here that there was a claim at one time where if you dropped a penny off the Eiffel Tower or whatever, or the Empire State Building, that it would indefinitely accelerate and hit somebody in the head and kill them like it was a bullet, which is silly. That's a claim.
I said it would go through a car. I remember that.
Now that might be just an old lifestyle. I don't think that's any kind of, a claim in physics or academia or anything like that, but it's an old wives' tale, essentially.
That's just a TikTok video
because of the idiotic
made.
claim of gravity. It's because they claim that gravity is 9.8 meters per second. But in reality, we don't witness that. We don't witness anything accelerating more than several meters per second.
Bro.
Do you know the speed at which hail falls from this golf ball-sized hail falls from the sky? It's not hundreds of meters per second.
Bro, again, you're ignoring the air pressure that's contradicting the acceleration of gravity. Yeah.
I don't even think you understand drag or how it would affect a falling object.
Did you just say gravity?
Yeah, I heard him say gravity, like gravity's the magical thing that pulls shit down. Little gnomes wearing cowboy hats with ropes, they lasso shit down to the ground.
Gravity, what's that?
It's the force that's supposed to accelerate things at 9.8 meters per second that we don't witness.
The force?
I would call it other things. Gravity
I asked the guy that asked gravity. Did you guys say gravity? Or was it someone else?
I think he's talking about Archimedes' principle. That's gravity.
Oh, Is that what he said? Archimedes principle?
No, that's the gravity that I know. That's the only gravity that follows scientific method. Do you know any other gravity that follows scientific method?
Is that what he said? Is that what he said?
He must. Or
Guys,
is he talking about the scientific thing?
Let me correct myself. Spiral electrodynamic fields.
What's that? What is that? Can you expand on that a little bit?
That's a new one.
Is he like Wixit?
Spiral.
Is he like Wixit? Claiming that there is a dynamic field that is surrounding the flat Earth like a donut shaped?
You can actually test this by grabbing. You can test this by grabbing a spoon, then putting it in a cookie tin, putting a cookie there, and then when you grab the spoon and you do a spiral with it really quick, and then you put a second cookie and you see how it behaves.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
What?
Will it be sweeter?
What did I just?
Yeah.
Will it add more chocolate to the cookie?
He said cookies and pudding.
Go test it then. Go test it.
But no,
Go
you
test
said
it. Go measure. Go measure.
grab a spoon, eat some pudding with cookies.
Spin it on a plate and drop something on it.
I tried the experiment once around it. Just burst in, ate all the cookies.
He said pudding. I'm hungry now.
That's my bad, guys. I think the cookie tin example was really retarded. But I can.
What about the
try another
pudding?
one.
What about the
I
pudding?
can try another one. I can try
What
another
about the
one.
pudding?
What's the relationship between the spoon and the cookie and Earth?
Tell me more about the pudding.
So, are you claiming
Maybe we should start over and.
Yeah.
Why don't we just have a naturally observed phenomena, and then you give us the cause? I guess whichever is this spiral, electromagnetic or something. I don't know what it is. You help me out. I don't know anything about this. Teach me.
I have a naturally observed phenomena. Fire goes up. How come?
So now we need this spiral electromagnetic
Because
thing.
of inversion. Hello. Because of inversion.
Is inversion a cause? What's inversion?
It's a spoon in the sky that is spiraling above the cookie Earth.
Is that it? Inversion? Is that a thing? What are we talking about?
By the way, you guys can literally check how fire behaves by just by just checking induction. By the way, just Google induction.
Isn't it a Christopher Nolan movie, Induction?
Good joke, buddy.
Is there more gases moving around when I light the lighter and the flame is going, or are there less gases moving around in the flame?
It's the same gases. They are just influenced by a different electromagnetic field.
Going at the same speed?
Yes, the only thing that changes is orientation.
So when that gas cools down, it still goes just as fast as it was going before?
It's just a different orientation, yes.
Orientation?
What?
Wow.
I mean, orientation doesn't sex ed.
Don't feel it necessary. Yeah, I am too. Don't feel it necessary to just make stuff up on the spot. You can just say, "Yeah, I don't know, man."
You shut down the whole room when you make up stuff. We don't know what to say to that. It's amazing. We're just amazed. What we're amazed at is the shit that people will make up.
Crazy.
By the way, you can literally just Google electromagnetic field orientation of fire, and stuff will come up. You can. I'll give it some time. I'll give you some time to read.
Is that because the Earth is a ball, or is that because it's flat?
What is the association with the electromagnetism in the flame? I'm still trying to see if this is scientific or if it's just a postulation or a speculation.
It's definitely highly scientific, and I didn't even bring fire. That was somebody else. This is just one of the ways that the electromagnetic fields show themselves.
Wow, bro. So give me the scientific experiment then. Give me the hypothesis. So what's our naturally occurring phenomena?
Flame rises.
Okay. Is the cause of that electromagnetism?
Wait, I misclicked.
Flames emits light. Light is part of the electromagnetic spectrum. So I don't know if they expected to not have any electromagnetic thing from fire. I don't understand them.
Yeah. So if you look at the poles, do you think the fire would go up or down?
Oh, gosh. Dude, please, I'm asking you because I want to learn from you. If you have something here to offer us, please teach us. So what is the thing that we're observing and how is it associated with electromagnetism?
Here, I'll send you a link. Okay, I'll send you a link.
You have to send me a link? I just want to know what you're talking about at this point. Nobody knows what you're talking about.
I'm interested. Send the link and please explain.
I sent the link. I already sent the link.
Can you explain what's in the link so I can comprehend it better?
No, I think he can. This is fairly easy.
There's no link in the chat.
No, I send it to you.
You have to click on links now because you can't explain what you want to send. So we have to click on link and try to fucking figure out what you want us to understand.
I send it to you, Seisu. I send it to you.
I don't. Let's see here. Why can't you just put it in the side chat? Why are you sending it to me? Everybody wants to see this. Now I have to go through the trouble of reposting it? Good grief.
I mean, you don't have to repost it. Nobody's making you.
Why don't you post it in the gosh damn chat, dude?
Says who? Repost it.
Says who? Do it. I said so.
My gosh. Hold on a minute. I gotta find this thing. I have to repost this link because Homeboy here won't just post it, which is sort of annoying. I don't know why you wouldn't post something in the side chat.
Sorry, what question are we trying to solve and what evidence is this?
Yeah, which proof is this?
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. A photograph of fire and how it works.
Oh, that's lovely.
This is about fire being plasma. Yeah, everybody knows.
We wanted to play games and talk about natural occurring phenomena and talk about gravity. So I said, I got a natural occurring one. Why does fire go up? And that just closed the room down.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, hey, you and I know about the electrical nature of things, right, Radwin? And fire being plasma.
Yep.
It'd be a gradient. Gee, just throwing that out there.
It's emitting all sorts of things from in the electromagnetic spectrum, the visible part of the spectrum, which is the visible light, infrared, ultraviolet. What do you want? What do you expect? Fire.
Okay. So, do we need to stay here or can we move on?
Please, let's move on.
No.
This was fascinating and everything, but
Yeah, sounds like existence might be continued, right?
You need a container for fire anyway.
Yeah, for not only the gas but the other gradient.
We had Corosum engage with us earlier, which was fine. He was, for the most part, fairly calm and civil and kind, and didn't swear a lot, which was great. But he wanted us to talk about concepts instead of physical reality. So I was hoping that maybe we could get to the end of that. But if he only wants to talk about concepts, then maybe we'll have to jump off of that too.
Hey, well, since we're talking about fire, does anyone have any idea or maybe information as to why fire requires oxygen and what the relationship is there?
God, we're really far away from the surface of the Earth, aren't we?
Yeah, but this is fascinating stuff.
Okay,
That's
cool.
all just learned from you.
Yeah, I got the answer. Because the Earth is flat.
Perfect.
Ah, yes. That sums it all up.
But by the way, this is not even true. But okay.
What isn't true?
You can literally fire with like fluorine. But yeah, just saying.
Okay.
Dude, you're all over the place today. You are not making any sense.
It's actually true, by the way. It's actually true.
I walked into a fire awareness course or something.
Smokey the Bear wants to talk to you.
He's babbling now. This is funny shit. It's Friday. It's Freaky Friday, right? Yeah.
Right, thank you, mate. That puts a whole new context on it. Yeah, I appreciate it. It is Freaky Friday. I will act accordingly. Water puts out fire, though, right?
It does. It starves it of oxygen. It's crazy.
Cool. Interesting thing about water is when it's contained and at rest, it's horizontal on the surface. Oh, and we're told 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and it lays horizontal on the surface. I wonder if the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
At least 70% of it.
There's literally a shielding magnetic field, but okay.
Oh, shielding magnetic field. Okay, but the water's still horizontal though, isn't it?
Yes, the field is shielding it.
Good, but the water's horizontal, the surface of the Earth, the water.
It's shielding the horizontal water, right?
It is because it's being... Yes, I agree. Because of the magnetic field that's shielding
It's
it.
horizontal, yes, because it's flat. That's correct.
It's the weirdest thing I've heard.
For you guys to learn this stuff.
I almost hate to ask, and I probably shouldn't, but I'm going to anyways. Shielding it from what?
Thinking the same thing, says who?
Something else to make up. Something else to imagine.
The electromagnetic field is shielding it. Okay, so what is it, and what's it being shielded from?
So we need to know the from and the it part.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Okay.
Like I said, it shields it. Like I said, it shields it from electromagnetic spiraling waves.
Dude, I'm putting
That's
my
called the
chair
eddy.
back.
You can Google this. It's eddy currents. Go eddy currents.
Grab a pillow quickly. I'm gonna get a blanket.
It's still an open system.
And Dudes at work heard how I talked to these guys. They would absolutely shit their pants.
Are you way nicer at work? Are you a nice professor at work?
I am like so fucking nice. It's ridiculous. I feel like a rainbow when I walk through places. 'Cause I say hi to everybody, and I'm yippity yappity. What's going on? Lottie dotty dotty. I don't all kinds of happy shit. And then you got people that just something happens to them. Then I have to come in here. We got to talk about flat surfaces and people that people think are curved. You guys missed Dr. Phil was in here earlier. Dr. Phil was in here earlier with the red icon, and he failed the triangle test. He said B was a triangle.
Fuck's sake. Now I am pissed off I missed it.
I knew you would be.
I'll have to go back and watch him fail the triangle test.
He wanted to escape that as quick as possible to go talk back to Necros about why the sun red and blue fucking whatever the fuck light moves and whatever. As soon as because he said, well, if you have 90 degrees to here, and I said, hold on, Dr. Phil, you know what a triangle is? And he wouldn't answer me, and this kept going, and finally he said, I gotta go. And I said, you haven't answered my question yet. And I asked him, you'll hear it. You'll hear it. He failed. He just, I said, so you can't make an angle from the surface of a ball. And then he didn't want to talk about the globe. He wanted to talk about latitude and longitude on flat Earth. And I said, that's wonderful. He said, because it's 69 miles every degree and all this. And I said, how did you measure that using a boat? And he got mad at me.
I would figure that as much as he watches the live stream, he would pass the triangle test with flying colors. That's bizarre.
He said he would use a GPS, and I said, it's the 1600s. Now try again.
Those triangles must be different than Earth triangles.
Caro-san also believes that you can have at a tangent point is an angle. He's in here listening.
A point?
Yeah. You know, tangent point where the flat meets the curve.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, that's an angle.
No, it's not.
Oh, you're going to have to argue with these guys. I don't know what to tell you. They said points are angles.
No, points are not angles.
That's really curious, okay? There's something to this. A guy yesterday, someone else, asked me what the formula was for plotting a point on a coordinate reference system without respect to any origin or distance or relational data. What the hell are you talking about?
Just hold your finger up in the air. There you go.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's funny that happened yesterday, right? I'm talking about playing Ascension and Dissension as usual. And Scott is like, show me the map. So I posted it in the chat and like, does anybody remember him responding or anything?
No, but I remember you sending it to me reading it, and then completely forgetting to reply to you. So I'm sorry about that. But yeah, I'm glad that you did bring that back up again. I don't remember him. Excuse me. I don't remember him responding at all.
Man, these Globers are weird. What can you do?
You take them out of this context and put them in any other, and they'll probably give you reasonable answers. That's the funny thing.
I think this might need to be the question of the day because it started to bug me as soon as I heard it. So I want to make sure everybody understands. So the question of the day is a point and angle.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yep, tangent point. You know, where a curve meets a flat, where a curve meets a straight, the tangent point. That's an angle. What degree is that? Wilbur should know this one.
I like it.
Yeah. Simple but
No.
effective.
No,
yeah,
it's
that's
not.
the answer. Matrix is correct. Yet again.
Thank you. Crazy. So surely one of these globalists should step up and say, Mr. Matrix, why do you think that?
I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to put my Sphere CD into my computer to listen to some music because, you know, it's round.
Because it's round. Nice one, Murph.
Thank you. God.
Listen, while you're listening to it, you could do some exercise with your spherical hula hoop.
What are you listening to? Spin Doctors?
Eurythmics, Sweet Dreams.
Is that a CD or a DVD?
Oh, it's a CD, you know. It's a circularized disc, aka a sphere.
So do you point to globes whilst that song is on?
Oh, most definitely. I even play a projection of a globe on my wall and point at it at the same time when it says "Sweet dreams are made of these."
That's what I was wondering.
You gotta love the old songs, man. You gotta love it.
Yeah, they're unapologetic in calling out government.
Yep. And BS.
You're all Mandela affected. It's this, not these.
Could be, man. Could
Is it
be.
this?
Sweet dreams are made in the
Is it
Yeah,
this?
it's so it's a popular Mandela effect. Yeah.
There we go. I got Mandela. Dang.
Which just doesn't seem to make sense to me. I always thought it was these as well, like because that rhymes more with disagree, right? Than this. But whatever.
I have distinct memories of listening to that song with my mom while we were driving, so that's why I sing it with these, because that's what we always sing. But hey, could be some of that timey-wimey stuff happening,
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like I always thought Dolly had braces, but apparently I was wrong. I thought that was the funny part of the scene, but apparently I imagined it. Yeah, and then I learned the Earth was flat, and I was just like, "Whoa, what the heck is going on?"
Yep. And once you realize that, it's pretty much it's like the world and life becomes like an adventure, You walk about the city you were born in, or go visit somewhere, right? And all of a sudden you start noticing small things and details that you wouldn't notice before. And like, wow, okay, yeah, that makes a lot of sense now.
Sorry, I have this little question. I don't really know if it is actually related. It's just, I mean, what's in it for the government? What's the necessity of lying about this thing? Is if it is actually this powerful? So, and why is this discussion even allowed in their perspective? I mean. Yeah, I'm new on this thing, so.
I know my mic's bad. It's a matter of national security.
Is the fact that destructive destruction how much
it is that destructive.
And I mean, it seems kind of like a contradiction that if the government is that powerful, why wouldn't it control it to the maximum? And,
maybe they're doing it because they realize they're not that powerful.
And they're trying to keep a hold on us, keep us in control, right? Trying to grasp for power while they still can.
Or some of them might have inherited a machine that they lost the instruction manual for. They're born into it and have no idea how any of this works, but they keep towing the party line. People lie to themselves all the time because they want to believe something. They don't want to believe that their parents were wrong when they were instructing them. So they'd much rather believe what they were told.
Also, when people say the word government, that's a bit of a blanket statement, because the government is a giant compartmentalized organization where different branches of people have different jobs to do, quite often on a need-to-know basis. So I think most of the people, almost all of the people that work for the government, genuinely believe the Earth's a globe, right? They would not be in on any kind of deception or anything like that. They were taught the Earth's a globe. It has nothing to do with the particular job that they're doing, and they don't have any evidence either way. They're probably not looked into it. So most people are not lying. And if you want to make specific claims that specific people are lying, then you're going to have to prove that they're lying, right? Who knows that the Earth is flat and they're lying about it being a globe and deceiving everyone? Try to find me a list of people, right? Rather than just saying government as a blanket statement.
It's contract. It has contradictions, or
Even most people that work for NASA probably aren't lying about anything. They just have a particular job to do. It's compartmentalized. Once again, little departments. John doesn't know what Jack's doing in the room next to him, and they have NDA agreements, right? Non-disclosure agreements and that kind of thing. And when it comes to college professors and scientists, right? Same sort of thing. They're just repeating the information that they were taught in the mainstream textbooks for the most part.
It's just hard for me to imagine that. Why is it so destructive to just prove that the old ideas were wrong, or just seems that
maybe the globe is somewhat of a mistake rather than a huge big deception. I'm sure there is some deception involved, but all ancient cultures knew that the Earth was a flat and stationary enclosed system, and it wasn't until much later, a very small period of history, that people have thought the Earth was a globe. And people didn't start saying that the Earth is a globe because they went out and tested the Earth and tested that it's a globe. That's not how the globe came to be, right? They didn't go and measure over a surface of water and say, hey guys, actually the Earth's curving, right? And it matches the shape of a globe, right? That was not done. It didn't evolve that way. It came from philosophical, theoretical directions, right? Like the way that we view the sky, and then creating a spherical coordinate system out of the sky, and then saying, well, the Earth must also be spherical because the sky is like a perfect sphere, so the Earth must also be a perfect sphere, as above, so below. And if you look into it, you'll find that no one's actually gone out and empirically validated that the Earth's a globe in the first place. It's more of a concept and a mathematical model.
So you mean that this is new technology to go outside into space to see if it is some new technology to just so you think that maybe after some time, after maybe several decades, that it will eventually to believe into this to accept this, what is this?
Say that again, sorry.
So do you think that it is like during several decades that it will eventually be accepted? I mean, this theory.
Well, it's becoming more and more accepted all the time. There's many millions of flat earthers, and when they do surveys or polls, right, it's the results would shock you how many people doubt the globe and think maybe the Earth isn't a globe. So yeah, I think it's becoming more and more popularized, but most people, unfortunately, don't have critical thinking skills, and they just believe whatever they get told, especially from the education system and what they're hearing on the mainstream media. People are very easy to program, and the government is in control of the education system and the mainstream media. Not even necessarily the government, right? Whoever's running the show, whoever's really running the show, whether it be the government or whether it be people above the government, they control the media, and most people have been like conditioned to have this way of thinking where it's unpopular to be able to question things like this. Okay, they'll use terminologies like conspiracy theorist, which was invented by the CIA. Okay, and they'll use terms like science denier or tinfoil hat wearer and things like that. So if you go against any of these core mainstream beliefs, then it's unpopular. People have learnt to ridicule people that go against these things, right? That's an attack that they've used against Flat Earth. Rather than actually attacking the empirical observations that we have, they'll make things up, right? They'll say that Flat Earthers claim that the Earth is a big disk floating in space on a turtle, or Australia doesn't exist. They'll use mock and ridicule and make it so it's unpopular. People don't want to be in that group of the unpopular people. So they use all of these different techniques. So I'm not sure if it'll ever be, anything other than what the mainstream tells people that it is.
So I don't see any proof to prove this flat Earth, or just to deny it. So what's the consequence of just to stand on this thing? Just like
what do you mean?
Just to suspend on this idea. I don't see this.
Look, what we're doing is
I don't.
You go ahead.
Yeah, I don't. Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know if you are just like you are talking about a possibility, or you're just you are just trying to just give out another theory which is possible, or you're definitely believing in it, or just
no, it's not about that. Okay, so everyone experiences the Earth as flat and stationary. Okay, so that doesn't prove that that's what it is, but that's the basic reality that everybody experiences. If you go to a large body of water like the sea or the ocean or a lake, you're going to see flat water as far as you can see. You're going to see a flat horizontal horizon, and you're not going to have any sense that the Earth is moving whatsoever. So your foundation, right?
Yeah,
your starting point is a flat stationary Earth. Now, people have been told that everything's the opposite of what their senses are telling them. They'll say that, well, really, actually, it's curving even though it seems flat. Really, it's spinning even though it seems like it's not spinning. What we're doing is going out and testing the claims, right? So we're going out and actually finding like a long distance of water, for example, say a 20-mile distance of water, and saying, okay, if the Earth's a globe, there should be 100 meters of curvature over this distance. Okay, and then we'll test for it, and then we'll test over and over again. We'll use high-powered lasers, we'll use infrared cameras, we'll use telescopes and super zoom cameras and things like that to try to find that curvature that would have to be there, because that's a lot of curvature. That's 100 meters of curvature over just 20 miles. And when we go and test it, it's not there, ever. We've done thousands of different tests now, and we can't find any curvature. So then we go asking, who's got the evidence that there's curvature? Because that's the one thing that you need to have a globe. You're going to have curvature. So that's where we're at, trying to find the curvature. But it's pretty much already done and dusted. There isn't any.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I don't have much. I don't have anything else to discuss.
Yeah, that's all right. Appreciate the questions.
Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
Welcome.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Gravity is not a force.
Welcome.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Hello, I can't hear you.
Yeah, my microphone's garbage. Somebody else might have to speak with you. I was just welcoming you in here.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
Actually, I'm new here.
Well, feel free to ask any questions that you may have.
Actually, the main reason I'm here is to improve my English.
That's fine, man. A lot of people come here to practice, and we're cool with that.
Yeah. That's
We understand completely.
That's a great. That's a great.
But yeah, clearly you joined into this specific chat for a reason. So I figured I would give you an opportunity to ask any questions about the subject here. And welcome to Astral Bliss. I have to digress for a little bit, so I pass the mic on to whoever's available at the moment. Welcome.
Hello, guys.
How's it going?
I'm doing phenomenal. What about you?
Can't complain. Wouldn't make a difference if I did. Feel free to ask any questions. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to answer them because I'm kind of preoccupied
Well,
with a couple things right
well,
now.
I have only one question, then I leave.
Okay.
Why there are flat earthers but not flat Martians?
Because lights in the sky have nothing to do with the ground.
What's a flat earther? Maybe his question might be malformed there, because he might have to do with like people, like he's concerned about people. So in his worldview, are there Martians? Are there people on Mars? He might think there is. They like maybe a misread of scientific communicators. Scientific communicators think, or he thinks they told him that Mars has people on it.
To be honest, if I were to go to a planet, I would go to not Mars, but Titan, the star.
That's a
The
planet,
moon.
is it? Titan is a
moon.
planet. It's a planet,
The
is it? It's a light
No,
in the
it's the
sky.
moon.
It's a light in the sky.
No, Titan is the moon of I think Jupiter.
When you do it, teacher, you know.
But anyways, yeah, I believe that humans should leave this flat Earth because flat Earth is overrated, and we should go to the globe Mars. Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
There's literally images of the Earth.
The only person holding you back is you.
The horizon remains horizontal regardless of altitude, and images of Earth from high altitudes are curved. They're distorted with wide-angle lenses that warp horizontal lines. That's what that curvature is. None of those pictures you've seen are even at altitudes that would present curvature.
Someone's typing away something fierce.
Yeah, keyboard warrior. That you wouldn't even see curvature. That it wouldn't be readily available at the Kármán line, according to the mainstream narrative. That's well above any commercial flights or even military. Anyway, I digress. I got stuff to do. Back to you.
Yeah, someone's hot mic in here.
Astral Bliss, if you could control your mic, please. Yes, thank you.
So that's it then? Is that the question? That's your only question? Or old boy still here, or do you leave?
I'm not sure, man. I'm gonna take a kind of backseat role for this right now. I'm not suitable for combo, but I will listen in and try and help moderate. And I'll probably keep doing my Walmart greeter thing. Costco. Welcome to Costco. I love you.
I love that line. Welcome to Glasgow. I love you. Why come you no have tattoo?
Hey, what's up, guys?
Oh.
Hello.
Oh,
That's the way you start the day.
Hey, AV, have you met Madron? Madron, AV.
Hello. Sorry,
How's it going, man?
Away.
Hey, welcome to the room. My throat's a bit scratchy, but what brings you to the channel? Curiosity?
Actually, I was already engaged in a conversation with a lot of people here, actually.
He's a melt.
Milk?
Melt.
Melt. So what was the discussion about? Did you make any progress?
Oh no, he just one of these just turns off and runs away whenever any progress even looks like getting made. Just a true
I had a
believer.
call, so I had to take it.
You've just spent the last hour in side chat after your call.
Yeah.
What good information have you presented to this room? Obviously, it sounds like you've been challenged. Is this true?
Actually, I have not been given any answers. The only question I asked from the very beginning was, if the Earth is flat, please explain how we can have sunrise and sunset at different times in different parts of the globe, or different parts of Earth. Let me not.
They answered that, but he didn't like it.
Yeah, globe.
Let me finish my question. Since
the Earth
AV
is
has a
flat,
question.
why is it a globe? That's your question.
Yeah. Do you think that we think flat Earth is a planet in outer space? Yes or no?
Can I finish my question?
He's not going to answer you guys, it sounds like.
I thought you just did. Like,
I
okay.
didn't finish the question, actually.
All right, please finish. I still have the same question, though.
Sure. Yeah. My question is, if the Earth is flat, please explain how we have sunrise and sunset at different parts of the world at different times. That's a simple question.
Yes, I can explain that. I can and I will. I want to find out from you if you think that we think that a flat Earth is a disk in outer space.
I don't know what to think. I honestly don't know. You can explain.
Okay, well, it's not. And secondly, we observe the sun to be a local light source. Is that correct?
Sure.
So if it's a local light source, then when it's not local to us, it's not a light source anymore.
Where does it go?
It goes somewhere else where it's local to where that is.
On a flat Earth, if the light source is revolving around us, we should never not see it.
What makes you think that? We definitely measure the Earth to be flat, and we definitely see a local light source.
How does this local light source work on a flat Earth? Please explain.
Okay, do you want what, a physical model, or do you want...
Yes.
I'm wondering what you want.
I want a model.
Okay, well, we're not claiming a model because we're not benchmarking claims to concepts. We benchmark claims to reality, to what we can observe and test. So if you want us to benchmark reality to something that's not real, like a model, you're doing it wrong.
I just want to be able to conceptualize how flat Earth
Why though?
looks in relation
Yeah, why
to
though? Madrion, I want to know why do you want to know that information? What does it serve you to know that specifically? What good is it?
Okay.
That's a good question.
Because whatever model that is not a sphere will not agree with observation of
No,
sunrise.
that's incorrect.
and sunset.
No, stop. That's incorrect. You didn't answer my question, though. You didn't answer my question. To what purpose does it serve you as a person? If you know that there's a model or there isn't, what purpose does it serve you?
I believe that the Earth is spherical or oblate spherical.
I know this. What purpose does it serve you? I'm asking a question. Answer it, please.
Change my mind if I'm wrong.
What? What?
If you can give me a model that explains our observation.
You're not listening to my question, brother. What purpose does it serve you if you know there's a model or there isn't? What purpose does it serve you? Answer my question.
I will know truth. I will no longer be in ignorance.
So just because you're not going to be in ignorance about what?
About the model doesn't illuminate anything for you.
It doesn't do anything. Doesn't do anything for you.
Unignorant. You're already ignorant.
It doesn't. So the purpose of my question was to ask you, what good does it serve you, like in practical, reality? That what do you do with it once you know that you have a model or you don't have a model? What are you going to do with that information? Is it going to serve you in any way?
What does this particular VC serve? What does it matter for you if it's
No. Answer my question, sir. Don't divert to another thing. Pay attention and focus on what I'm saying to you. What is it going to do for you? Tomorrow, if you wake up, hey, listen, if we told you that we don't have a model and you've accepted that, what is it going to change for you?
Then I'm not going to be convinced.
No, I'm not worried if you're convinced or not. What will it change in your reality? Are you going to change how you go to work? Is it going to change something that you do because you don't have a model, or you do?
No, it's not going to change anything for me.
Thank you. That's the point. So if it's not going to change anything, why can't we not just propose that we do not have a model and everything will be fine? There's no need for you guys need to present a model. No, we don't. If we do not present a model but show you that the earth is still a horizontal plane, it's still not going to change your life. You're not going to be, not going to work or something. That's not going to do anything to you. It's just information that you understand differently. That's all.
Yeah, there's another fine point to this too. So models are descriptive. Theories are explanatory. These are different. So if you're asking for a description, that's one thing. If you're asking for a scientific model, that's a deeper thing.
Okay.
I'm here to tell you that there's no scientific globe model.
Okay. Please provide me a description.
Okay, a simple description is exactly what I said to you. We observe the light from the sun to be local. And anywhere that it's not, it is not local.
Is there a boundary or an edge to the flat earth?
There is some kind of boundary condition given by the existence of pressurized gas that we breathe. That provides there's a requirement from nature. A thermodynamic boundary must exist for that gas to pressurize.
So what's beyond this boundary, and where is this boundary?
I don't know. You want to pay me to go find out?
Unknown.
Okay, so we don't know where the boundary is.
It's unknown.
Nobody does.
Yeah.
Is it like at the poles? Or?
It's unknown. Listen to the answer. It's unknown. Why are you going to keep asking when we've given you the answer? It's unknown by everyone.
Okay, so you don't
do not
know
persist,
sir.
Do not persist to ask for any more information if we say it's unknown.
There's a lot of things you don't know. You're just not explaining anything.
What?
You're persisting for no reason.
Explanations are useless, right? Without evidence. I can give you explanations all day long. You can probably go on TikTok or Facebook and find FE explanations for days, and they're ultimately meaningless. The reason why they're meaningless is because explanations absent of evidence don't do anything. They're just great stories. So I can give you a great story, but I would rather give you, instead of a great story,
don't interrupt him.
I'm almost done, dude. Instead of giving you a great explanation without evidence, I'd rather give you evidence without an explanation. How about that?
Go ahead.
Okay, great. So we have observations and measurements. One of our most popular observations and measurement has to deal with these oil rigs. And if you have a few minutes, I can go through this observation.
I've already seen that before.
Oh, great. So you're familiar with this. Okay. So there's some evidence.
Yes, I have already seen that evidence. It's not evidence, obviously.
You didn't answer the question that came with it.
How is it not evidence?
Yeah, he says not evidence. That's what is evidence, maybe. Instead of what was not, what would be evidence for you?
If instead of oil rigs, I took a picture of your wife with me, would that not be evidence?
Yeah, no, I mean,
yeah. Now suddenly, okay, yeah. Now you're forced to be honest.
Is that evidence of cheating? I mean, I think just a picture doesn't prove anything, right? Context.
Oh, not just being with her, but you know what I mean.
No, that's good. Just a photo doesn't mean anything for him. So he threw out photographs from space. So we're good now.
He threw out his photo of Earth from the Mars orbiter.
Yeah,
Photos don't mean anything? All right.
So now that we got photos out, so we don't have to talk about Bigfoot, we don't have to talk about the leprechaun, and we don't have to talk about curve of the Earth as seen from
Bummer.
space.
I was looking forward to Bigfoot.
Right. So what are you guys talking about? You're throwing out the photo that I've given from the Mars rover.
You
did.
Yeah.
Yes. So why is that discredited?
Because you are throwing out photographic evidence by your words.
I've literally given you a photo of spherical
I've
Earth.
literally given you a photo of oil rigs that should not be visible from 1 foot off the ground.
That's oh my god. So
he's not going to help you.
Oil rigs and photo of Earth. Which one takes precedence?
How about a photograph that you can reproduce, that we can show you how to do it, and we actually train people how to do and go do these observations every day? How about that? Instead of an image that was taken from a piece of hardware that people claim is billions of miles away from Earth in outer space on a crazy space planet called Mars, something that you can't do, something nobody can be trained to do, images that have no provenance. Yeah, which one of these am I going to accept more readily? Something that I can readily verify or something that I can't? You seem to be more willing to accept evidence that you can't verify. Why is that?
I don't seem to think I don't subscribe to global conspiracies. But
yeah, I'm not talking conspiracy. I don't do conspiracy here. Okay, conspiracies are for idiots.
In the world is
conspiracies are for idiots. Why are you trying to strawman me?
Okay, so you don't believe in the NASA, you don't believe in other space agencies, you don't believe in all governmental bodies, you don't believe anything that.
Why should I automatically believe claims that lack verifiable evidence?
A photo is verifiable evidence.
Oh, great. So if I show you a photo of oil rigs that you should not be able to see, will you accept that?
Okay, go ahead.
As evidence.
You said photos don't count because he showed you a photo of him with your wife, and you said, well, that doesn't mean anything. Which is it? They mean something or they don't mean something?
Go ahead and show me the photo of the oil rig.
The one that you said you've already seen before?
Yeah, I've seen that photo. Hold on.
Okay, can someone post it again?
I just came in. What photo did he give you guys?
Mars from some sort of Martian. A Martian took a photo from Mars.
All right, so which one can you duplicate?
I'll give you the photo itself. Hold on. I'll link it again.
So which one can I duplicate?
Hold on. I'll give you the link. Maybe I'll convert at least one of you. I don't know.
Not a link. You got the photo you took.
I didn't go to Mars, so I can't give you that photo. Sorry.
Yeah, I can't either, so I can't duplicate that photo. But I can duplicate the one they're posting right now. It's called the Black Swan, right? That's the image you're going for?
That's correct.
The Black Swan, yeah.
Hold on, what's this photo about? This is a black swan. All right, hold on 1 second.
It's really a white swan. Because all images of Earth like this are white swans. We're waiting for the globe as a black swan.
where's your idea here that you have photographs that are proof and photographs are not proof if it's also some kind of global conspiracy? That's something you
believe in the global conspiracy. I don't.
What global conspiracy do I believe in?
The global conspiracy is that all of science textbooks and governmental bodies are lying to us.
No, wrong.
So
Wrong,
when
wrong,
has
wrong.
anyone mentioned that?
Yeah, where you're the only one talking about textbooks, so you are the one who think that, not me.
Do you automatically believe anything in a textbook?
Well, I believe
you know what
anything
happens?
in a science
Yeah, like you know what happens? You know what's really funny? Like you learn about gravity in high school and they teach you Newtonian. And then when you go to college and learn gravity in like an underclassman physics class, they tell you relativity. And we experience every day people coming in here telling us what they believe gravity is. And based off of that, we know what level of education they have.
Okay. What's your point?
Well, the point is they teach you a very broken and oversimplified version of gravity in high school to the point of being wrong. Because when Einstein came around, he completely flipped the script, and they'll tell you this when you get to college, that, hey, everything we taught you in high school about gravity was wrong. All the things we wrote in all those textbooks by all those scientists was purposefully wrong to dumb it down for kids. Now we're going to give you the real stuff, which is still untestable hogwash, pseudoscience BS, because they're like 18 popular countervailing theories of relativity that don't even match each other.
18 countervailing theories. Where are these 18? Please quote me.
You want to see all the different gravity theories? Okay, hold on one second.
Hold on, you say
else can pull it up real quick.
18 theories of relativity.
He won't be able to do that because he doesn't believe in textbooks, science textbooks. So anything in the textbook, he's going to deny it just off the base.
I don't believe in science textbooks. Of course I do.
And photos. He doesn't believe in photos or science textbooks.
All photos and all textbooks are a conspiracy theory for this guy.
I've never said that. I don't know what
you just did.
Well, you've got physics textbooks telling you that the surface of liquid at rest is flat, level, and horizontal. That's a big problem for your globe.
What are you talking? I'm waiting for the 18 relativity models that someone's going to.
You can't. We can't give it to you because you are a conspiracy theorist. You don't believe anything from textbooks. You don't believe in textbooks, and you don't believe in the physics of water. You don't believe in photographs. You only believe centralized sources of government. So like right now, if we go into NASA's like website and pull out the physics of water or prevailing versions of gravity, all of that, you'll say is a conspiracy theory.
I know. Yeah, go ahead and give me that from NASA. I'll believe anything from there.
That's what I'm saying. You're a conspiracy theorist.
Damn. How can you say that, man?
How can I not say that? Because there's no reason.
You're not challenging. You're not challenging yourself, brother. You're not challenging yourself. You've accepted.
Now I have not actually told you what I actually do for a living.
It doesn't matter what you do for a living. I think the most important thing right now is that you would just readily believe something instead of like evaluating it some way. You've given no chance to your critical thinking memory, like your mind. So you're not able to even understand whether something is true or false. You just readily accept it.
I want to know.
It doesn't
matter, Madrian.
It doesn't matter because, like, if it is something related to this, you have hard countered that by asking people about your own expertise.
Let's post people from his experts. Crit here, I got it. Check this out. Comparison of selected gravitational theory. This is just a small slice of all the different kinds of gravity theories that are being debated right now. They don't agree with each other. You know where I got this table from?
Where?
Caltech.
Okay. So do you understand that It doesn't.
I'll post the
So
link.
they have different domains that they are relevant in: Newtonian physics and Einstein's relativity.
Wait, stop.
It
But
doesn't-
dude, stop.
Okay,
Hold
you don't-
on.
my point.
He just
That's
you
my
were asking.
point.
You
were asking for evidence, Madrian. You were asking for hold on, dude. You were asking for evidence right now. You were asking for that evidence, and he presented to you the evidence.
You want
You were
me to
saying
speak?
you were saying doesn't exist. You said it
It's your
doesn't
reasoning.
exist.
If you
got
don't want me to
challenged.
speak, I'm not going to be here.
Yeah, you need to stop because I'm trying to tell you something.
It's your
You were
reasoning,
saying
man.
that
I'm
this
telling you,
information
if you're
doesn't
gonna
exist.
interrupt me,
Madrian,
I'm not
stop
gonna be here.
talking. Madrian.
All right, that's it. You're done.
Yeah,
He's having a meltdown.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah, you're not
I
going to
just
mute
posted
people.
a wiki page on all the different theories of gravity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. I'm halfway done.
Yeah, he doesn't know any of this stuff, dude. All this for him, all this is a conspiracy theory. The whole thing.
Yeah, he said it didn't exist. And then I was trying to tell him, I was like, dude, Yoder is just presenting information that you were wrong. And now that he's wrong, he doesn't want to own it.
What does he do for a living? I heard him say something about that. Does he work for NASA or something?
No. It's not possible.
He's just another one of these high-strung kids that wanted to preach.
Yeah.
And he didn't like it when evidence got put down to back someone's claim, which seems to be a common fault of a lot of these globers. They like to yap, they don't like to back their yap, and when we do, they get upset and run away because it doesn't work like that. They can't do that. No, it's a ball. I've got to believe it's a ball so I can have my Wheaties in the morning.
So ridiculous, man.
Crazy. She said, Matrix, back the yap.
Yeah, but he was like, prove it. He was like really adamant that you're not going to be able to. And then you did, and now he's just all in his feelings about it. Now he doesn't want to own the fact that you just proved him wrong.
And they started having a meltdown.
Classic, man.
You know, like
It's
all
funny
he could
too
have done was sat there, copped it sweet, and just went, apologies, you got me. That's it. Game over.
Could have said
That's it.
something like that, man. It would have been...
Next question. Anyways, since we had a little meltdown, I can go to bed now. Peace, guys. Have yourselves a good one. Enjoy your day, and I'll catch you tomorrow.
Take care, Matrix.
See ya, bro.
You know, and there's a reason why there are all these different versions of gravity. It's because Einstein's development of relativity was incomplete and was debunked by quantum mechanics that was more further developed and advanced a little bit later.
Right.
His relativity equation is imbalanced. For it to maintain balance with what we understand in quantum mechanics, one side of the equation has to maintain a discrete form of mathematics and the other is more continuous. And they can't do that. They can't balance this out. They both have to be the same. They can't be different. So is space-time going to be quantized or is space-time going to be geodesic and continuous? Is quantum mechanics going to remain quantized or is it going to remain in a state of like ether field theory? You can't have it both ways. It doesn't reconcile with each other at small scales at the quantum level or by astronomers' own claims at the astronomical level when they look at the accretion disks of galaxies and the light from the far edge of the disk when looking at edge on seems to be proportional to the light at the front edge of the disk, even though there should be measurable distortion due to the length of time that it takes for the light to reach us from both of those places. So you've got the vacuum problem. So like there should be a ton of curving space-time within a vacuum, and it's not measured. That's where you get the 10 to the 128th power of being off, is because there should be basically that much more matter within a vacuum than is present, than is detectable, in order to have space-time. So this is like Einstein created more problems than he solved. Of course, there are going to be like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of pet theories because everybody's trying to get this to freaking work. Everybody's trying to get something that's fundamentally broken to work and hope they get the next Nobel Prize in physics. I'll be back in like 15 to 20.
All right, bro. He's dying to come back in here. But he made a statement when he left, so he's kind of like contemplating whether or not he should hit that join button again. I know he is, dude. He's dying to come back in here. He's trying to make all kinds of bargains. Well, if I go back in there, you guys got to respect me when I talk and not interrupt. Bro. He so wants to come back. Oh my God. Victim. There's some other people in here, like 100 Man versus Pookie. Lemon Counts. Welcome. How you guys doing? You brand new? Oh, Pookie just left. No, don't call on me. Adam, you freaking savage, bro. Jeez. Savage. Welcome to the room. People hopping in and out. You guys are welcome to open up